It all started the day my parents decided my car wasn't mine anymore. I'm Alex, 19, and I've been saving up for that old Honda Civic since I was 15. For long years flipping burgers, stocking shelves, and doing odd jobs around the neighborhood. Every penny carefully stashed away until I finally had enough. That rusty little heap might not seem like much, but to me, it represented freedom, late-night drives with friends, peaceful rides with music blasting, and a life away from my family's never-ending drama. But then Jake turned 16, got his license, and suddenly, my hard-earned car wasn't mine anymore. Jake's my little brother, the family golden child, spoiled beyond belief. He's used to getting exactly what he wants, when he wants it. When he hinted at wanting my car, I brushed it off. I mean, who would give away their child's car to someone else, right? Turns out, my parents would. It was a sunny Saturday afternoon when my world shifted upside down. I just finished washing my car, taking extra care on those stubborn rims, when my dad walked over with that familiar, uncomfortable expression. "Alex," he began, scratching his head awkwardly, "your mom and I were talking, and since you're heading to college soon, we think Jake could use your car more." I froze, soapy sponge dripping from my hand. "Dad, are you kidding me? I paid for this car. I've been working since freshman year." "Well," he cleared his throat, not meeting my gaze, "you'll figure something out. You're resourceful. Jake needs the car more right now. Soccer practice, hanging with friends, you understand." My heart sank, replaced by a burning frustration. "No, Dad, I don't understand. You can't just take something I bought. I earned this." He raised a hand dismissively, already walking back inside. "End of discussion, Alex. End of discussion." Just like that, as if 4 years of sweat and sacrifice meant nothing. Jake strolled out moments later, casually snatching the keys off the hood with a smug grin. "Thanks, bro," he said, mockingly waving as he hopped in the driver's seat. I stood in the driveway, fists clenched, anger bubbling inside me. But I knew shouting wouldn't change a thing. My parents had always favored Jake, and nothing I said could ever shift their warped logic. Still, watching him drive away in my car, the one I'd paid for, maintained, cherished, felt like someone punched me right in the gut. Days turned into weeks, and the sight of Jake zipping around town in my car became unbearable. My parents brushed off every complaint I made, accusing me of jealousy or selfishness. My mother would roll her eyes and sigh. "Alex, you're older. Act your age. Jake needs this." My frustration simmered, morphing slowly into quiet rage. I found myself losing sleep, lying awake at night, replaying every unfair moment. The hardest part was feeling utterly powerless. I tried confronting Jake directly, but he'd just smirk and walk away, leaving me stewing. Then, one afternoon, everything changed. I was sulking in my room, scrolling aimlessly on my phone, when my friend Marcus called. His voice was urgent. "Alex, I just saw your car." "Well, Jake's driving. But dude, he's driving like a maniac. Nearly took out a mailbox. You gotta do something." That was my breaking point. Something inside me snapped. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was worried, genuinely worried. Jake was reckless, careless, and it terrified me what might happen if I didn't intervene. But confronting my parents again wouldn't work. They'd side with Jake, like always. I needed a different plan. I decided to check into my car's paperwork. After all, I'd bought it used from a guy off Craigslist who had been vague about its history. Maybe, just maybe, I'd find something useful. Digging through the documents, I discovered a tiny detail I'd overlooked before. My car had a salvage title. It had been repaired after a serious accident, and while safe to drive, the repairs had been extensive enough to earn it the dreaded salvage status. That's why it had been so cheap, but at the time, I'd barely cared. An idea struck me, equal parts brilliant and risky. I remembered my parents had recently switched insurance companies. They'd never bothered updating the details for my car, assuming everything was fine. But I knew something they didn't. Our new insurance explicitly stated they wouldn't cover salvage-titled vehicles. It was a glaring oversight, and suddenly, I saw a path forward. I wrestled with the morality of my plan, torn between justified revenge and guilt. But every time I thought about Jake speeding around in my car, oblivious to the trouble he could cause, the anger returned, stronger than before. So, I stayed silent. I waited, counting down the days, knowing sooner or later, Jake's reckless behavior would catch up to him. And just as expected, my patience eventually paid off. It was a late Wednesday night when my phone buzzed again. This time, it was Jake. His voice shook with panic, breathless and desperate. "Alex, I got pulled over. They ran the plates or something, and now they're saying I can't drive the car home. They said something about it being uninsured. Dad's coming, but he's furious." "Dude, did you know about this?" My heart pounded wildly in my chest, and for a moment, guilt clawed at my throat. I swallowed hard, composing myself before replying calmly. "I guess someone should have checked the paperwork." There was a pause. Then Jake whispered, his voice now full of dread. "Alex, this is serious. Dad's yelling at the officer, but he's threatening fines, maybe even impounding the car." "Well," I said, biting back the bitterness I'd carried for weeks. "Sounds like you'll figure something out, right?" I hung up, my heart racing, my hands trembling. On one hand, satisfaction flowed through me. Finally, some justice. But the worry lingered too. Had I gone too far? My thoughts spiraled, torn between the sweet taste of revenge and fear of the fallout that would surely follow. Less than an hour later, my parents stormed into the house, voices raised in fury. My dad's face was red, veins throbbing in his forehead. "Alex, what did you do?" I stood my ground, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Me? I didn't do anything. You took my car, remember?" He pointed angrily at me. "You knew. You knew about the insurance. Jake could have gotten in serious trouble." "And what about me, Dad?" I fired back, anger finally boiling over. "You didn't care when you stole my car. Why should I care about Jake's mess?" He stopped, momentarily stunned by my defiance. My mom stepped forward, eyes blazing. "This is unacceptable, Alex. You deliberately set your brother up." My heart hammered wildly, adrenaline surging. "I didn't set anyone up. You made your choice. You thought I'd just let it slide. Well, now you're dealing with the consequences." The silence that followed was thick, charged with tension and unresolved anger. My parents stared at me, suddenly realizing their golden child was no longer untouchable, that actions actually had consequences. Jake hovered behind them, silent and wide-eyed, for the first time unsure how to manipulate this situation to his advantage. Just as my father opened his mouth to respond, his phone rang sharply, breaking the tense silence. He glanced down, his expression shifting instantly to worry, and stepped away to take the call. We stood frozen, waiting. Minutes passed, each second feeling like an eternity. When he finally returned, his face was pale, eyes wide in disbelief. "Alex," he said slowly, his voice trembling, "what exactly did you do?" I stared back, confused and suddenly anxious. Something was clearly very wrong. The tension in the room multiplied tenfold, leaving us all on edge, waiting for him to speak. Then, with an expression I'd never seen before, fear mixed with disbelief, he revealed something shocking, something that flipped the entire situation upside down. My dad took a shaky breath, eyes darting between me and my mom, the color draining from his face. "That was Officer Bennett," he finally said, voice trembling slightly. "They ran the VIN number on the car. Apparently, it's flagged as stolen." The words hit me like ice water, freezing me in place. "Wait, stolen? That's impossible. I bought it off Craigslist. I have all the paperwork." My voice cracked with panic as my mind raced through every interaction I'd had when buying the car. The seller had seemed legit, just another guy wanting to get rid of an old car, right? Jake stepped forward, suddenly not so smug anymore, his bravado entirely replaced by wide-eyed fear. "Wait, you mean I've been driving a stolen car?" My dad rubbed his temples, the tension overwhelming him. "Yes, Jake. That's exactly what it means. The police said they're sending someone here tomorrow morning to get our statements and look at the documents. Alex, you better have everything in order." I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of this revelation pressing down on me. Revenge had tasted sweet for a brief moment, but now I was sinking into a deeper mess than I'd ever imagined. Suddenly, it wasn't just about my selfish brother or entitled parents. This could genuinely ruin my future. "Dad, I swear, I had no idea. The guy who sold it to me said everything was fine. The salvage title made sense. It was just a rebuilt car." My mother scoffed bitterly, pacing across the room. "You see, Alex, your little stunt trying to get revenge on Jake just blew up in your face. You didn't just put your brother at risk. You've put this whole family in jeopardy." Her words stung, slicing deep. "My stunt? Mom, I worked years to buy that car. You just took it from me like it meant nothing. If you hadn't, none of this would have happened." Stop, my dad yelled, voice sharp enough to halt us both mid-argument. Pointing fingers won't solve anything. We need to get this sorted out before it escalates. Alex, get the paperwork you have. Jake, you're done driving, period. And nobody, he glared at each of us, nobody breathes a word about this outside the house. We fixed this quietly, understand? The house was silent, tense, suffocating. Everyone nodded slowly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, but deep down, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Secrets had a way of leaking out, especially in our small, gossip-ridden town. That night, sleep refused to come. I stared at the ceiling for hours, replaying every interaction I'd had with the Craigslist seller, Frank, I recalled. He'd seemed so normal, just another ordinary guy who wanted quick cash for an old car. I'd asked about the salvage title, and he'd casually explained it away as just repairs from a minor accident. Had I missed something? Ignored a red flag in my eagerness to own my first car? Or worse, had Frank known exactly what he was doing, and I was the perfect clueless target? Morning arrived too soon, sunlight creeping into my room, carrying a sense of dread. Downstairs, the atmosphere was still thick, a painful mix of anger and anxiety. Jake sat silently at the breakfast table, staring blankly at his bowl of cereal. My parents hovered around nervously, occasionally shooting me tense glances as we waited for the inevitable knock at the door. Finally, at exactly 8:30, the knock came, firm, authoritative, echoing ominously throughout the house. My father hesitated before opening the door, greeting Officer Bennett with strained politeness. The officer stepped inside, his eyes immediately scanning the room, assessing each of us carefully. "Good morning," he began professionally, but his tone carried an underlying severity. "We've got quite a mess here. Let's sit down and go through everything carefully." I handed him my carefully organized stack of documents, trying desperately to hide my trembling hands. "Officer, I promise you, I didn't know anything about this being stolen. I bought it legally, or at least, I thought I did." He flipped through the papers silently, eyes narrowed in concentration. After a few tense minutes, he looked up at me, his expression unreadable. "Alex, do you still have contact information for the seller?" I nodded eagerly. "Yes, absolutely. His name is Frank. I have his number and email saved." Officer Bennett jotted something down quickly. "Good. We'll follow up on that immediately. But I need to tell you, Alex, you're in a precarious situation here. The car was stolen in another state over a year ago. Whoever Frank is, he knew exactly what he was selling you." My heart plummeted further, realizing the depth of the hole I'd stumbled into. Beside me, Jake squirmed uncomfortably, his arrogance entirely absent now. My parents remained silent, faces grim as the reality of the situation sank in. Officer Bennett stood up after a long pause, sighing heavily. "Unfortunately, the car will have to be impounded as evidence. And Alex, depending on what we find with the seller, we might need to speak with you again. Make sure you're available." As he walked to the door, he paused, turning back with a softened tone. "Look, off the record, I see this kind of thing often, kids trying to buy their first cars cheap online. It's easy to be fooled, but you've got yourself caught up in a serious legal issue. Be careful going forward." With that, he was gone, leaving behind stunned silence. My dad finally broke it, sinking down into the couch with a defeated sigh. "Well, Alex, I hope your little act of rebellion was worth it." The bitterness in his voice rekindled my anger. "This isn't about rebellion, Dad. I bought that car myself. I did everything right. You're the ones who gave it away without even asking." My mom intervened sharply. "Enough. Both of you. We need to deal with reality. Alex, until this gets cleared up, you're grounded. Jake, you're also grounded for your reckless driving. Nobody leaves this house except for school and work." Jake protested weakly, "But Mom, that's not fair," she spun on him, furious. "Fair? Do you want to talk about fair right now?" The house plunged back into tense silence, heavier than ever. I felt utterly trapped, suffocated by the consequences of something I'd never intended. My small act of revenge had spiraled wildly out of control, pulling everyone down with it. Yet beneath the guilt and fear simmered a growing determination to clear my name, find Frank, and confront the man responsible for this nightmare. Days passed painfully slow, filled with cold silence and unbearable tension. My parents barely spoke to me, and Jake avoided eye contact. My life felt frozen, trapped between my anger toward my family and desperation to clear this mess. Then one evening, my phone buzzed with a notification, an unknown number. I opened it nervously, expecting another disaster, but instead found a short, chilling message that stopped my heart cold. "You shouldn't have told the police about me, Alex. That was a big mistake. My stomach churned violently, dread sinking in. Frank had found me first. This was no longer just about family drama or a stolen car. This was becoming dangerously personal. My pulse raced as I stared at the message from Frank. Every word felt like a threat crawling under my skin, making my heart pound louder in my chest. How had he even gotten my new number? I'd changed it recently. Panic churned inside me as I reread his message over and over, desperately searching for any hidden meaning or clue. You shouldn't have told the police about me, Alex. That was a big mistake. Who was Frank, really? A criminal? Just some scammer? Or something worse? I felt exposed, vulnerable, like my safe little world had been ripped open. The idea of a dangerous stranger knowing who I was, where I lived, filled me with dread. My first instinct was to tell my parents, but I quickly dismissed that thought. They'd just blame me, twist it into another reason why I was irresponsible. No, this was something I had to handle alone. I'd already caused enough trouble. The next day at school was torture. I walked the halls in a daze, avoiding everyone's eyes, certain that somehow everyone knew my embarrassing, terrifying secret. At lunch, my friend Marcus cornered me, concern evident in his eyes. Alex, you okay, man? You've barely said a word all day, he asked gently, studying my pale face. I hesitated, torn between needing someone to talk to and fear of dragging him into my mess. But the anxiety bottled inside me needed an outlet. Marcus, remember the guy I bought my car from? He texted me last night. Threatened me. Marcus's eyes widened, his voice dropping to a whisper. Wait, threatened you? Like seriously? Did you tell your parents? I shook my head. They're already mad enough. I don't think they'd believe me anyway. Marcus frowned deeply, leaning forward. Dude, that's messed up. You gotta tell someone. This sounds serious. The thought twisted my stomach. I knew Marcus was right, but who could I trust now? The police were already involved, but would they even believe me? Would it make things worse? Throughout the day, paranoia gnawed at my nerves, making every shadow seem threatening. When school finally ended, I practically sprinted home, desperate to escape to my room. As soon as I closed my door, another message buzzed on my phone, freezing me in place. Did you think I wouldn't find you, Alex? Let's talk face to face. Meet me tonight at Mill Road Park, 10 p.m. Alone. The audacity, the calculated threat, it was terrifying. Yet part of me burned with anger at the audacity of this man who had flipped my life upside down. I stared at the message, debating my next move. Should I confront him? Could I even handle something like this on my own? Or was that exactly what he wanted, to lure me into a trap? Hours dragged by, and with every passing minute, anxiety tightened its grip on me. I knew I couldn't ignore this forever. But going to meet Frank alone in the dark? It seemed utterly reckless. Still, curiosity and rage warred inside me. I wanted answers. I needed to know why he'd done this, why he chose me, why he sold me that stolen car. The clock ticked closer to 10. Finally, I decided to go, but not without a backup plan. Marcus had made it clear he was ready to help, so I sent him a quick text. I'm meeting Frank at Mill Road Park tonight. Stay close, just in case. Don't tell anyone else. Within seconds, Marcus replied, Got your back, man. I'll be there. At 9:45, heart pounding, I slipped quietly out of the house, walking swiftly toward the park. The night air was cold, heavy with tension. Each step forward felt harder, my legs heavier. I scanned the empty streets constantly, half expecting Frank to appear at any moment. I reached Mill Road Park, dimly lit by flickering street lamps, shadows sprawling across the empty benches and swings. It was eerily quiet, the silence punctuated only by my rapid heartbeat. A part of me screamed to turn back and run, but pride and anger held me in place. Alex, a low, smooth voice called from behind me, making me jump. Spinning around, I saw him, Frank, leaning casually against a rusted swing set, wearing a dark jacket, hands shoved carelessly into his pockets. His eyes glinted in the moonlight, cold and calculating. You actually showed, he chuckled softly, stepping forward. Braver than I thought. My voice shook despite my best efforts. What do you want from me, Frank? Why did you sell me a stolen car? Frank tilted his head slightly, lips twisted into a smug smirk. It's nothing personal, kid. You just happened to be an easy mark. But talking to the police? He shook his head slowly. No, that was dumb. I felt anger rise, overriding my fear momentarily. You ruined my life. They took my car, and now I'm caught in the middle of something huge because of you. Frank's eyes narrowed dangerously, his voice dropping colder. Listen carefully, Alex. You talk again, to anyone, and next time it won't just be a little text message. The threat hung heavily between us. I swallowed hard, feeling my courage fade rapidly. Why are you doing this to me? I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted a car. He stepped even closer, voice lowering dangerously. Life isn't fair, kid. Sometimes you just get caught in someone else's mess. But remember, you're not the only one who can suffer. He paused meaningfully, a cruel smile forming. You have a brother, right? Jake? He's a pretty reckless driver. Be a shame if something happened while he was out joyriding again. My heart nearly stopped, cold dread washing over me. Leave Jake out of this. Frank laughed softly, enjoying my obvious fear. That's entirely up to you. Keep quiet, and maybe Jake stays safe. Your choice. Suddenly, a car door slammed shut in the distance, the sound echoing sharply through the quiet park. Frank jerked around, eyes alert. For a split second, he seemed unsure, vulnerable even. Marcus emerged from the shadows, flashlight aimed directly at Frank's face, voice shaking slightly but firm. Step away from Alex now. Frank glared at me furiously, realizing he'd lost his advantage. He hissed softly, voice filled with venom. You'll regret this, Alex. Both of you. With that, Frank turned sharply, vanishing quickly into the darkness of the park. Marcus hurried over, breathless. Alex, you okay? I nodded weakly, relief mixing with new fear. Thanks, Marcus. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't shown up. Marcus placed a steady hand on my shoulder, eyes full of concern. Dude, this is serious. We have to tell your parents now. Frank isn't just some scammer, he's dangerous. I knew Marcus was right. But telling my parents meant admitting everything. The threats, the stolen car, and worst of all, the risk I'd put Jake in. My mind raced with doubt and fear. Could I even trust my family to believe me, to help me through this? Would they blame me all over again? We stood there in the dark, Marcus's steady presence keeping me grounded. Yet the heaviness of Frank's threat lingered, haunting me. Frank had made it clear. My silence meant safety, but speaking up could endanger everyone I cared about. I felt trapped, cornered by impossible choices, with danger lurking just out of sight, ready to strike again at any moment. Marcus and I walked silently back home, my mind spinning with anxiety, anger, and determination. As soon as I stepped through the door, my parents stood waiting in the dim living room, faces tense and worried. Before they could launch into another lecture, I raised my hand sharply, silencing them for once. Stop. I need you to listen to me, really listen for the first time, I said firmly, voice unwavering despite my pounding heart. This isn't some childish fight over a car. This is real, and it's dangerous. My dad opened his mouth to interrupt, but I cut him off immediately. No, Dad. You don't get to brush this away again. The guy who sold me the car, Frank, he just threatened me. He threatened Jake, too. He's dangerous, and he's serious. The color drained from my parents' faces, their anger quickly replaced by confusion and fear. Jake stepped closer, his arrogant swagger long gone, replaced by wide-eyed worry. Wait, me? He threatened me? I nodded solemnly. Yeah, Jake. He made it clear. Keep quiet or he'll hurt you. Hurt us. Marcus saw him too. This isn't some prank or misunderstanding. It's serious. Marcus stepped up beside me, steady and calm. Alex is telling the truth. I saw Frank myself. We need to get ahead of this before something worse happens. My dad took a shaky breath, visibly rattled, finally recognizing the gravity of the situation. We'll call Officer Bennett immediately. Within minutes, Officer Bennett arrived, notebook in hand, eyes focused intently as I recounted every detail. The texts, the confrontation in the park, Frank's threats. Bennett listened carefully, nodding occasionally, eyes narrowing with determination. This Frank, he's already wanted in multiple states, Bennett finally said. Car theft, fraud, assault charges. We've been after him for months. My mother gasped, realization finally hitting her. And he targeted our son? Bennett nodded gravely. Seems like Alex was unlucky enough to be an easy mark. But thanks to his quick thinking, we've got a chance to finally nail this guy. Relief washed over me, mixed with a strange pride. Finally, someone saw me, not as a troublemaker or a doormat, but as a person who fought back against something truly wrong. Over the next several days, life shifted dramatically. The police found Frank within a week, tracked down through the information Marcus and I provided. He'd made plenty of mistakes, leaving behind evidence and trails of his scams. The stolen car fiasco became just another charge among many. And when the police finally arrested Frank, Officer Bennett personally called to give me the news, his voice holding genuine respect. Good work, Alex. You helped to stop someone truly dangerous. The tension at home slowly thawed, replaced with awkward apologies from my parents and Jake. They realized just how badly they'd misjudged me, how deeply unfair they'd been. My father handed me the keys to his car, I serious but softened by regret. Take this for now, Alex. It's the least we owe you. I took the keys calmly, but looked him directly in the eye. I appreciate that, Dad, but what I really want isn't the car. It's your respect. It's you trusting me enough to listen next time. He nodded slowly, swallowing his pride. You have it, Alex. You've more than earned it. Jake stepped forward quietly, offering me an awkward, sincere apology, the first genuine moment we'd had in years. Alex, man, I messed up. I was selfish, and I didn't think about you. I'm sorry. I accepted his apology, knowing it wasn't perfect but appreciating the effort. Thanks, Jake. Just don't ever let Mom and Dad use you like that again. Stand up for what's right, not just what's easy. Marcus and I eventually found another used car, this time triple-checking its history. I took pride in buying it myself once again, this time with everyone's support. The ordeal with Frank taught me something important about family and about myself. I wasn't weak, wasn't the pushover I'd always worried I was. When pushed too far, I stood my ground. And now, finally, everyone knew it. As months passed, the story became legendary among friends, whispered with awe and disbelief. But to me, the greatest reward wasn't revenge. It was finally earning genuine respect, self-respect most of all. I proved to my family and myself that no matter how much pressure I faced, I wasn't a doormat. I was someone who fought back and won. And that felt better than driving any car ever could. My name's Dana, and I'm 37 years old. I've never been married, don't have kids, and I live alone in a quiet apartment on the second floor of a building that smells faintly like old wood and cinnamon, thanks to the bakery downstairs. I like it here. It's peaceful, predictable. I've always been the dependable one in the family. At least that's what they call me when they need something. Groceries. A ride. Help with medical bills. Can you cover the electric this month? Could you transfer just a little for Mom's prescriptions? The twins need new shoes for school, just until next payday. It started small. Little things here and there. I didn't mind. Really, I didn't. I have a good job. I work in IT, mostly remote, and I'm careful with money. No fancy car, no lavish vacations, no high-end fashion, just stability. That was my luxury. Stability. My sister, Caroline, is 3 years younger. She married her college boyfriend, has 3 kids, and lives about 20 minutes away in a bigger house than they can afford. My brother, Rick, is 41 and still floats from one get-rich-quick scheme to the next, living with our parents off and on. My parents. Well, let's just say they never quite figured out how to retire gracefully. Dad's pension barely covers the mortgage. Mom still works part-time at the library but insists she deserves to shop like she's still in her 30s. So I helped. I've always helped. I didn't complain when Caroline forgot my birthday for the 3rd year in a row. I didn't say anything when Rick borrowed my laptop and returned it with a cracked screen and a shrug. I didn't even flinch when Mom made that comment last Christmas. Dana, it must be nice to have so much disposable income when you don't have a family to care for. She said it right after I paid the entire grocery bill for dinner. No one blinked. Not even a thank you. They don't see me, not really. To them, I'm just there. A utility. Quiet, dependable Dana. No drama. No chaos. Just a credit card and a smile. That card, by the way, was meant to be for emergencies. Years ago, when Dad had his first health scare and the hospital bills started piling up, I added my parents to one of my older credit cards. Just for doctor visits, I said. Only if you absolutely need it. They nodded solemnly, promised it was just a backup. I set up email alerts for purchases, but over time, they stopped coming. I assumed the card was dormant. I assumed wrong. A few weeks ago, I was organizing my files. Digital clutter gives me hives, and I decided to audit all my accounts. You'd be surprised how easy it is to forget old auto payments or idle subscriptions. I clicked into that card out of habit. My eyes skimmed the recent statement, expecting maybe a pharmacy charge or two. What I found made my hands go cold. For airline tickets to Aruba, a 5-night stay at a beachfront resort, restaurant bills, spa services, all in 1 week, all within the last 2 months. I blinked at the screen, refreshed it, stared again. My parents don't even like flying. Caroline and her husband had posted vague beach photos on Facebook last month with captions like, "Well-deserved family getaway." I hadn't thought much of it at the time, just scrolled past. But now, I scrolled further. More charges. A shopping spree at a high-end mall in Miami. A rental car service. And then, tucked in between all that, a charge at a luxury baby boutique. Caroline had mentioned something about hosting a baby shower for a friend. I hadn't been invited. I leaned back in my chair. My apartment was quiet, as always. The only sound was the faint whir of my ceiling fan and the soft thump of my heart, suddenly louder in my ears. I opened my banking app. Searched the email archive. Nothing. No alerts. No warnings. Just transaction after transaction, each one a new insult wrapped in silence. I called the card company. They confirmed the users, my mother, my father, and, somehow, Caroline. Authorized users, they said cheerfully. Added back in February. February. The same month I'd helped Caroline pay her heating bill. The same month Mom called crying about a surprise car repair. That was also the month they'd forgotten to invite me to Dad's birthday dinner. Rick had posted a picture of the cake. Family first, the caption read. I couldn't remember the last time someone had asked how I was doing. Really asked. Not out of obligation, but out of care. I was the provider, the fixer, the one who picked up the pieces. And while I was busy gluing things back together, they were living it up in beachfront resorts and spa lounges, laughing over drinks I unknowingly paid for. I didn't cry. I thought I would, but I didn't. Instead, I sat there, staring at the screen, letting the silence wrap around me like armor. Later that day, Caroline called me. Coincidence, maybe. She needed help with the kids, something about a half day at school, and no sitter available. Her voice was rushed, distracted, like she was already assuming I'd say yes. I said I was busy. She paused. Since when? I didn't answer. I just said goodbye and hung up. That night, I gathered receipts, downloaded statements, highlighted every transaction I hadn't authorized. I made copies, took screenshots, created folders. I didn't know what I was going to do yet, but I needed the truth in front of me. Tangible, documented. The next day, I visited my parents. Mom greeted me with that usual surprised look, like I only existed when she needed something. Dad was asleep in the recliner. Their house smelled like lavender and leftovers. I noticed a new flat-screen TV on the wall. She caught me staring. Oh, that? Rick found a deal online. He's so resourceful. I said nothing. We sat in the kitchen. She offered coffee, and I accepted, even though I didn't want it. I needed to study her face, to see if she'd flinch when I brought it up, if she'd pretend not to know, if she'd double down. But I didn't bring it up. Not yet. I asked about Caroline, about the kids, about Rick. She complained about everything. Said I was lucky not to have a family of my own. Said being single was easy. I smiled, nodded. Then I stood up, thanked her for the coffee, and left. I knew what I had to do. And just when I thought I had all the pieces lined up, I got a text from Rick. 2 words. No context. Need help. That was the moment everything shifted. I stared at Rick's message for a long time. Need help. No explanation, no greeting, not even a question mark. Typical Rick. My first instinct was to ignore it. That same dull ache in my stomach returned. The one I'd come to associate with my family's endless requests, their entitled tone, the expectation that I'd always say yes. But this time, something felt different. Maybe it was the timing. Maybe it was because I had spent the night collecting evidence of their deceit. Or maybe I was just finally tired of being the safety net no one appreciated. Still, curiosity got the better of me. I didn't reply, but I checked social media. Rick hadn't posted in a few days, which was unusual. He practically lived online, bragging about his latest business ventures and reposting motivational quotes about hustle culture. I scrolled until I found Caroline's profile instead, and that's when I saw it. A picture, just posted an hour ago. Caroline, her husband, Rick, and my parents standing on a dock beside a lake. Sunlight dancing off the water. Matching polos. Wine glasses in hand. The caption? Annual family weekend. So blessed to have this tribe. Annual. Family. Weekend. I stared at that word, family, for longer than I care to admit. I hadn't been invited. Not even a mention. They were at the lake house, the one Dad's old friend left him in the will. It wasn't anything extravagant, more rustic than luxurious, but it had been in our family for decades. I used to go there as a kid, skipping rocks on the water, roasting marshmallows with my cousins. The last time I'd been invited was 6 years ago. I remember because I'd brought a new board game I was excited about, only to have everyone brush it off for phone time and cheap beer. After that, the invites stopped. Quietly, without explanation. I assumed they just didn't go anymore. Clearly, I was wrong. I felt heat rising in my chest, slow, burning, steady. Not the flash of anger that makes you yell, but the kind that sits deep and turns your thoughts razor sharp. I went back to Rick's message. Need help? I tapped out a reply, then deleted it. No, not yet. Instead, I opened the folder on my computer, the one I'd labeled receipts. It was time to stop being quiet. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed replaying conversations from the past year. The hints. The dismissive comments. Mom joking that I was too sensitive. Caroline laughing at one of Rick's digs about how you can only afford to be generous if you're alone. And me, sitting there, nodding along, brushing it off. What kind of person was I becoming? At 3:17 a.m., I got out of bed and opened my laptop. I drafted an email, not to them, but to my bank. I flagged the suspicious activity on the credit card. I requested documentation of authorized users and dates. I contacted the card issuer and filed a formal dispute. I wasn't sure what would come of it yet, but I needed the paper trail. I needed control. The next morning, I called out of work. I took a long shower, got dressed, and drove to my parents' house again. This time, I didn't text ahead. I walked in with a quiet calm I didn't recognize in myself. The calm of someone who's done being used. Mom was in the kitchen, stirring something on the stove. She looked surprised, again, and a little annoyed. Back so soon, she said. Is everything okay? Not really, I replied. She raised an eyebrow. Well, if this is about the thermostat again, I told you. Your father likes it warmer, and it's not about the thermostat. I sat at the table and pulled out a printout of the Aruba charges, neatly highlighted. I laid it flat in front of her. Her eyes darted over it, then back up to me. I could see the moment she realized what she was looking at. Oh, that. Well, that was, your father needed a break. Caroline found a great deal, and I wasn't asked. Well, we didn't think you'd be interested. You're always so busy with work. You said you didn't like beaches anyway. I didn't say that. I said I had deadlines that week. You never even told me. Silence. Then she said it. The line that burned itself into my memory. Well, Dana, you don't have a family to take care of. You have the flexibility. That's why we figured. That I'd just pay for everyone else's fun? I didn't say that. You didn't have to. I didn't yell. I didn't even raise my voice. But my hands were shaking, and I knew she saw it. For the first time in years, I let the silence sit between us. I didn't rush to fill it with a joke or a shrug. I let it stretch until she looked down at the table and started fidgeting with her bracelet. What exactly do you want? She finally asked. Do you want us to pay you back or something? Is this about the money? That part made me laugh. It was so absurd. She said it like I was asking for gas money after a ride to the airport. No, I said. This is about respect. It's about the fact that you've been lying to me, using me, making me feel guilty for living differently, because I don't have kids, because I live alone, because I make more money. You called me selfish, Mom. You mocked me. And all the while, you were using the card you promised not to touch for vacations I wasn't even invited to. I didn't mean to hurt you, she said softly. We just thought. No, I interrupted. You didn't think at all. Or maybe you did. Maybe you knew exactly what you were doing. She didn't respond. She didn't deny it. I stood up. I've already disputed the charges. The bank's investigating. If they find fraud, they'll cancel the card. I've also removed all of you from my account. That means no more access. Not to my credit. Not to my name. Not to me. Her mouth opened and closed like she wanted to argue, but nothing came out. As I reached the door, she finally said, Dana, you can't just cut us out like this. We're your family. I stopped, turned around. So am I said. I'm my family too. And I'm finally choosing me. And then I left. But that was just the beginning. The real fallout started 2 days later, when Caroline called me screaming. The call came at 6:41 p.m., just as I was setting a pot of water to boil. I glanced at the screen, Caroline. I let it ring once, twice. My fingers hovered over the decline button, but I hesitated. There was something satisfying about watching her name light up my phone like an alarm. I finally picked up, not because I wanted to hear her voice, but because I wanted to hear what came next. Are you insane? She snapped, before I could say a word. I stayed silent. Let her go on. You froze the card. Do you have any idea what that's done to Mom and Dad? They're at the pharmacy today trying to pick up mom's medication, and the transaction was declined. Declined, Dana. There was a beat of silence like she expected me to gasp or apologize. I didn't. I warned them months ago, I said quietly. Told them it was for emergencies only. They made their choice. So did I. That's so like you. You always have to act like you're better than everyone else. What? Just because you have a steady job and no kids to worry about, suddenly you're the moral police. I sat down slowly at the table, letting her voice roll over me like static. I don't think I'm better, I said. But I am done pretending I'm not being taken advantage of. You weren't. God, you're so dramatic. You always twist everything to be about you. This family has needs, Dana. You've never understood what it's like to have to put your kids first, to worry about bills piling up, to go on luxury vacations and hide the charges under someone else's name? I cut in. My voice was still calm. Dead calm. Or maybe I just don't understand the part where I cover your groceries 1 month and then see charges from an oceanfront steakhouse the next. That wasn't even expensive. $142.59, Caroline. On a weekday. For lunch. She went quiet. I heard her breathing hard, like she was pacing, building steam. You're punishing all of us because you're bitter. Because you're alone. Oh, there it was. That's what you think this is? I said. Bitterness. I think, she hissed, that you liked holding it over us. That's why you never said no. Because it made you feel important. And now you're trying to humiliate us. You know mom's been crying for 2 days? You know dad had to call Rick for help. Oh, I said dryly. So now Rick's good for something? Another beat of silence. Caroline's voice dropped lower. You think you're so righteous. You think we need you. But guess what? We don't. We'll figure it out without your precious card. We always do. Good, I said. I hope you do. Then I hung up. I stared at my phone for a moment longer, waiting for the next message, the next passive-aggressive guilt trip. But none came, at least not immediately. And that silence? That was louder than anything she'd just screamed at me. Over the next few days, the fallout kept unfolding like dominoes. First came the email from the credit card company. They'd completed the preliminary review and found multiple unauthorized users and suspicious spending patterns. A fraud case had been opened. The card was officially locked, and I was no longer liable for over 80% of the charges. Then I got a voicemail from Mom. Her voice was watery, slow. Dana, honey, I don't understand why you're doing this. We're family. We've always helped each other. We're just disappointed. That's all. Disappointed. That word echoed in my head like a siren. Not sorry. Not, we didn't know how much we were hurting you. Just disappointment that their gravy train had pulled into the station and the doors had closed. Then came Rick's turn. His text was longer this time, riddled with spelling mistakes and all-caps rants about how you don't turn your back on blood and how real families stick together, even when times get hard. I almost laughed. Rick hadn't had a real job in 5 years. His hard times were mostly self-inflicted, pyramid schemes, failed crypto ventures, and a podcast that lasted 3 episodes and was recorded in a closet. I didn't reply. I wasn't going to. But I did one thing. I forwarded all of their messages, Caroline's, Mom's, Rick's, to a secure folder I'd labeled History. Just in case. Because I knew, deep down, this wasn't over. Not even close. A week passed. I didn't hear from any of them. It was strange, waking up without that low-level dread buzzing in my chest. I worked in peace. I cooked for myself. I even started reading again, something I hadn't done in months. I began to realize how much mental space my family had taken up. How many late nights I'd spent worrying about their bills, their needs, their passive-aggressive remarks that somehow made me feel selfish for not doing more. But the peace didn't last. Because on Friday morning, I got a letter. Not a text. Not an email. A real, handwritten letter. Mailed to my apartment. No return address. Inside was a note. 6 lines. You've made your point. We're sorry if we hurt your feelings. But this tantrum has gone on long enough. You're embarrassing yourself. Just fix it. Before you really regret it. No signature. No apology. Just a veiled threat. And a new kind of silence that suddenly felt dangerous. That was the moment I realized they weren't just entitled. They were preparing to push back. And I wasn't sure how far they'd go. The letter sat on my kitchen counter for 2 days. I didn't touch it again after reading it. I didn't throw it out either. I just left it there. Its jagged handwriting peeking out from under the corner of my napkin holder, Like some quiet threat I couldn't quite look at directly. I kept rereading that last line, before you really regret it. At first, I thought maybe it was just Caroline being dramatic. She was always the one to escalate. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't her style. She was too loud, too self-righteous to hide behind anonymous notes. And Rick? He could barely write a full sentence without using LOL or a GIF. This was someone trying to be careful, trying to send a message without fingerprints. And that scared me more than any of their screaming ever had. I considered going to the police, but what could I say? My family sent me a letter without a return address, and I feel threatened. It wouldn't go anywhere. I knew that. So I did what I always do when things get tense. I documented everything. I scanned the letter, stored it in my now-growing folder of digital receipts. Added a few photos of the envelope, too. I also set up a camera in the hallway outside my apartment, pointed at my door. Nothing obvious, just one of those tiny, battery-powered ones you can disguise in a flower pot. I wasn't paranoid. I was prepared. By the following week, the silence from my family wasn't just loud. It was tactical. Until it broke. It was a Wednesday. I remember because I had just finished a meeting with a client who couldn't figure out how to unmute himself on Zoom for 15 full minutes. I was drained. I opened my email just to clear notifications, and that's when I saw it. Subject line, urgent, family health emergency. It was from Caroline. The message read, Dana, Dad's in the hospital. It's his heart. Mom is freaking out. We need you. Please. I know things have been tense, but this isn't the time. Please come. My stomach dropped. I stared at the message for a long time, then picked up my phone and dialed the hospital. I asked for my father by name, confirmed his birth date. The nurse on the other end said, I'm sorry, we don't have any patients by that name here. I blinked. Are you sure? Positive. If he was admitted, he's not here. I hung up, and I saw it for what it was. A trap. They wanted me to come running. Drop everything. Show up vulnerable. Maybe to guilt me into fixing things. Maybe to ambush me into resolving everything their way. Or maybe, given the letter, they wanted to scare me into thinking I had no choice. But they made one critical mistake. They underestimated how deeply I was done. I waited 2 more days. No follow-up. No updates about Dad's heart emergency. Nothing. And then I made my move. I started with the credit report. I'd signed up for full monitoring after the letter, another layer of protection. And it turned out to be a good thing, because there it was, a soft inquiry from a mortgage lender. In my name. Using my email. But from an address I didn't recognize. My blood went cold. I traced the address. It was in Caroline's neighborhood. A new build. I dug deeper. It turned out the property had been recently viewed and applied for by someone using a version of my name, with minor tweaks to the spelling. They'd used my old phone number, one I had when I lived with my parents. They were trying to take out a loan. In my name. With my credit. It was stupid. Sloppy. But just close enough to cause damage if I hadn't caught it. I called the lender. I reported it as fraud. Then I contacted a lawyer. The next few days were a blur of paperwork, verifications, affidavits. I sent documents to freeze my credit. Blocked inquiries. Flagged my accounts. My lawyer helped me file a formal identity theft report, and we included every piece of evidence I had. The charges on the credit card, the unsigned letter, the fake medical emergency, the suspicious mortgage inquiry. And then came the part one didn't expect. The lawyer asked if I wanted to press charges. I hesitated. Did I? I thought about all the times I paid their bills without complaint. The birthdays they forgot. The way they laughed behind my back, mocking my lonely life. The way Mom looked at me with that mix of judgment and pity. The way Rick leeched off me for years. The smug way Caroline flaunted her family life, as if it made her superior, while quietly draining my resources like a parasite. And I said, yes, I do. The process took weeks. The police followed up. Investigators interviewed the lender, who confirmed the application had been made in person by a woman, blonde, mid-30s, driving a gray Honda. The description matched Caroline. They pulled security footage, got her face on camera. When she was questioned, she claimed she was helping me, said I'd asked her to assist with paperwork, that I was overwhelmed, that I'd always said I needed help managing my finances. She even produced an old, outdated power of attorney form I'd signed years ago during Dad's first health scare, one that didn't even cover financial accounts. It didn't work. The DA declined to press criminal charges, But Caroline was hit with a civil suit for attempted fraud. The lender blacklisted her. She lost her teaching license over the scandal. Turns out, trying to commit identity fraud disqualifies you from managing other people's children. Rick was dragged into it, too, when it was revealed he'd helped her digitally scan my documents without my consent. He was fined for his part and lost what little credibility he had left. And my parents? They begged me to drop it. They called. They wrote letters. Even Dad, who never used to say much, left a voicemail that broke something inside me. "We didn't raise you to be cruel, Dana. Family forgives." I didn't respond, because what he didn't understand, what none of them understood, was that I had forgiven. Over and over and over again. Every time they took and acted like it was owed. Every time they dismissed me, excluded me, ridiculed me for not living life on their terms. Forgiveness wasn't the problem. The problem was that they mistook my silence for approval. So I changed my number, updated my email, blocked them on social media. I told my lawyer to forward all communication through legal channels only. Then I moved. Quietly. No goodbye. I rented a small cottage in a coastal town 3 hours away. Still remote work, still simple, but mine. Peaceful. The kind of peace you only get after a storm you didn't start, but finally finished. It's been 6 months now. Sometimes I wonder if they still talk about me, if I'm the villain in their family story. The bitter, childless spinster who turned on her own. But I don't lose sleep over it anymore. I sip my coffee in silence. I read by the ocean. I answer to no one but myself. And for the first time in my adult life, I feel whole. They spent years calling me selfish for not having a family. Turns out, not having them was the most generous thing I ever did for myself. My name's Lucas, and if you'd told me 5 years ago that I'd one day be standing in a banquet hall, watching my parents hand my sister the deed to my own condo as a family gift, I would have laughed it off as a bad joke. But that night, her engagement party wasn't a joke. It was the moment everything I'd quietly swallowed for years finally turned into something colder, something sharper. Growing up, my sister Emily was the golden one. Straight A student, the one who made our parents proud, the one who deserved everything nice. I wasn't the failure, not really. I just didn't fit their image. I liked fixing things, working with my hands, flipping small places, doing renovations on the weekends while working a regular job during the week. To them, that wasn't real success. Emily became a lawyer. I became the one still figuring it out. When I finally bought my condo, a small 2-bedroom downtown that needed a ton of work, it was the first thing in my life that felt truly mine. I saved for years, lived on noodles and black coffee, pulled double shifts, learned to patch drywall and tile my own floors just to save money. My parents never visited once during the renovations. When I showed them photos of the finished place, Mom had said, "Oh, that's cute, Lucas. At least you're independent." That word, cute, stuck with me. Then came Emily's engagement. My parents were thrilled. A lawyer and a surgeon, Mom kept saying proudly, like the two of them were royal blood. I was happy for her at first, until I realized how quickly everything became about image. They planned an extravagant engagement party, invited over 100 people, rented out a ballroom that probably cost more than I made in 3 months. 2 weeks before the event, Mom called me while I was finishing a job site. "Lucas, we were hoping you could help out with the catering deposit," she said, casually, like she was asking for a glass of water. "Help out?" I asked, wiping dust off my hands. "Yes, dear. You know your sister's been under a lot of stress, and since you're in a stable place now, we thought." I cut her off. "Mom, I just finished paying property taxes. I'm not paying for a party." There was a pause. Then her sigh, the disappointed, theatrical one. "You always think of yourself, Lucas. Family helps family. Don't you want your sister's day to be perfect?" I didn't reply. I just said, "Sorry, I can't," and hung up. I didn't think much of it after that, until the day of the engagement party. I showed up wearing a simple navy suit. I wasn't flashy, but I looked fine. My parents were dressed like they were hosting a royal gala. Emily, of course, looked like she was walking the red carpet. White gown, diamond earrings, the whole show. The first hour was fine. Drinks, small talk, fake smiles. People congratulated her, and she introduced me as my brother Lucas, the handyman. I forced a polite laugh. That word again, handyman. It sounded small, like a downgrade from brother. Then came the presentation. My dad took the microphone, tapping it with that proud grin I hadn't seen since Emily got into law school. "We have one more surprise for our beautiful daughter and her fiancé," he said. The crowd turned toward him, expectant. From our family to theirs, a gift to start their new life together. He lifted a frame wrapped in gold paper and turned it around. Applause. Laughter. Emily gasped. I froze. It was my condo's deed. I recognized it instantly. The address, the title, my signature on the bottom right corner. My name, still there, but with a line drawn through it in red ink. A sticky note across the glass said, "Congratulations, Emily and Daniel, your first home." For a moment, I didn't breathe. The crowd was clapping. Mom was crying. Emily was hugging Dad, squealing, "Oh my God, you didn't." I stepped closer, my hands shaking just slightly. "Dad," I said quietly, "what is this?" He smiled, still holding the mic, "A little family gift. We know you bought the condo, but it's all in the family, right? You'll understand someday." Mom added, with that smirk she saved for me, "You can always get another place. Your sister's starting a new life." The laughter that followed didn't sound real. My stomach dropped. I could hear my pulse in my ears. Every instinct told me to yell, to grab the frame, to tell everyone exactly what was happening, but I didn't. I just stood there, numb. Emily turned to me, eyes wide and smiling. "Lucas, you don't mind, right? You're the best brother ever." I smiled back, though I could barely feel my face. "Of course," I said. My voice came out calm. "Family first." The rest of the night blurred. I stayed just long enough to avoid suspicion, then quietly slipped out before dessert. My phone buzzed with photos from relatives, captions like, "So proud of your family's generosity," and "What a blessing." I didn't reply to a single one. When I got home, I stood in my condo, the same condo I'd worked on with my bare hands. I ran my palm over the kitchen counter I'd sanded smooth myself, the tiles I'd cut until my fingers bled. They'd turned it into a party prop. I sat on the couch for a long time, replaying every moment, every dismissive comment, every time my mom called me selfish for saying no, every time Emily borrowed something and never gave it back. I thought about how my parents smiled at her success, but looked at mine like an inconvenience. Around midnight, I got up and started walking around the condo with a notebook, writing down everything I'd bought, every receipt I still had saved, appliances, fixtures, even the doorknobs I'd replaced myself. I didn't sleep that night. At sunrise, I made 3 phone calls, one to a moving company, one to an electrician I knew from a job, and one to an old friend who owed me a favor. By dawn, my building's hallway echoed with the sound of furniture being carried out. The movers didn't ask questions. I paid well, in cash. The fridge went first, then the light fixtures, then the doors, one by one, even the shower head and cabinet handles. I watched the place transform from a home back into an empty shell. At 5:12 p.m., my phone buzzed. A message from Emily. "What happened to the place? The lights don't even work." I stared at the screen for a moment before typing back, "Just returning your gift." For a full minute, there was silence. Then a flood of missed calls, from her, from Mom, from Dad. I didn't answer any. By nightfall, I was exhausted but calm. For the first time in years, calm. But the story didn't end there. Because the next morning, when Emily opened her front door, she found something waiting that made her scream loud enough for the neighbors to come running. The morning after my renovation, as I started calling it, was quiet, too quiet. The kind of calm that sits heavy before a storm. I woke up in my friend Ryan's spare room with my phone lighting up every few seconds. 57 missed calls, 12 voicemails, and a string of texts from numbers I didn't recognize. My parents' group chat was renamed Family Discussion, Urgent. I didn't open it yet. I just sat there with a coffee, watching the steam rise, feeling that weird mix of guilt and relief. For once, I wasn't reacting, I was in control. And for once, they were the ones scrambling to understand. By 8:30 a.m., I finally scrolled through the messages. The first few were predictable. "Mom, Lucas, what did you do?" "Dad, you've embarrassed the entire family. Fix this immediately." "Emily, this isn't funny, Lucas. There are wires hanging out of the walls." Daniel almost got shocked. "Mom again, you've crossed a line. I can't even look your father in the eye right now." Then a picture came through. It was of Emily's fiancé standing in the condo's empty living room, staring at the blank walls. The place looked gutted. All my work, gone, stripped clean. But I didn't feel regret. Not even a little. Still, I had to know what Emily saw that made her scream. So I scrolled further down until I found a photo my cousin sent. A note taped to the inside of the condo door. My handwriting. Congratulations on your first home. Don't forget to thank the previous owner for the foundation you're standing on. Oh wait, he moved out. I couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't rage anymore. It was something colder, almost clinical. Then came the knock on Ryan's door. It was my mother. He opened it before I could stop him, and there she was, perfectly put together in a cream cardigan and pearls, like she was heading to brunch instead of confronting her son over a family meltdown. "Lucas," she said, her voice trembling, not from sadness, but fury contained in politeness. "We need to talk." Ryan excused himself quickly, sensing danger, and left the two of us in the living room. "You humiliated us," she began. "Do you have any idea how this looks? Your sister is devastated. Everyone's talking about what you did." "What I did?" I asked calmly. "You mean what you did with my condo?" "It was our condo," she snapped. "Family property." "Family property?" I said. "I bought it. Every tile, every screw, every piece of furniture. You didn't even visit once." She hesitated, her tone turning soft and patronizing. "Lucas, you don't understand. Emily is starting her life. You're single, you don't have children. You'll have plenty of opportunities later. We just wanted to give her a head start." There it was, the logic. The twisted, manipulative reasoning they'd used my whole life to justify why she got more, why I got less, why my hard work was somehow a community donation. I stared at her and asked quietly, "And when exactly were you planning to tell me you gave away my home?" She sighed dramatically, clutching her pearls like I was being unreasonable. "We thought you'd see it as a gesture of love. You always take things so personally." I had to laugh. "You gave away my house and you're calling it love?" Her eyes narrowed. "Watch your tone. You're still my son." "Yeah," I said. "Unfortunately." She left shortly after, muttering something about talking to Dad. I didn't bother following her. That afternoon, I went back to my condo, not to apologize, but to see what they'd done since my little surprise. The door was open, the hallway echoing with Emily's voice as she yelled into her phone. "You told me it was mine, Dad." "Mine," she screamed, pacing barefoot across the dusty floor. "Do you know what he did? He took the oven." "The oven? Who even does that?" When she saw me standing in the doorway, her eyes went wide. "You have some nerve showing up here." "Just wanted to make sure the new owner's settling in," I said, leaning against the frame. "You're sick," she spat. "Mom said you've always been jealous. Now I see it. You can't stand that someone else gets what you don't have." I raised an eyebrow. "What I don't have? You mean my own property?" "Oh, please," she said, rolling her eyes. "You're just trying to make a scene because you hate that I'm finally happy." I couldn't believe it. She really believed that narrative. It wasn't even about the condo anymore. It was about ego, about control, about her need to keep being the favorite, no matter who got crushed in the process. As I walked past her, I noticed something. She and Daniel had already started bringing in furniture. New chairs, a cheap couch, a rug rolled halfway out. Like they were pretending everything was fine. Like they could overwrite what I'd built. So I left quietly, but not before noticing one detail. She hadn't changed the locks. That night, Dad called. His voice was low, angry in that controlled way he used when he wanted to sound rational. "Son," he began, "we're all very disappointed in how you handled this." "I'm sure," I said. "I understand you're upset," he continued, "but you've gone too far. Your sister's crying nonstop. Daniel's threatening to sue you." I almost laughed. "Sue me? For taking back my property?" "Lucas, be serious," he said. "This is a family matter. You've made it public. Your aunt called me. She said people online are talking about it already. Do you want to ruin your sister's reputation before her wedding?" And there it was again. Their favorite trick, guilt wrapped in morality. "Be quiet. Don't cause trouble. Think of the family's image." I let him talk for a while, until he said something that made my stomach twist. "You need to apologize, return everything you took, and sign over the deed properly," he said. "It's the least you can do after everything we've done for you. Everything you've done for me." I repeated slowly. "What exactly have you done for me, Dad?" He hesitated. "We raised you, fed you, Put a roof over your head. You mean until I turned 18 and you charged me rent to sleep in my own room? I said. There was silence on the line. Then, his tone turned cold. If you're going to act like this, maybe you shouldn't come to the wedding. I wasn't planning to, I said, and hung up. The next few days were a blur of passive-aggressive texts, relatives calling to mediate, and Facebook posts from Emily with vague captions like, "Some people can't stand to see others happy." Every time I saw one, I felt that same dull ache in my chest. Not anger, just disappointment. But they weren't done. One evening, I came home from work and found an envelope taped to my door. Inside was a letter from their lawyer. Apparently, my parents and Emily had collectively decided that the condo should remain within the family's name for unity and future stability. They accused me of malicious destruction of property and demanded I restore all removed items immediately. It was almost funny. They'd actually gone that far. I spent the next hour just pacing my apartment, reading the letter over and over. They really thought they could bully me into surrendering what was mine. Then my phone buzzed again. A message from an unknown number. "Hope you're proud. You've broken Mom's heart. She hasn't stopped crying since you left. You should see what you've done." I stared at it for a while, then typed back. She didn't cry when she erased my name off a deed. No reply. But I wasn't done either. That night, I went back through every old email, every receipt, every digital record showing my payments for that condo, from the down payment to the renovation materials. I printed everything, neatly organized in a folder. If they wanted to play legal games, fine. I'd play better. The next morning, I dropped a copy off at my lawyer's office. He skimmed the documents, then looked up at me. "They don't have a case. You're the sole owner. If anything, they've committed attempted property fraud." I nodded slowly. "Good. I'm not filing yet, but let's keep it ready." He smiled faintly. "You planning something?" I just said, "Let's call it returning the favor." A few days later, the engagement party fallout reached full swing. Friends of the family started messaging me quietly, saying they'd heard something happened at the condo. Apparently, Emily and Daniel had to move back into my parents' house temporarily because there was no running water and someone had changed the locks. I hadn't touched the locks. Not yet. But what I did next would make them wish I had. Because when Emily opened her front door the following weekend, expecting to find the place fixed up again, she was met with something else entirely, something that made her scream so loud the neighbors thought there'd been a break-in. And that was just the beginning. It took exactly 5 days after the lawyer letter for the next blow to land, and this one hit differently. The condo situation had turned into a cold war between me and my family, but what came next wasn't just disrespect. It was betrayal, the kind that takes years of built-up trust and grinds it into dust with a smile. It started on a Tuesday afternoon. I was at work, doing an electrical inspection for a client, when my phone buzzed nonstop in my pocket. Normally, I ignore calls on site, but this time, the notifications were from my bank app. Transaction alerts. Large ones. At first, I thought it was fraud. Then I looked closer. Transfers. Out of my personal savings account. 3 separate withdrawals totaling nearly $27,000. My stomach dropped. I froze right there, standing by the circuit box, the hum of the wires fading out as my heartbeat got louder. I opened the banking history, scrolled fast, and saw the names. Emily. Mom. Dad. I couldn't process it. My parents weren't even listed on that account. They shouldn't have access. Unless someone had helped them. I called the bank immediately, my voice barely steady. The woman on the other end, kind, calm, robotic, told me the transactions had been approved in person 2 days ago at a local branch. She said the staff confirmed the identity using matching documents. Documents? I asked. Yes, she said. Driver's license and proof of relationship. It was your father. My chest tightened. My father's name isn't on that account. There was a pause. According to our records, it was added recently, through a signed consent form filed last week. I felt my throat close up. A consent form I never signed. She hesitated again, then said quietly, "Mr. Reyes, I recommend coming in immediately. I'll flag your account." I didn't even finish the job. I drove straight there, adrenaline burning through my veins. When I got to the branch, the manager, middle-aged, polite, visibly uncomfortable, sat me down and handed me a folder. Inside was a printed account modification form. My name was there, my supposed signature at the bottom, and in neat cursive beside it. Authorized access granted to Martin and Rebecca Reyes, parents. It looked like my handwriting, but it wasn't. My dad had forged my signature. The manager lowered his voice. We're investigating internally, but since it involved family and the documents appeared legitimate, the teller processed it. I'm very sorry. Sorry. That word kept echoing. Sorry didn't cover it. Sorry didn't return the money. Sorry didn't fix what it felt like to realize your own parents broke into your finances like burglars in daylight. That night, I called my dad. He didn't even deny it. It's family money, he said flatly. You were being selfish with it. We just redirected it where it belonged. Redirected? I repeated. My voice cracked. You stole from me. Don't use that word, he snapped. We used it for Emily's venue deposit. You'll get it back once the wedding's done. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. You took $27,000 for a wedding? He didn't even flinch. It's your sister's future, Lucas. You should be proud to contribute. I wanted to scream, to throw something. Instead, I just stood there, the phone pressed to my ear, listening to him rationalize theft as love. You forged my signature, I said finally. Don't exaggerate. Your mother filled it out. I just signed your name because you weren't answering our calls. You left us no choice. No choice. That phrase hit harder than the theft itself. As if my boundaries were optional, as if my silence was permission. When I hung up, my hands were shaking so badly, I dropped my phone. I just sat there, staring at it, replaying every childhood memory where my dad called me overdramatic. Every time Mom said, "You'll understand when you're older." Turns out I did understand, just not the way they hoped. The next morning, I went to the police. I wasn't even sure I could press charges yet. It was complicated because of the family connection, but I filed a report anyway. The officer looked sympathetic. Family or not, it's forgery and theft, he said. If you can prove it, they're in serious trouble. I left with trembling hands clutching the report copy. A few hours later, Mom called me. Her voice was soft, trembling just enough to sound innocent. Lucas, what are you doing? You called the police. Yes, I said. Are you trying to destroy this family? She asked. Dad forged my signature. You're blowing this out of proportion. You know he didn't mean harm. We needed help, and you've always had money lying around. You could have told us no, but you didn't answer your phone. I didn't answer because you were trying to manipulate me again, I said. She went silent for a moment, then switched tactics. If you go through with this, we could lose everything. Do you really want your father in court? Your sister's wedding ruined? Is that what you want? It was brilliant, in a sick way. They weren't sorry, they were scared. Scared of being exposed. I want my money back, I said quietly. And I want you to admit what you did. She hung up. That night, I got a text from Emily. You're unbelievable. Mom's been crying for hours. All because you're obsessed with money. You could have just helped out instead of acting like a victim. It's pathetic. I didn't reply, but I saved every message, every voicemail, every email. A day later, the betrayal deepened. I got home from work to find my mailbox stuffed with letters, not just from the bank, but from my credit card company, my insurance provider, and my property manager. All of them saying the same thing. Account changes have been processed per your recent request. Someone had been calling in, pretending to be me, updating contact info, redirecting statements to my parents' address. They were trying to take control of everything, financially, legally, psychologically. That night, I sat in the dark with my laptop open, looking through all my digital accounts, locking everything down, changing passwords, freezing credit lines. I felt like a stranger was living my life through the cracks I hadn't sealed. But the final straw came that weekend. I got an invitation in the mail, Emily's wedding rehearsal dinner. My name was listed on the back of the card under "Special thanks to family sponsors." Sponsors, as if I had willingly funded it. As if I'd written a check with love instead of having my signature stolen. That was the breaking point. I showed up at my parents' house the next evening. They looked startled when I walked in unannounced. Emily and her fiancé were there, laughing in the kitchen with wine glasses in hand. Mom froze first. Lucas, she said, her tone cautious. Sit down, I said. My voice was calm, low, and steady, too steady. Even I could hear it. They sat. I placed a stack of papers on the table. The forged consent form, the bank transaction printouts, the police report, and photos of the sponsorship card. You forged my signature, I said to Dad. You stole my money. You tampered with my accounts. You've crossed into fraud. I don't care if you're family. You're going to make this right. Dad's face turned red. You're threatening your own father? I'm holding you accountable. Emily stood up, rolling her eyes. Oh, please. You're embarrassing yourself. It's money, Lucas. Get over it. I turned to her. You really think this is about money? She scoffed. It always is with you. No, I said slowly. It's about respect. It's about boundaries. It's about you taking everything I build and calling it yours because you think I won't fight back. Mom tried to intervene, but I held up a hand. No, you don't get to talk right now. For the first time in my life, she went silent. I picked up the papers again. You have 72 hours to return every cent. If you don't, this becomes a criminal case. And if you think I'm bluffing, ask the officer who already has your file. The room fell dead quiet. Dad clenched his jaw, eyes burning with something between anger and disbelief. You'd really do that to your own blood? I didn't do this to family, I said. You did. I left without another word. That night, I sat in my car for a long time before starting the engine. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, not from fear, but from the ache of realization. The people who raised me, who were supposed to protect me, had been using me like a resource. Not family, leverage. That was the night something inside me finally snapped. The guilt was gone. The hesitation vanished. They wanted to play dirty? Fine. Because the next morning, I started planning something that would make their little gift stunt look like child's play. It wasn't revenge, not yet. It was justice, dressed in patience. And when it landed, none of them would see it coming. For the next few weeks, everything in my life slowed down, not because I wanted it to, but because I couldn't bring myself to keep pretending things were normal. It was like walking through fog. I went to work, I came home, but everything in between felt muted. My body went through the motions, but my mind kept replaying that moment at my parents' table, the silence, the disbelief, the way my father said, "You'd really do that to your own blood?" I didn't feel triumphant after that confrontation. I felt empty, like I'd just burned down something that could never be rebuilt. Every morning, I'd wake up expecting an apology, a phone call, a text that said, "We messed up." But instead, I got more of the same: silence from Dad, cold messages from Mom, and snide remarks from Emily posted online. She turned the entire story around, painting me as the greedy one. Her caption under a photo of her and Daniel drinking champagne read, "Some people can't stand seeing others happy. Family should lift you up, not drag you down." Hundreds of likes. Cousins commenting heart emojis. Friends writing, "Ignore the drama. You deserve everything." I wasn't even angry at that point. Just tired. Then came the real fallout. My parents started spreading their version of events. Word got around the extended family fast. Lucas is suing his parents over a misunderstanding. Lucas refused to help pay for his sister's wedding. Lucas always had a chip on his shoulder. Calls started pouring in from relatives I hadn't spoken to in years. Some were polite but guilt-tripping. Family isn't perfect, but they're still your parents, honey. Others were downright cruel. You're disgusting. They gave you everything, and you repay them like this. The worst part? No one asked for my side. They just assumed the golden daughter and the respectable parents couldn't possibly be wrong. I stopped answering my phone altogether. Bills piled up because my frozen accounts took weeks to fix. The $27,000 loss crippled my savings, and while my lawyer helped me start the recovery process, it wasn't instant. The condo, the place I'd once been proud of, felt like a battlefield now. Every time I drove past it, I'd see new curtains in the windows or a delivery truck outside, and it made me sick. That place was my first real achievement, and they'd twisted it into a symbol of humiliation. I spent nights sitting in my car, parked a few blocks away, just staring at it. It sounds pathetic, I know, but there was something about seeing strangers live in a space I'd built that made my chest ache. Like watching someone else wear your skin. Ryan, my friend, kept telling me to move on. "Bro, it's not worth it," he said one night over beers. "You're torturing yourself. Let it go." "I can't," I said quietly. "You don't get it. It's not about the money. It's about what it means." He leaned back in his chair. "Then what does it mean?" I looked down at my hands, calloused from years of work. "It means they finally proved me right." He didn't ask what I meant. He just nodded, and we sat there in silence. A few days later, I got an email from my employer. Due to budget restructuring, my contract wouldn't be renewed after the next 2 months. Perfect timing. I'd been the guy who worked weekends, stayed late, trained new hires. But when layoffs hit, loyalty didn't matter. I walked home that day in the rain, my work boots soaked, feeling smaller with every step. When I got back to my apartment, there was a note under the door, no envelope, no signature. Just handwriting I recognized immediately. Lucas, please stop this madness. We can fix it. Come over for dinner this Sunday. Love, Mom. It should have been a peace offering, but the word fix didn't mean reconciliation, it meant surrender. It meant drop the charges, pretend none of this happened, go back to being the quiet one who never fights back. I tore the note in half. That weekend, I skipped the dinner. Instead, I drove out to a lake about an hour away, one I used to visit when I was younger. It was freezing cold, wind cutting through my jacket, but the silence there felt cleaner than anything I'd felt in months. I sat on the hood of my car, staring at the water, wondering how everything got this far. I thought about my childhood, the subtle favoritism that never looked obvious on paper. How Emily got her first car at 17 while I was told to work for mine. How my parents praised her every achievement like a golden ticket while treating my wins like footnotes. How every disagreement somehow ended with me apologizing. Maybe this was always coming. Maybe the condo was just the final straw in a long chain of quiet betrayals. That night, I wrote something down in my journal, a line that would later become the blueprint for everything that followed. If they only value what they can take from me, then I'll make sure there's nothing left to take. The next few weeks were brutal. I lost my appetite. I barely slept. Every time I saw a family photo online, it felt like someone was pressing on a bruise. They all looked so happy, smiling at dinners, toasting with champagne, pretending nothing happened. It wasn't until one morning, scrolling through Emily's wedding updates, that I saw something that flipped a switch inside me. A photo of the venue, beautifully decorated, with the caption, "Can't believe it's almost here." None of this would have been possible without my amazing family, especially my brother, who made such a generous contribution. Heart emoji. Generous. I stared at that word for a long time. That's when I decided I was done begging for understanding, done waiting for an apology that would never come. The following days, I started quietly pulling my life into order. I sold some of my tools, downsized my apartment, and started working small renovation gigs under the radar. Cash only, no paper trail. I even took on side projects fixing rentals for real estate agents who didn't care about resumes, just results. Every night, I'd come home exhausted, covered in paint or dust, but it felt peaceful. Honest work. No fake smiles, no manipulation. Just me and what I could build with my hands. Still, there were moments that hit hard, like the day my cousin texted me a group photo from Emily's bridal shower. Everyone was there. Mom, Dad, aunts, cousins. My chair at the table, empty. It didn't even hurt the same way anymore. It just confirmed what I already knew. I wasn't part of that family, not really. I was a tool they used until it stopped working in their favor. Then one night, I came home to an envelope taped to my apartment door again, but this time, it wasn't from Mom. Inside was a formal notice, cease and desist, signed by my father's lawyer. It claimed my accusations of forgery were defamatory, and that if I didn't withdraw my police report within 10 days, they'd pursue legal action. They were threatening me. I sat at my kitchen table, staring at the letter, my hands trembling, not with fear, but with the realization that I'd reached the bottom. There was nothing left for them to take, and yet they still wanted to break me completely. That night, I didn't sleep. I just sat there in the dark, the hum of the fridge filling the silence. At one point, I whispered to myself, "You can't win against people who have no shame." And then another thought followed, soft, quiet, almost dangerous. Unless you stop playing their game. I grabbed my notebook again and started sketching something new. Not buildings, not repair plans, but an idea. A long game. Something that wouldn't just balance the scales, it would rewrite them. The first step was distance. Emotional distance. I stopped checking their posts, stopped answering extended family. When coworkers asked about my family, I changed the subject. When Mom texted again, long paragraphs about forgiveness and family unity, I didn't reply. For the first time, silence became my ally. The second step was patience. I started saving again, Every spare dollar from side work going into an account under a new name. I learned from their tactics. I wasn't going to rush. And the third step, well, that one I kept to myself. Because revenge wasn't about anger anymore. It was about precision. As the months went by, I built something else, something bigger than a condo or a bank account. Something they'd never expect from the son they once called the handyman. But before that plan could unfold, something else happened. Something that nearly broke me again, just before everything changed for good. It started with a phone call from an unknown number, a familiar voice trembling on the other end, and 5 words that pulled me right back into the mess I thought I'd escaped. "Lucas, your father's in trouble." The call came on a cold Thursday morning while I was sanding down cabinets in a half-renovated apartment. My hands were dusty, music low, and for once, my head was clear. When my phone buzzed, I almost ignored it. Unknown number, no voicemail. But something told me to pick up. "Lucas," a woman's voice said, trembling. It took me a second to recognize her. My aunt, Dad's older sister, the one who rarely got involved in family drama. I didn't know who else to call. "Your father's in trouble." My stomach tightened. What kind of trouble? There was a pause, then a sigh. "Financial. He made some poor investments. The police were here earlier." "It's bad, Lucas." I wiped my hands on my jeans and leaned against the counter. "Police." She hesitated. "He borrowed money from people he shouldn't have. Businessmen. Private lenders. He can't pay them back. They're talking about fraud charges. Your mother's a wreck." I didn't say anything at first. I should have felt something, panic, anger, maybe pity. But all I felt was a dull ache, like hearing that a storm hit a house you used to live in but haven't called home in years. "He told everyone you might help," my aunt added. "That you'd bail him out." Of course he did. I exhaled slowly. "Tell him I said good luck." And I hung up. For the first time in months, I didn't feel powerless. I felt free. The same man who forged my signature, who stole my savings and humiliated me in front of everyone, was finally facing consequences that didn't involve me being the scapegoat. But that phone call also changed something inside me. It wasn't satisfaction I felt, it was clarity. I realized how fragile everything they'd built really was. Their perfect image, their reputation, their money, it was all scaffolding on a cracked foundation. And for years, I'd been the one holding it up without realizing it. Now, without me, it was collapsing. And I wasn't going to catch it this time. That same week, something strange happened. Opportunities started appearing in my life, almost like karma had finally checked her calendar. A client I'd worked for months earlier, an older woman who owned several rental properties, called out of the blue. "Lucas, you still doing renovation work?" she asked. "Always," I said. She laughed. "Good. I just fired my last contractor." "Lazy idiot. You interested in taking over 6 of my units?" "Full remodels. 6 units." That was a massive job. More money than I'd made all year. I took it. Worked 16-hour days. Ate lunch in the truck. Slept 4 hours a night. But every nail I hammered, every wall I painted, felt like building a life that no one could take from me again. By the end of that first month, my savings had doubled, then tripled. I upgraded my old beater truck to a used Ford F-150. Not new, but reliable. I rented a small storage space for my tools, registered a business name, Reyes Restoration and Design, and printed business cards. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine. The work spread fast. Word of mouth in construction is like wildfire. Do one job right, and 5 more find you. Within 6 months, I had more requests than I could handle. I started hiring a small crew, 3 guys I trusted, all from similar backgrounds. Hardworking, quiet, loyal. For the first time in my life, I was a boss. Meanwhile, the silence from my family grew louder. No calls, no texts, no guilt tripping. Just the occasional rumor floating through relatives that Dad had sold his car, that they'd taken out another mortgage, that Emily's wedding had been scaled down. Scaled down. That phrase made me smile. I found out later what scaled down meant. The venue had dropped them after a bounce payment, and Emily had to settle for a smaller hall. The same hall where I'd helped fix the flooring years ago as a side job. Life has a way of looping around like that. I didn't attend, of course, but I saw the photos online. No grand ballroom. No string quartet. No perfect family photo with me cropped out. Just Emily smiling a little too hard, Daniel's tie slightly crooked, my parents trying to look proud but exhausted. It was the kind of picture you'd scroll past without realizing something deeper was wrong. Around that same time, my lawyer called me with an update. "Good news," he said. "The investigation's done. Your father's forgery case? The evidence was overwhelming. The bank's cooperating. They've refunded your losses." "Refunded?" I asked, stunned. "Full amount, plus restitution. You'll get it within 10 business days." When I hung up, I sat there in my truck for a long time, just breathing. It wasn't even about the money, it was what it symbolized. For once, the system had actually worked in my favor. A few days later, the deposit hit. $27,000, plus another 4 in penalties. I withdrew $100 in cash, went to the same coffee shop where I used to sit broke and defeated, and treated myself to the most expensive cup on the menu. That night, I drove past the condo. It was dark, empty. A "for sale" sign hung crooked by the entrance. I pulled over, just staring. There was something poetic about it. The same place that once symbolized everything they took from me was now worthless to them. Another failed attempt at pretending they owned what wasn't theirs. Through a mutual acquaintance, I learned why. The unit had plumbing issues after Daniel tried renovating on his own. Water damage, mold, repairs worth thousands. They'd tried selling it quietly, but word spread fast. No one wanted it. I didn't tell anyone what I did next. A month later, the condo had a new owner. Me. Bought it under my company name, at a foreclosure price that was less than half what it was worth. The bank didn't even realize the irony. When I signed the papers, the realtor said, "You're getting a steal." I smiled. "Yeah," I said. "I've heard that before." That moment, sitting in that office, holding the keys again, felt like crossing an invisible line. I wasn't the guy they pitted anymore. I was the man who'd rebuilt himself from the ground up while they were too busy clinging to illusions. The first thing I did after getting the keys, I walked into the condo and stood in the middle of the empty living room. It smelled like mildew and paint thinner, but to me, it was beautiful. I turned on the lights, new bulbs I'd replaced myself years ago, and said quietly, "Welcome back." I didn't fix it right away. No, I let it sit for a while. I wanted the quiet to sink in, to remind me of how far I'd come. Weeks later, when I finally started restoring it, I worked slowly, carefully, methodically. Every nail, every brushstroke was personal. I wasn't just rebuilding a condo. I was reclaiming my story. Around that time, my company exploded in popularity. Clients recommended me to their friends, and soon, I had contracts lined up months in advance. I got licensed, expanded into neighboring cities, and hired a project manager. For the first time in my life, I wasn't scraping by, I was thriving. It was surreal, though. Some nights I'd be eating takeout in my truck, staring at invoices worth more than my old yearly salary, and I'd think about how close I came to giving up. But success didn't fill the silence. The anger still lingered beneath the surface. The kind that doesn't shout, it just waits. Because even though life was better, the scars didn't fade. I still remembered Mom's voice calling me selfish. Dad's signature pretending to be mine. Emily's smug caption about family lifting you up. And now, years later, they were the ones falling. My aunt texted me again one evening. "Your parents are selling the house. Things are difficult. They could lose everything." I didn't reply. But part of me, the part that still remembered being that quiet kid standing in a banquet hall while my parents handed away my deed, knew the story wasn't over yet. Because fate had just placed me in a position I'd never been before. Power. Real, tangible power. Financial, emotional, and moral. And I was finally ready to use it. Not for revenge, at least not at first, but to set the record straight. I had their attention now, even if they didn't know it yet. And when the time came, they were going to understand exactly what family first meant. The work I'd put into rebuilding the condo taught me more than how to lay tile or wire a light switch. It taught me patience, timing, and the quiet satisfaction of making something whole again. But the thing that turned the whole story from a comeback into something sharper was what I learned when I stopped looking at my family like people and started looking at them like a structure, weak points and all. It started with one small observation. People who build their lives on other people rarely pay attention to paperwork. They assume love and favors will cover any missing signatures, and they let laziness hide as tradition. That oversight was my entry point. If they were sloppy with the truth, they were sloppy with contracts, accounts, and, most importantly, public records. So I did what I'd done with every renovation. I inspected everything. I dug into county filings, pulled records on property transfers, mortgages, business registrations. I found that the shell company Dad had used for family repairs had never filed annual reports properly. The so-called family fund account had been held at a small credit union with lax security, and several payments for Emily's wedding had been routed through a contractor who, it turned out, was on the edge of insolvency. Patterns emerged, the same few names, the same shaky paperwork, the same people who stood to profit the most when something moved through the family like money through a sieve. It was almost disgusting how easily it all came together. But disgust turned into leverage. I printed everything, organized it, and fed it to my lawyer in neat, labeled folders. He smiled in that way lawyers smile when a messy web suddenly resolves into a clear path for action. "You've got options now," he said. "More than you know." The first option was public. Expose the fraud, hand the records to the authorities, watch the system do its work. There was pleasure in that, justice wearing a subpoena, but it would be messy and slow, and it would humiliate people I'd once loved. The second option was quieter, surgical. Use the facts to negotiate. Use leverage to reclaim what was taken and then some. Turn their own carelessness into my leverage. I chose the surgical route. What followed felt less like revenge and more like strategic unpeeling. I started by quietly contacting the contractor who'd received the wedding funds. He was irritable, behind on payroll, and terrified of losing his subcontracting licenses. I listened to him vent for a while, then offered him a deal. Sign an affidavit confirming the funds he'd received came from my parents' account and were explicitly earmarked for services that were never delivered. In return, I'd delay pursuing further action and help him land a new client through my network. He took it. Fear makes people make sensible choices fast. Next, I contacted the small credit union. I framed it as due diligence. I had reason to believe funds had been withdrawn under false pretenses and wanted records showing where the money went. The compliance officer obliged. When you present paperwork and a lawyer's letterhead, institutions move swiftly. The trail led to a set of invoices, some forged, some padded, and one meeting where my father had signed off on advance payments that had 0 deliverables attached. With each confirmation, I didn't shout it from the rooftops. I didn't post anything online. I consolidated, I prepared. I had restitution coming from the earlier bank settlement. True, but this was different. This was leverage over behavior, and leverage is more valuable than cash when you want to change how people act. Money can be repaid. Reputations and options are harder to rebuild. I also did something else, something my father never anticipated. I quietly reached out to people who still respected me, people my parents assumed I'd burn bridges with. One by one, past clients, neighbors, even an old mentor who ran a small real estate fund. That mentor sent me a single line in a text that meant everything. I remember who shows up and does the work. Within weeks, investors who had been on the fence started calling. They liked that I'd reclaimed the condo, and they liked that I'd built my business from nothing. They weren't interested in family dramas. They were interested in returns. I'd built credibility out of authenticity, and that credibility bought me options, new projects, a line of credit, a space to scale up. Meanwhile, internally, the pressure I'd been applying caused small fractures to appear in their armor. A relative who'd co-signed on one of Dad's bad loans started asking questions about repayment schedules. The contractor I'd pressured began forwarding emails that implicated Mom in approving padded invoices. A neighbor at the condo complex, one who'd once laughed at my handyman title, told me Daniel had tried to cut corners and had made a mess that cost more than the original repairs. It was quiet, it was petty, and it was effective. Then came the key move. I arranged a meeting with Emily, on neutral ground, at a cafe neither of us had been to since childhood. She arrived early, looking composed in that practiced way she always did. I ordered coffee and waited until she sat down. There was a moment when I saw the old sister reflected in her face. Tight smile, anxious brow, and something like pity flickered, but I swallowed it. "I don't want drama," I said, slow and measured. "I want recognition for what's mine and a clean break from what isn't." She folded her hands, eyes narrowing. "You mean you still care about the condo?" "It's not about a building," I replied. "It's about principle, and about the fact that you, Dad, and Mom crossed a line." She laughed, a short, brittle sound. You always dramatize things, Lucas. I slid a single piece of paper to her across the table, a copy of an invoice with her name on it, a receipt from a designer that never showed up, and a note from the contractor apologizing for the extra charges. Her expression changed from dismissal to something else. Concern, maybe the first crack of doubt. I can make this go away quietly, I said. You sign a statement that you never authorized taking my property and that you acknowledge the funds were withdrawn without my consent. You get to keep your wedding, you keep your pride. Or I can take this to the people who will make sure the legal and financial consequences are public. Her face flushed. You wouldn't. I would, I said. But I'd rather not. I don't want to destroy you. I want what I deserve. She stared at the paper, hands trembling now. Pride warred with panic. Pride always does first, until the bill collectors arrive. Fine, she said finally, voice small. I'll talk to Mom and Dad. That night, I sat in my condo with the city lights bleeding through the blinds and felt oddly empty. I'd arranged the pieces, nudged the dominoes into place, and given them a choice. The real test was whether they'd pick pride or peace. If they chose peace, I'd extract what I needed, documents returned, an admission, an agreement to repair the damage done. If they chose pride, the consequences would ripple wider than this family dinner table ever had. A week later, Emily called. Her voice was thin. They won't sign, she said. Dad says he'd rather risk everything than admit he was wrong. I listened. The anger that rose inside me wasn't loud, just a steady pulse. Okay, I said. Then we don't negotiate anymore. That same day, I walked into my lawyer's office with 7 sealed folders and a clear plan. The folders contained copies of bank records, invoices, affidavits from the contractor, a timeline of forged withdrawals, and a batch of emails that showed collusion to conceal payments. I also had a public relations contact on standby, someone who knew how to make a narrative tidy and undeniable without sensationalism. We crafted a measured statement. Factual, non-salacious, impossible to spin into sympathy for the accused. Ready? My lawyer asked. I nodded. Do it. He sent letters, formal, precise, to the parties involved. The contractor, the credit union, local authorities. He filed an official complaint about the padded invoices and the misappropriation of funds. He informed the lender who had claims against Dad that I had records showing misuse of those funds. The legal machine began to hum. Within 48 hours, there were inquiries. The contractor agreed to cooperate fully when confronted with the evidence. The credit union placed holds on accounts tied to suspicious transactions. A lender requested an immediate audit. The voices that had once laughed at me as the handyman started to sound nervous when they called my name. It was cleaner than I'd imagined and more brutal than I'd wanted. News traveled in little pockets. Neighbors whispered, distant relatives sent furtive messages, and Emily began to avoid family gatherings entirely. The house where they'd once celebrated achievements suddenly felt like a room with a slowly lowering roof. I'd set out wanting my property and my dignity back. Now I had control. Not a vindictive, gloating control, but a power that allowed me to decide how much to reveal and when to press. I could ruin them, expose them, and watch as their perfect image crumbled. Or I could use the leverage to force restitution, protect the contractor so he didn't go under, and press charges only when necessary. I chose both. I demanded full restitution to restore my accounts, public retraction emails to family members that had smeared me, and a formal statement acknowledging the forgery and fund misuse. In exchange, I offered to withhold the most damaging documents from public release, provided they complied fully and immediately. It was a tightrope, mercy for compliance, consequences for defiance. The night they finally came to sign, the house smelled of stale coffee and fear. Dad's hands shook as he held the pen. Mom's eyes were rimmed red. Emily avoided my gaze entirely. They signed the documents, but the faces they made were a mix of relief and something worse, defeat. When the papers were filed and the restitution checks written, a strange calm settled over me. The law had done its part, my ledger balanced. But the real payback, what I'd quietly set in motion, was watching their world rearrange itself to fit the truth. Friends who'd once fawned were distant. Lenders called with tighter terms. The house went on the market, and for the first time in years, my parents had to face the idea of starting over without the illusion of safety. I stood on the balcony of the condo one night, looking out at the city, and realized something else had shifted. My identity wasn't tied to being the guy they'd labeled handyman anymore. I was Lucas, the man who could build, who could plan, who could take what was broken and turn it into something better. Power had come with price and purpose. But even as restitution cleared and the legal threats faded, a hollow part of me remained. The family fractures weren't healed. They were set like concrete around old bones. And there was one final thing I wanted, not money, not an apology, but a moment that would make them feel the same smallness they'd made me feel for decades. A moment that would close the chapter properly. I planned it like I did everything else. Quietly, precisely, with patience. I didn't need spectacle. I needed the truth to be undeniable and to land in the one place that mattered the most to them. Their reputation in the small circle that still admired them. The night I put the last piece in motion, I sat alone in the condo with the keys on the table and a single lamp on. I wrote a short note and tucked it into an envelope addressed to the entire family. I didn't sign it. Inside, I placed copies of the documents they'd signed and one photograph, a single image of the framed deed, the one Dad had waved in the banquet hall months ago, now with my name cleanly across it again. I walked to the mailbox and dropped it in. Then I waited. What came next was quieter than I expected and heavier than I imagined. Early the next morning, my phone buzzed nonstop. The first message was from an unknown number. "We found the envelope. We're meeting tonight." I smiled, and for the first time in a long time, I slept. But when I woke up, the world had shifted in a way I hadn't counted on. There was a knock at my door, unexpected, deliberate, and when I opened it, the expression on the person standing there told me that whatever I'd set in motion had reached deeper than I thought. When I opened the door that morning, I expected maybe a courier or a client. Instead, it was my mother. She looked 10 years older, hair unkempt, eyes swollen, the kind of exhaustion that seeps into a person when the walls finally close in. She didn't say anything at first, just stood there gripping an envelope. "Can I come in?" she whispered. I stepped aside. She walked in like she was entering a stranger's home, eyes darting around the condo that used to be theirs. She stared at the framed deed on the table, the one with my name restored, the one I'd sent copies of. Her lips trembled. "I didn't know," she said. "About everything Martin did. About the accounts, the signatures. I thought you were exaggerating." I stayed quiet. Her voice cracked. "They froze our accounts. The lender wants the full balance by next month. Emily's panicking. Daniel's left. Your father, he's not well." I took a breath. "You mean you finally saw what happens when you build your life on lies?" She looked at me then, not angry, not defensive, just hollow. "We thought we were doing what's best for the family. We didn't see how much it was costing you." I could have yelled, could have thrown every insult, every wound back at her. But all I felt was a strange calm. "No, Mom. You didn't want to see." She nodded, tears falling freely now. "You're right. There was silence between us for a long time. The kind of silence that feels like a funeral for something that died years ago but was only now being buried." She finally set the envelope down on the counter. "Your father asked me to give you this. He said he couldn't face you himself." Inside was a check, restitution for the final balance they owed me, and a letter, handwritten in Dad's unmistakable blocky script. "Lucas, I won't ask for forgiveness. I wouldn't forgive me either. I was proud, and that pride ruined us. You were right to fight back. Maybe you were the only one in this family brave enough to do what I never could, stand up to me. Take care of yourself, son. You won't hear from me again. No excuses, no manipulation, just truth." When I looked up, Mom was already at the door. "I hope someday we can talk," she said softly, "when it doesn't hurt so much." I nodded. Maybe. After she left, I sat at the counter for a long time staring at the letter. For the first time in years, I didn't feel like a victim or a survivor. I felt like someone who'd finally walked through the fire and made it to the other side, burned, but whole. News spread fast through the family. My aunt called a week later to say my parents had sold their house. Emily's law firm let her go after the audit revealed her connection to the forged accounts. She tried reaching out once, but I didn't answer. Some endings don't need conversations. Within a few months, the house that used to host birthdays and holidays went up for auction. My business, on the other hand, doubled in size. We moved into a new office, modern, bright, with a view of the same city skyline I used to stare at through cracked blinds. One afternoon, I was finishing paperwork when Ryan walked in holding a bottle of whiskey. Heard your folks finally moved out, he said. I nodded. Yeah, feels strange. He poured 2 glasses. Strange good or strange bad? I thought for a moment. Strange honest. We clinked glasses, and for the first time in a long time, the laughter that followed didn't feel forced. Later that night, I drove past my parents' old neighborhood. The house was dark, a sold sign leaning crooked in the yard. The lawn was overgrown, windows dusty. For years, that house had been their fortress, the symbol of everything I supposedly wasn't. Now it was just another empty property. I parked for a moment, rolled down the window, and let the cool air in. There was no hatred left, just closure. I started the truck, glanced once more at the place where everything began, and whispered, family first, right? Then I smiled, shifted into drive, and left it all behind, this time for good. My name's Alex. I'm 34, single, and just recently learned that I've been the world's most reliable doormat. You know, the kind that people wipe their feet on when they walk in, forget about, and then blame for tracking dirt through the house. It's weird realizing that you've spent your entire adult life playing the role of responsible child in a family sitcom you never auditioned for. A sitcom where the punchline is always the same. Let's give it all to Brandon. Brandon is my younger brother. He's 29, chronically unemployed, self-diagnosed as a visionary, and to this day believes that his YouTube channel, which currently has 17 subscribers, all of whom are bots or family, will one day become a multi-million-dollar media empire. He uploads one video every 2 months. It's usually just him talking about business energy and alpha wavelengths. It's the kind of thing that makes Joe Rogan sound like a scholar. When we were growing up, I used to think Brandon was just a late bloomer. He got into trouble in school constantly, refused to do homework, and once tried to build a treehouse by hammering a bunch of old cereal boxes together. My parents? They called it creative ingenuity. He's just thinking outside the box, Alex, Mom said, watching her youngest stack frosted flakes into a wobbly, glue-covered tower on the lawn. I was the opposite. Straight A student, part-time job at 16, full scholarship to college, and never even got a parking ticket. I once called my mom to apologize for getting an A-. She said, well, maybe next time you'll get an A. That's just how it was in our house. Brandon was the dreamer. I was the worker. And guess which one they thought would change the world? Spoiler alert, it wasn't the guy with the 401k. Now, fast forward a decade. After college, I came back to town temporarily, just for a few months, I told myself, to help my parents after Dad's minor surgery. That was 6 years ago. Somehow I never left. I got a job nearby, paid rent for my own little apartment, but spent almost every weekend at their place mowing the lawn, doing grocery runs, fixing broken faucets, and covering for Brandon, who was supposed to help but always had business meetings. Once, I walked into one of his meetings and found him sitting in his room watching an anime character eat ramen in slow motion. But I didn't say anything. That's my thing, apparently. I don't say anything. I just keep doing what's needed, like the human equivalent of duct tape. Then came the will. I wasn't expecting fanfare. I'm not that naive. But I also wasn't expecting to sit across from my parents in their living room and hear my mom say, with a straight face, we've decided to leave everything to Brandon. He just has so much potential. I blinked. Once. Twice. Thought maybe I'd misheard her. You mean you're splitting it between us and giving him the house? I asked, my voice doing that calm, weird thing it does when I'm too stunned to be angry. Dad shook his head. No, son. We mean everything. House, savings, cars. We talked about it. You'll be fine. You always are. I just sat there. My parents, who I've supported emotionally, physically, and yes, financially, because their mortgage ballooned after they refinanced to help Brandon buy crypto while it's hot, had just told me that because I'm fine, I don't need anything. Let that marinate for a second. I've been paying part of their mortgage for years. Years. Because Brandon kept bouncing checks and my parents couldn't cover everything on their fixed income. And now, they were giving it all to him. Because he might be successful someday. He's got that spark, Mom said. He just needs the right push. I don't know what kind of spark she meant. The only spark Brandon had was the time he tried to make a DIY flamethrower out of a hairspray can and a lighter. Yes, really. And no, I didn't stop him. Some lessons are best learned with minor burns. I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I didn't say a single word. I just stood up, walked out of that house, and didn't look back. For weeks. But here's the thing. They never canceled my automatic payments. Every month, like clockwork, $700 still came out of my account, sliding quietly into their mortgage like a loyal little worker be still doing his job. At first, I didn't even notice. I had other things on my mind. I moved into a new place across town, cut off most contact, and decided I was going to start living for myself. I got a dog, a mutt named Larry who thinks the vacuum is his mortal enemy and sleeps like he pays rent. I finally signed up for pottery classes, something I always wanted to try but never had the time for because I was too busy being the family handyman slash banker slash therapist. Then one day, I was checking my bank account for something else and saw the charge. The mortgage payment. Still going through. Still helping support the family that had just disinherited me for being too competent. I stared at the transaction for a good minute. Then I laughed. Out loud. In the middle of a grocery store parking lot. Because of course they hadn't canceled it. Of course they assumed I'd just keep paying, even after telling me, literally, that my value was in how not needy I was. It was like they thought I was some kind of personal finance Roomba. You push a button, it keeps working, and every so often you empty the little dustbin of expectations. That was the moment the anger finally set in. Not hot, loud anger. No, this was cold. Calculated. I didn't want to yell or demand or make a scene. I wanted to watch. So I canceled the auto payment. Quietly. No warning. No text. No phone call. Just a silent, satisfying click. The kind of click you imagine hearing at the end of a movie scene when the villain realizes they've lost. And then I waited. Weeks passed. Silence. No word from them. I started to think maybe they'd figured it out and decided not to push it. Maybe they were too proud. Or too ashamed. Or maybe, just maybe, Brandon had finally stepped up and taken some responsibility. Then my phone rang. It was my mom. I stared at the screen like it was haunted. We hadn't spoken since the will incident. My thumb hovered over the screen. And for reasons I still don't fully understand, I picked up. "Alex," she said. Her voice was tense, brittle, like she was trying very hard not to sound panicked. "There seems to be a problem with the mortgage." I almost smiled. "What kind of problem?" I asked, keeping my voice smooth, polite, helpful, the way I always had. "Well," she hesitated, we missed the last payment. It didn't go through. We called the bank, and they said the account was closed." "Oh no," I said. "That must be stressful." There was a long pause. I could hear her breathing. "I don't know what happened," she said eventually, trying to sound casual. "Did something change with your account?" I let the silence stretch just a second longer than normal. Then I said, "Oh, I figured since Brandon was getting the house, he'd want to start practicing for the responsibilities that come with it." You could have heard a pin drop. The silence on the other end was thick, tangled. My mom didn't say a word for almost 30 seconds. And then she hung up. I haven't heard from her since. But that wasn't the end. Not by a long shot. Because about 2 days later, Brandon called. Now, I hadn't spoken to him since before the whole will thing. Not a text, not a meme, not even one of his cryptic Instagram stories where he films himself staring out the window while quoting Elon Musk. Honestly, I didn't even know I still had his number saved. I stared at the screen, considered letting it go to voicemail. But curiosity is a dangerous thing. Like poking a bear just to see if it growls. I answered. "Yo, Alex," he said, his voice just a little too upbeat. Like he was trying to sound casual, but had clearly rehearsed whatever this was. "Hey," I said, keeping my tone neutral. Polite. The way people talk to customer service reps and exes. "So, Mom said there was an issue with the mortgage?" "Right. Straight to it." "No, how've you been?" "No. Thanks for carrying the entire family on your back for the last decade." "Nothing." "Yeah," I said. "I canceled the payment. Since you're the one inheriting the house, it didn't feel right for me to keep paying for it." There was silence. A weird kind of silence, like the gears in his brain were spinning too fast and overheating. "Wait, you canceled it?" "Yep." "Why would you do that?" he asked, as if I'd just told him I'd torched the Mona Lisa. "Because," I said slowly, "you're getting the house. The mortgage is part of the house. You can't pick one and ignore the other." "But dude, that's not how we thought you'd keep covering it. You always have." Oh no. He really thought I was just going to keep paying for it. Indefinitely. For a house I don't own. For parents who wrote me out of the will like I was a typo. I took a breath. "Brandon, why would I keep funding something I don't benefit from?" "Because you're the responsible one." He burst out, and I nearly laughed. You always take care of stuff. You've got the job and the savings and all that boring adult crap. I'm out here trying to build something. Don't you get that? Trying to build what? I asked. Your YouTube channel with motivational videos about hustle culture and vitamin supplements. That's branding, Alex. He sounded so offended I had to put the phone on speaker just so Larry, my dog, could witness the drama. Look, man, he continued, we're in a tight spot right now. Things are going to pick up soon. There's this online course I'm taking on real estate flipping, and I think it's really going to open some doors. I swear I could hear his third eye opening through the phone. You need to help us out a little longer, he said, and his voice suddenly shifted from sales pitch to guilt trip in 0.2 seconds. We're family. Ah, yes. The family card. Played only when they need money or a kidney. I was helping, I said. For years. You know that, right? I've paid thousands into that house. I bought the new washer. I covered the HVAC repairs. I fixed the roof leak. I canceled trips because mom needed someone to drive her to appointments. I worked weekends so dad wouldn't have to pay a plumber. And you, what exactly have you done? I kept the energy in the house up, he said, dead serious. It's called emotional labor. I blinked. You mean watching anime on the couch while eating dad's snacks? He had the audacity to scoff. I created a vibe, okay? I brought ideas into that house. Sure, I said. Like the idea to invest in Dogecoin at its peak? Or the idea to start a podcast with 2 high school friends who ghosted you after 3 episodes? That's not the point, he snapped. You're being selfish right now. Selfish. I had to sit down for that one. You're telling me I'm selfish for not continuing to pay for a house I'm not allowed to inherit after you and mom and dad decided I didn't need anything from them? It's not about what you need, he said. It's about what's fair. Oh, I nearly lost it. Fair. The guy who once tried to sue a vending machine because it ate his dollar was now giving me a lecture on fairness? I think we're done here, I said, and I moved to hang up. Alex, don't be like this, he shouted. You're acting like a freaking villain. They're going to lose the house. They've got you, I said, voice cool as marble. Their golden child. Their beacon of potential. And then I hung up. I thought that would be the end of it. But nope, that was just Act 1. Because over the next few days, the messages started. From my parents. From Brandon. From my aunt in Florida who once called me the boring one because I preferred books to firecrackers at Thanksgiving. The tone started polite. We're just hoping you'll reconsider, sweetheart. Then came the guilt. We're your family, and we need you. Then the passive aggression. I guess some people only care about themselves. My favorite was the one from my mom that just read, asterisk, your brother is suffering. He attached a photo of himself looking despondent on the front steps, holding a Starbucks cup like it was a prop in a student film titled Rock Bottom. At one point, someone, I'm guessing Brandon, created a group chat titled Family Unity and added me to it. Every message was a combination of emojis, financial distress, and half-baked spiritual quotes about karma and legacy. They even tried a strategy shift. Alex, we've decided to reconsider the will, my dad texted. We might be open to including you. Might, he said, as if dangling basic decency like a game show prize. So I replied with exactly one message. You can keep your will. I'm keeping my money. Left the chat. Blocked the numbers. It's been quiet since. For now. But you can feel when a storm's brewing, right? That electric stillness before the thunder cracks? That's exactly what it felt like the night after I blocked them. I was sitting on my balcony with Larry curled up next to me, watching the streetlights flicker on. It was calm. Too calm. The kind of calm where your instincts start whispering, this is not over. And it wasn't. Because the next morning, I woke up to find my phone vibrating nonstop. At first, I thought maybe my work group chat was blowing up again with another urgent meme review. But no, this was different. The notifications weren't texts, they were tags. My family had taken it public. Now, I'm not a big social media guy. I keep my profiles clean, mostly private, and I've posted a grand total of 5 times in the last 6 years, 4 of which were pictures of Larry in progressively more elaborate Halloween costumes. But apparently, my mom had recently discovered Facebook's feeling emotional status option, and she was using it. First thing I saw was a post from her that read, "It's so hard when the child you poured your love and energy into turns their back on you during your greatest time of need. Please pray for us." Hashtag family first, hashtag some people forget, hashtag God sees all. There was no name. No direct call-out. Just enough passive aggression to qualify as a full-contact sport. Then there was my aunt, the one in Florida who treats every family squabble like an audition for the Real Housewives of Suburbia. She shared the post with her own commentary. Some people only know how to take, never give. Glad I raised my kids better. Comment section? A war zone. Family friends. Church ladies. People I hadn't seen since middle school. All chiming in with things like, stay strong, Deborah. God gives his toughest battles to his strongest warriors. I can't believe how ungrateful some kids are these days. Makes me sick. And then, my personal favorite, the older son is always the cold one. I saw it in Cain and Abel. Yup, someone compared me to Cain. Because I refused to keep paying for a house I wasn't allowed to inherit. Now, I could have ignored it. Logged off. Taken the high road. But have you been on the high road lately? It's lonely. And boring. And smells like smugness. So instead, I posted a picture of Larry sitting next to a stack of actual bills, rent, utilities, groceries, with the caption, "When your dog contributes more to household expenses than your brother does." No names. No tags. Just vibes. That post got shared. Apparently a little too much, because 2 hours later, Brandon was at my front door. I was halfway through making coffee when Larry let out his signature stranger bark, the kind that says, "Someone's here, and I already don't like them." I opened the door, and there he was. Hoodie, sunglasses, holding an energy drink and a duffel bag that looked suspiciously empty. "Hey," he said, like we were about to dap each other up and head to brunch. I stared at him. "You lost." "I need to crash here," he said, stepping forward like he was just going to walk past me into my house. I stepped in front of the door. "Crash? Why?" "They're kicking me out," he said. "Mom and Dad." "Can you believe that? After everything I've done for them." I blinked. "Everything? You mean, what, that one time you tried to install a ceiling fan and drilled into a water pipe?" He ignored that. "They're stressed. Money's tight. They said if I'm not contributing, I need to find somewhere else to go. And I figured, you've got space." "Brandon," I said, gesturing to the 600 square foot apartment behind me, "Larry and I share a couch. There is no space." He shrugged. "Then I'll take the floor." "Come on, man. I'm your brother." There it was again. That word. Like it was a password to free housing and emotional labor. "You're telling me they kicked you out," I said slowly, "after giving you the entire will?" He looked off to the side. "They just said they need to reevaluate some things. And now you're here, expecting me to do what? Feed you? House you? Keep paying for their mortgage and add you to my grocery bill too?" He shrugged again, which I'm pretty sure is his emotional default setting. "I thought you'd understand. You always took care of stuff." I leaned in just a little. "Exactly. I always took care of stuff. And look where that got me." He didn't say anything. Just looked down at his shoes like maybe they held the answers. Then I asked, "Why don't you go to Aunt Linda's? She seems to think you're the second coming of Steve Jobs." He sighed. "Tried. She said no freeloaders." I nodded slowly. "Huh. Weird how that works." He shifted his weight from foot to foot. "So, you're really not going to help me?" I smiled. "No, but I've got nowhere to go," he said, the fake innocence creeping back into his voice. "You're just going to leave me out here?" I looked at him. Really looked at him. This was the same guy who once told me that jobs were just cages with vending machines. Who borrowed my car to run errands and then disappeared for a weekend. Who called me too uptight every time I said no to one of his pyramid schemes. "You'll figure it out," I said. Then I closed the door. Click. Solid, satisfying. Like placing a final piece in a jigsaw puzzle that's just a picture of your own piece. I stood there for a moment, breathing in the silence. Larry looked up at me from his spot on the rug, tail wagging like, "Did we win? Was that a battle? Do I get a treat now?" But then, knock knock. Of course. I waited a beat. Then another. Maybe he'd take the hint. Maybe he'd do what he's done his whole life. Get distracted by a shiny object or a TikTok conspiracy theory and wander off. Knock, knock, knock. I opened the door. Again, Brandon stood there, holding up his hands like I was a flight attendant, and he was trying to explain why his bag didn't fit in the overhead compartment. Okay, he said, "Hear me out. I know that last conversation got a little intense, but I just need, like, one night. Just one. I swear I'll be gone by morning. I'll crash in the bathtub if I have to." Before I could say anything, Larry barreled around the corner like a furry missile. Let me pause and explain something about Larry. He's a medium-sized mutt, mostly harmless. But he has the bark of a Rottweiler, the enthusiasm of a caffeine-fueled toddler, and a very personal vendetta against anyone who raises their voice in his general vicinity. The moment he saw Brandon, he launched at him. Larry and oh. I started, but it was too late. He was already charging. Brandon let out a yelp that cracked in the middle, like a boy going through puberty, in reverse. He tripped over his own shoes, dropped his empty duffel bag, and took off down the hallway like he was being chased by a pack of wolves, and all of them owed him money. Larry didn't bite. He never does. He just chased him for fun, barking like he was auditioning for a dog food commercial called Justice. I watched from the doorway as Brandon disappeared down the stairwell, arms flailing, yelling something about how I trained my dog to hate him. I looked down at Larry, who trotted back proudly, tongue lolling, tail wagging like, I did a good, right? You did amazing, I told him, scratching behind his ears. You deserve all the treats. I closed the door. Again. This time, it stayed closed. It's been 4 months. I've blocked them all. Mom, Dad, Brandon, Aunt Linda, even the family friend who once called to check in, but then casually asked if I'd consider helping with just one little payment to get them back on their feet. Like I was some sort of walking GoFundMe with a guilt complex. I changed my number, deleted old contacts, tightened up my privacy settings. The works. They tried a few more times. Emails, messages from burner Facebook accounts, one very dramatic handwritten letter from my mom that included a Bible verse and a photo of Brandon looking sad next to a pile of unpaid bills. I didn't reply. Eventually, the noise faded. And the quiet? It's been beautiful. I spend weekends hiking now. I started dating someone. Larry has a new favorite toy, a stuffed squirrel he carries everywhere like it's his child. My apartment is messy in the cozy way, not the stress-induced chaos it used to be when I was splitting my energy between my life and the endless pit of family dysfunction. I've learned something, too. Being the responsible one doesn't mean being the doormat. It means you get to build a life that isn't constantly on fire because someone else brought matches and no plan. So yeah, they gave everything to Brandon because he had more potential. Let him live up to it. I'm done. And you know what? I've never slept better. And neither has Larry. I was 28 when I realized my mom never saw me as a person, just a wallet with legs. I know that's a rough way to start, but that's the truth. My name's Aiden, and for most of my life, I tried to convince myself that if I just worked harder, made more money, and stayed generous, my mom and sister would eventually treat me like family instead of a walking ATM. I grew up thinking I was the lucky one for getting out of our small, broken-down neighborhood, landing a job in tech, and eventually moving to a quiet part of the city. To everyone else, I was the success story. But behind the curtains, I was the family piggy bank, tapped, drained, and rattled any time they needed something. And the worst part? I let it happen for way too long. I should have known better. But I think when you grow up with a single mom who's always reminding you how much she sacrificed for you, guilt doesn't just become an emotion, it becomes your compass. And when your younger sister is constantly being bailed out of every mess she creates, you learn to keep your mouth shut and your wallet open. That's just how things worked in our house. Mom raised us on her own, and to her credit, she really did hold things together for a while. But somewhere along the way, she started using motherhood as a card to cash in, reminding me, at every opportunity, how much I owed her. It started small. Aiden, sweetie, your sister needs a little help with her tuition. Then it became, can you spot me for rent this month? Things are tight. And eventually it turned into, why don't you just give me one of your credit cards? It'll be easier that way. That last one still makes me feel sick. Her favorite phrase was always, family takes care of family. What she meant was, I take care of them. My sister, Emma, is 25. She's smart when she wants to be, but she's never worked a full-time job longer than 3 months. Every time things got tough, new boss didn't vibe with her, the hours were too rigid, the dress code was oppressive, she'd quit. Then she'd fall back on mom, who would, in turn, fall back on me. Rinse and repeat. She had a knack for spending money she didn't earn and blaming everyone else for why she couldn't keep any. Designer bags, salon appointments, bottle service. Emma always seemed to have a lifestyle that screamed luxury, despite her bank account whispering otherwise. And me? I worked 12-hour days, sometimes weekends, managing product development for a mid-sized startup. I wasn't rich by tech world standards, but I lived well. I had a decent apartment, drove a leased Audi, and finally hit a six-figure salary after years of grinding. I had no kids, no wife, just a steady income and a deeply embedded sense of responsibility. They knew that. They banked on it. Last Christmas, I invited them both over to my place. I was trying to re-establish boundaries, polite ones, anyway. I didn't want to come off cold, but I was tired of being the fallback plan. I figured a warm dinner and a few clear conversations might help. Maybe even remind them that I'm a person with limits. But that evening just confirmed everything I'd been afraid to admit. Mom showed up 2 hours late, complaining that her Uber driver didn't know how to take instructions. Emma waltzed in right behind her, holding 2 shopping bags and snapping selfies in my entryway mirror. Neither of them complimented the meal I'd spent all afternoon preparing. Instead, Mom made a snide comment about how I still hadn't upgraded my kitchen. Emma just rolled her eyes at the holiday playlist I had running and asked if I had any wine that wasn't grocery store cheap. I should have said something. I should have kicked them out right then and there. But I didn't. I laughed it off, made a joke about how this is why I eat alone, and poured them both drinks. That's how it always went. I deflected with humor. They took it as permission to keep pushing. Later that night, I overheard a conversation between them while I was loading the dishwasher. They didn't know I could hear them from the kitchen, but the apartment isn't that big. Mom, I don't know why he's so stingy lately. He's got over $100,000 just sitting on his card. I checked. Emma, seriously? Then what's the problem? Just give me the card. I'll use it. He won't even notice. Mom laughs. Exactly. He doesn't look at the statements. He never has. They both burst out laughing. I stood there, frozen, a plate in my hand and my heart sinking. That wasn't the first time they'd used my money without asking. But it was the first time I realized it wasn't just desperation, it was entitlement. It wasn't, we need help. It was, he owes us. And they didn't even feel the need to hide it anymore. They were laughing about it, right in my home, as if they were in on some joke I hadn't been told. That night, I didn't confront them. I just smiled, played along, and handed Emma an Uber gift card on her way out. She hugged me like I was Santa Claus. Mom kissed me on the cheek and whispered, "You're such a good boy, Aiden." I closed the door behind them and stood there for a long time, my fingers twitching, trying to figure out whether I was angry or just heartbroken. Maybe both. I didn't sleep that night. I kept replaying that one line. He won't even notice. It hit me harder than I thought it would. Not because of the money. Honestly, I'd learned to let that go. It was the dismissal. The way they assumed I was too checked out or too spineless to even notice they were draining me. The next morning, I checked my bank account. Nothing looked out of the ordinary yet, but my gut told me it was only a matter of time. And that's when I started planning. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to cry. I wasn't going to threaten. I was going to wait. I was going to let them think they'd won. And when the time came, I was going to make sure they noticed. A week after Christmas, I got a call from my mom while I was in a Zoom meeting. She never texts first, she just calls. Over and over. I let it ring, figuring she'd leave a voicemail if it was urgent. She didn't. Then came the second call, and the third. By the fourth, I had to mute my mic and step away from the meeting. "Hello." "Oh, finally," she said, exasperated like I'd left a crying baby on a sidewalk. "Aiden, I need you to come help me with Emma." My stomach tightened. "What's wrong?" She got into an argument at the Apple store. Something about her ID not matching the credit card or whatever. "Wait," I interrupted. "What credit card?" There was a pause. I heard her shuffle, maybe walk into another room. Her voice dropped slightly. "The one you gave me, remember?" "I didn't give you a card," I said slowly. "I let you use it once. For groceries. Over a year ago." "Well, don't be dramatic," she snapped. "You never asked for it back." My jaw clenched. "Because I assumed you'd return it. Or not use it again without asking." "I didn't think you'd mind," she said, brushing it off. "Emma needed a new phone, and since you're always working and ignoring your family, I figured." "You figured what?" I asked. "That I'd just pay for it because you decided I wasn't using the money for anything important?" Silence. I could hear her breathing. Then she said something that genuinely stunned me. "Aiden, you're a man. You don't have a family to feed. What else is money for if not to help your mother and sister?" That was it. That was the root of it. Not a misunderstanding. Not an accident. Just entitlement. I ended the call before I said something I'd regret. Later that evening, I went through my credit card statements with a fine-tooth comb. Dozens of purchases, most of them recent, some stretching back months that I hadn't made. Ulta, Zara, Nordstrom, Uber Eats from cities I hadn't even visited, a $450 facial at some med spa in Beverly Hills. Emma didn't live in Beverly Hills, but her Instagram, I noticed, had tagged the spa just 3 days earlier with a selfie captioned, "Self-Care Queen #blessed." I wasn't angry. I was something worse. I felt betrayed, like my trust had been turned into a coupon book and passed around. I had hoped it was just a one-time thing, maybe a moment of weakness. But it was a pattern, a lifestyle, funded by me. And they didn't even feel bad. A few days later, Mom dropped by my apartment unannounced. She rang the bell with that same old rhythm. 3 quick presses, like she owned the door. "Hi, honey." She smiled like nothing was wrong, pushing past me with a bag of laundry. "You don't mind if I do a quick load here, do you? My dryer's been acting up." I stood there, not moving. "Mom, we need to talk." She didn't stop walking. "About what?" "Oh, did you see Emma's new shoes? So classy, right? She's finally starting to look like a real lady." I followed her into the kitchen. "How much did they cost?" She shrugged, pretending she didn't know. "A couple hundred? Maybe 3. I pulled up my banking app. They were $1,140. From Louboutin. Paid with my card. She blinked. "Well, that's a small price to pay to help your sister get her confidence back." I sat down at the table. "Do you even hear yourself?" She turned, holding a towel. "You're being selfish, Aiden. You don't understand how hard it's been for Emma. She didn't get the chances you did. She didn't take the chances she had," I said, voice flat. Mom's tone hardened. "You think you're better than us just because you have a job with benefits and a car lease?" I didn't respond. I was afraid if I opened my mouth again, it would turn into yelling. She eventually left, laundry still in the bag. No apology. No acknowledgement. Just a passive-aggressive. "Maybe next time don't invite family over if you're going to act like a stranger." I didn't speak to either of them for a week. Then Emma texted me, not to apologize, but to ask if I'd mind ordering her a MacBook for school. Never mind that she wasn't enrolled anywhere. I ignored the message. 10 minutes later, I got a voice memo. "Seriously? You're gonna ghost me now? After everything Mom's done for you? This is why people say money changes people. You act like you don't even know us anymore. If I had your kind of money, I'd share it without being such a jerk about it." I saved the memo, just in case. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just about entitlement. It was about control. They thought they owned me. That my success wasn't mine, it was theirs. Something they were owed. Something I was supposed to pay in installments. And still, I didn't confront them. I started making quiet moves instead. First, I flagged the card, reported suspicious charges, ordered a replacement, and had it shipped to my work address. Then I changed my passwords, put extra alerts on my accounts, set up biometric locks where I hadn't before. Every purchase over $500 would now require a verbal confirmation. And then, just to see what would happen, I left the old card active for 1 more week. Just 1. I didn't want revenge yet. I wanted proof. Because part of me still wondered, am I overreacting? Maybe they really didn't know better. Maybe they thought I was okay with it, that I was just sharing, like a good son and brother. But on a Thursday afternoon, while I was at work, it happened. A notification popped up on my phone. Charge attempt declined. $96,417 at Lux Row Boutique. I stared at it. Then another came through. Suspicious transaction flagged for review. Please confirm if this is you. My heart was pounding. I clicked no. 10 seconds later, another ping. Attempted transaction denied. Jewelry Emporium. $11,950. I turned my phone over and took a deep breath. My palms were sweating. They were doing it again. Only this time, they weren't just dipping their toes in. They were going for it all. That night, I went home early. I checked Emma's Instagram. New stories posted at the mall. Mirrored escalators, glimmering glass storefronts, a boomerang of her holding a champagne flute. Then a video of her spinning in front of a full-length mirror with caption, "Spoiled." Finally, #deserved. In the background, I could hear Mom laughing. I recognized her voice like a scratch I couldn't itch. My phone rang. I let it go to voicemail. Then I listened. It was Emma, breathless, panicked. "Hey Aiden. Weird thing just happened. I think your card's broken or something. Like, it worked, and then it didn't. Can you call the bank and fix it? We're kind of stuck at the store. They already bagged everything. Bagged everything." She was expecting me to fix it. Like I was the help desk. No apology. No shame. Just confusion that the free fountain had suddenly run dry. It wasn't just about the money anymore. It wasn't even about respect. It was about whether or not I still wanted to be part of this family. And I wasn't sure if I did. But I was sure of one thing. They'd taken their last shopping spree on my dime. And next time we spoke, it wasn't going to be a friendly family dinner. It was going to be the beginning of something else entirely. I didn't answer Emma's call that night. I didn't answer the next morning either, despite 5 more calls, 2 voicemails, and a text that read, "Seriously, you need to fix your card." The cashier said it was flagged for fraud. I'm standing here like an idiot. That one made me smile. She had no idea I'd already spoken to the fraud department and explained everything in detail. I told them in no uncertain terms. Any charges over $500, unless verified by me directly, are unauthorized. I gave them the exact locations where the card might be abused and even described Emma and my mother, down to their voices and typical shopping patterns. I'm not trying to report identity theft, I told the rep. I'm trying to catch 2 people in the act. I just need you to let me know when it happens. They did exactly that. Now I had what I needed. Proof. Confirmation. Evidence. But I wasn't done. See, up until now, I had taken the high road. Kept my cool. Tried to salvage the relationship. Tried to be understanding. But this wasn't just about boundaries anymore. It was about dignity. About respect. About not being walked over like a doormat in my own family. And then came the final straw. That weekend, I decided to pay Mom a visit. I hadn't seen her in person since that Christmas dinner, and there was part of me, just a stubborn, naive sliver, that hoped maybe she'd apologize. Acknowledge what happened. Tell me it had gotten out of hand. I showed up around noon with a small box of pastries. She opened the door in silk pajamas and fur slippers. "Wow," I said. "You look comfortable." She waved me in. "I was just doing some online shopping. You want tea?" I nodded, trying to keep things civil. We sat in her living room, which, if I'm being honest, looked way nicer than it had any right to. I spotted a new marble coffee table, what looked like a Dyson air purifier, and a fresh orchid arrangement in a designer vase. None of that had been there a few months ago. "I thought you were having money troubles," I said casually. She sipped her tea. "Emma's been helping out. She's found some generous friends lately." Uh-huh. A weird silence settled between us. I could see she was testing my mood, gauging whether I'd bring up the card. I decided to rip the Band-Aid off. "I know what you 2 tried to do," I said. "The luxury spree. Nearly $100,000 in charges." She didn't blink. "It was for Emma." I stared at her. "You don't even deny it." She sighed, setting her teacup down. "Aiden, I'm tired of pretending. You act like this is some betrayal, but it's not. It's just money. You make more in a year than I've made in a decade. You don't need all of it." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "It's mine, Mom. That's the point." She waved her hand dismissively. "You've always been so possessive. That's your problem. You think giving makes you weak." "No," I said. "I think being stolen from makes me angry." Her eyes narrowed. "Don't dramatize it. You weren't robbed. Your family. And family justifies fraud now." She stood, slowly. "You're making this a bigger deal than it needs to be. Do you know what your father would say if he were still around?" I clenched my fists. "Don't." She smiled. "He'd say, Aiden needs to learn how to share. That boy was always a little too attached to his wallet." I stood up. "You're not going to guilt me into this." But she wasn't done. As I turned to leave, she said, "Well, maybe next time, don't leave your info lying around if you're so protective. I didn't force you to be careless." That's when I knew it wasn't just Emma. Mom had been behind all of it, coordinating it, encouraging it, enabling it, maybe even more than I thought. It wasn't about need. It was about greed. And worse, she genuinely believed she'd done nothing wrong. I left without another word. I spent the next day making copies, documents, screenshots, flag charges, voice memos, text messages. I organized it all into a neat little folder on my desktop, proof_archive_a. Not because I planned to take them to court. Not yet. But because I needed to be ready. For anything. The emotional whiplash was real. 1 minute, I'd be angry, furious, even. The next, I'd feel this sick pit of guilt in my stomach. Like I was betraying them just by protecting myself. That's what years of manipulation does to you. It makes you feel like you're the villain for setting boundaries. The next major blow came 3 days later. I came home from work to find the front door to my apartment building propped open. I didn't think much of it at first. People forget to let it close all the time. But when I got to my unit, I noticed something strange. The door wasn't fully shut. I pushed it open slowly. And there, sitting on my couch like it was hers, was Emma, wearing one of my hoodies. "Hey," she said brightly. "I needed a place to crash." I blinked. "How did you get in here?" She grinned. "Mom still had that spare key from when you moved in. I knew you wouldn't mind." I didn't even know what to say. "You broke into my home." "Oh, stop," she said, rolling her eyes. "You make it sound like I smashed a window." She had bags with her, luggage, actually, like she was planning to stay a while. My fridge was open, and I noticed a half-eaten slice of cake on the kitchen counter. "You've been here all day?" I asked. She nodded. "Well, I needed to charge my phone. And I figured, why not hang out? You're always working anyway." I stood there, frozen. "You can't just walk into my place and make yourself at home. That's not okay." She scoffed. "God, Aiden, you're so dramatic. This is what family does. We support each other. We share." That word again. Share. I looked at her. Really looked at her. Sitting there like she belonged. Like I should be grateful to have her using my apartment like an Airbnb. She had no idea she'd crossed a line I couldn't uncross. I didn't yell. I didn't threaten. I just took out my phone and dialed the locksmith. She laughed. "What? You think changing the locks is going to stop Mom and me?" I didn't respond. But in my head, the dominoes were already falling. And I wasn't going to catch a single one. Emma stayed for 3 days. 3 days of passive-aggressive comments, stolen leftovers, and mysterious Uber Eats charges I didn't authorize. Every time I came home, she'd be sprawled on the couch in one of my sweatshirts, watching reality TV at full volume like she was living rent-free in a 5-star hotel. Which, in a way, she was. I told her, repeatedly, to leave. She'd smirk, wave a painted nail in my direction, and say, "You really need to relax, Aiden. You've gotten so uptight lately. Mom said you used to be fun." That one hit deeper than I care to admit. Because it wasn't just about her invading my space. It was about the weight of everything leading up to that moment. Years of guilt, of bending over backwards, of trying to be the good son, of watching my own mother and sister weaponize my decency and twist it into obligation. I didn't argue with Emma anymore. Not after the second night. That was when I came home late from work to find her lounging in my bed, scrolling through TikTok like she owned the place. She'd tossed my clothes on the floor. My toothbrush was missing. She'd even reset my Spotify playlist on the living room speakers to some influencer's podcast about manifesting luxury. I went into the guest room and slept in silence. I didn't sleep well. That was the beginning of the unraveling. The next morning, I filed a police report. I didn't press charges yet, but I wanted documentation. I needed it on record that she was in my home without permission. I called my landlord, explained the situation, and requested a door camera install. He was sympathetic but couldn't do much. "Family stuff's always messy," he said, like it was just a squabble about who got the last slice of pizza at Thanksgiving. I started keeping my laptop and important documents at work. I stopped leaving my phone unattended. I even moved some of my savings to a different bank entirely, one Emma and Mom didn't know about. Just in case. She left the third morning. Not because I asked again, but because she said she had better plans. Left behind a sink full of dishes, 2 wine glasses, and a single sticky note on the fridge that said, "You really should thank us for keeping you from turning into a lonely weirdo." That one broke something in me. It wasn't just the invasion of space or the entitlement. It was the fact that she genuinely believed she was doing me a favor. That her presence, her chaos, her mooching was somehow rescuing me from my own quiet, organized life. After she left, I sat on the edge of my bed for a long time, staring at nothing. I don't know how to explain the kind of tired I felt. It wasn't physical. It was something else. A mental and emotional heaviness I'd been carrying for years, finally tipping over. The kind that makes your chest hurt for no reason. The kind that makes you question everything. Why had I let this go on for so long? Why had I convinced myself that giving meant loving? Why did I feel like I was the bad guy, just for trying to live in peace? The worst part was, I had no one to talk to about it. I had friends, sure, but I never told them the full truth. It always felt embarrassing to admit your own mother and sister were using you. It made me feel naive, weak, like a sucker. So I played it off, jokes about family drama, sarcastic comments about being the Bank of Aden. But deep down, I felt like a fraud. Like the successful, stable adult everyone thought I was didn't actually exist. That night, I stood in front of my bathroom mirror and stared at myself for a long time. I looked older than I remembered. Tired eyes, jaw clenched tight. A man who worked 60 hours a week and still felt like a disappointment in his own family. I sat on the floor of my living room and opened my laptop. I created a spreadsheet, titled it simply, The Ledger, and I started listing everything. Every dollar I'd ever given them. Every loan that was never repaid. Every unauthorized charge. Every Uber ride. Every late-night Venmo. Every impulsive shopping spree they'd spun into an emergency. The total was over $136,000. $136,000. That was my down payment for a house. A year of travel. 10 years of peace. Gone. I stared at the number until it blurred on the screen. And then I added a second column. What they gave in return. It stayed empty. That's when I started planning. Quietly. Carefully. Without confrontation. I changed my phone number. I created a new email. I moved all my remaining funds to the second bank account and closed the old one. Reported the card lost. Had my new card issued under a variation of my name. New PIN. New billing address. Everything. I even filed a request with HR to have my paychecks routed to a different account. No more paper statements. No more shared anything. I started cleaning out my apartment. Not just physically, emotionally. I tossed out old gifts from them. Photos I didn't even like. The sweater mom gave me 3 Christmases ago that still had the tag on it. The birthday card from Emma that said, "You're the best brother money can buy." At the time, I'd laughed. Now it felt like a prophecy. I stopped answering their messages. At first, it was quiet. A day or two of silence. Then the texts started rolling in. From Mom. "Hey, sweetie. Haven't heard from you. Everything okay? Emma said you've been acting weird. You know she means well, right? Don't shut us out over a little misunderstanding. You're still coming to dinner Sunday, right?" From Emma. "Are you mad at me or something? I was just messing around. You're so sensitive. Okay, but you were being a jerk first. You should have just paid. It's not like you're broke." I ignored them. Then came the guilt bombs. "Mom, I raised you, Aiden. Don't forget who changed your diapers. Your sister looks up to you. She's not perfect, but neither are you. We need help, and you're abandoning your family when we need you most. Emma, this is why you'll die alone, you know. You think your money makes you better than us? Good luck finding a woman who'll love you for you." That last one almost got to me. Almost. But I held firm. Because somewhere between Emma eating my leftovers and Mom blaming me for being careless with my card, I realized something profound. They didn't love me. Not really. They loved what I could do for them. What I could give them. And the moment I stopped giving, I stopped being useful. So I decided to become useless. To them, anyway. I didn't block their numbers. I wanted to see what they'd say. To track the unraveling. To witness how quickly affection turned to venom when the cash flow dried up. By week 3, the tone shifted. "Mom, fine. If that's how you want to be, don't expect us to come running when you need help someday. You've made your choice. Emma, don't ever talk to me again. Selfish, bitter loser." I screenshotted everything. Saved every message in a folder named Receipts. And still, I said nothing. No rebuttal. No confrontation. No closure. Just silence. It was the most peaceful month I'd had in years. But I knew it wasn't over. Because people like them, people who live off manipulation, don't just let go when their target escapes. They circle. They plot. They wait. So I waited too. Because I wasn't just walking away anymore. I was building the exit ramp. And when the time came, I wouldn't just leave. I'd shut the door behind me. And this time, I'd lock it. By the time spring rolled around, something strange started happening. I started smiling again. Not the forced, polite kind I used to give at family dinners while internally calculating how much they drained from me that month. This was the quiet kind. The kind you give yourself when the house is clean, the sun is coming through the blinds just right, and for once, you don't owe anyone anything. The first change wasn't even that dramatic. I woke up one Saturday, stretched, made coffee, and realized my apartment was still clean. Nothing had moved without my permission. No sink full of wine-stained glasses. No mysterious half-eaten takeout. No perfume lingering in the hall from someone who didn't pay rent. Just peace. And slowly, that peace became addictive. Work started feeling lighter too. Funny how much mental space you reclaim when you're not babysitting a full-grown adult and fending off text barrages from a manipulative mother. I started arriving earlier, speaking up more during team meetings, and even pitched a product idea that our director decided to greenlight for beta testing. Within 2 months, I was promoted. Product lead, bigger salary, equity, corner office, and not a single soul in my family congratulated me because I didn't tell them. I wanted this win to be mine, untouched by their guilt, their fake enthusiasm, their inevitable ask. I used the raise to do something small but symbolic. I booked a trip to Oregon. I'd always wanted to hike through the Columbia River Gorge. I spent 3 days off the grid, just me, a rental car, and a series of trailheads that led to waterfalls so massive and roaring, it felt like the earth was finally shouting back on my behalf. And up there, surrounded by pine and mist and nothing but my own breath, I felt something I hadn't felt since I was a kid. Freedom, not just from them, from me, from the version of myself that believed I had to be needed to be loved. I came home with a full camera roll and a new wallpaper on my phone. A photo of me, mid-laugh, standing near the edge of Waklella Falls, water spraying behind me like a baptism. That picture? That was the turning point. From then on, I started moving differently. I opened a new savings account and gave it a stupid nickname, Freedom Fund. I didn't tell anyone what it was for, just that I'd deposit $1,000 every month into it. No exceptions. I changed apartments, too. Moved into a high-rise downtown, a place with a concierge and keycard-only access. I told my landlord to terminate the old lease early and keep the deposit. And when I packed, I left behind everything that reminded me of them. Old photos, birthday cards, that dumb Lululemon gift bag Emma once reused as wrapping paper. My new place had a view of the skyline, of possibility. It also had a doorman, one who'd remember faces. So if certain people ever tried to drop by, I'd get a call before they got anywhere near my door. I started dressing better, too. Less hoodie on a deadline, and more grown man with peace of mind. It wasn't vanity, it was armor. Because I realized something. When you look like you have control, people stop trying to take it from you. Old friends started reaching out again. I think they noticed the shift before I did. I wasn't venting about my family anymore. I wasn't flaking on plans because mom needed help moving again or Emma's stuck at LAX with no ride. I showed up, fully present, unbothered. One night, after drinks with some college friends, I caught myself laughing so hard my stomach hurt. And I remember thinking, this is what they almost stole from me. But the rise wasn't just about money or peace. It was about clarity. I started journaling, not in some fluffy, motivational Instagram way, but brutally. Honestly, I wrote down every manipulation I could remember. Every time mom used dad's memory as leverage. Every time Emma played the poor struggling sister card, only to blow the cash on shoes and sushi. Every time I said, yes, when I wanted to scream no. I filled 2 notebooks. By the end of the second one, I noticed a pattern. They never gave. Not without strings. Not once. That realization didn't make me bitter. It made me strategic. See, I knew something they didn't. While they thought I was sulking, licking my wounds in silence, I was watching, planning, laying a foundation brick by brick, out of reach of their tantrums and entitlement. And the best part? They had no idea. Emma still posted selfies with inspirational captions about cutting off toxic people. The irony wasn't lost on me. Mom still sent the occasional guilt-laced email. Hope you're well. I saw a mother-son cooking class we could take together. Only $300. Let me know if you'll pay or if I should put it on the usual card, smiley face. I didn't reply, but I did add it to the archive. Every interaction, every manipulation, was another log for the fire I was quietly building. Because deep down, I knew there would be one final push. One last act of desperation where they'd try to pull me back in. And when that happened, I'd be ready. In the meantime, I kept growing. I signed up for a mentorship program, started guiding a few younger developers, and realized I loved it. Watching them light up over things I'd once struggled with reminded me how far I'd come. They saw me as someone worth learning from, not because of my bank account, but because of my boundaries. That was the word that changed everything for me. Boundaries. I used to think saying no made me cold. That distance made me heartless. But now I knew better. Boundaries weren't walls, they were filters. They kept the poison out so I could grow without being constantly pruned down by guilt. Then something unexpected happened. A recruiter from a much larger company reached out. They'd seen my name on a few product credits and were impressed by my team's numbers. They wanted to talk. Just talk. I went to the interview out of curiosity. I left with an offer that nearly doubled my current salary. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I needed to say yes just to prove something. I took 2 weeks to think it over. Negotiated. Asked for benefits that prioritized my life, not just my labor. And when I signed, I didn't tell a soul in my family. But I did tell myself, out loud, standing in the middle of my new kitchen, you did this. They didn't. I celebrated with a bottle of wine and a steak I cooked myself. Watched the lights of the city flicker like some kind of cosmic applause. I wasn't rich, not yet, but I was free. And that was worth more than anything they ever took. The last piece of the rise came quietly, in a beige envelope. It was a wedding invitation. Emma's. Addressed to Mr. Aiden Carter plus guest. Inside, a handwritten note from Mom. We'd love to see you there. Emma is finally settling down. Bring your checkbook. We're doing a honeymoon fund. No phone call. No apology. Just the assumption that I'd show up, smile, and pay. And that's when I knew. They hadn't changed. But I had. And what I had planned next would change everything. 2 days after receiving the wedding invitation, I stared at it for a long time on my kitchen counter. Its pale pink envelope still half torn, the glittery cursive Emma and Blake. A celebration of love, almost daring me to rip it up. Not because I was upset that she was getting married. No, I hoped, for her sake, that this guy wasn't another accessory like the designer bag she paraded around. I was staring at it because it was a test. A trap dressed up in lace and calligraphy. You don't invite someone you've called a selfish, bitter loser to the most photographed day of your life. You don't include a honeymoon fund note under the RSVP card unless you expect them to bring their checkbook. This wasn't an olive branch. It was bait. But what they didn't know, what they never realized, was that the man they were trying to manipulate hadn't existed in months. The old Aiden, the one who said yes with a tired smile and quietly footed the bill, was gone. This time, I wasn't walking into their world. They were stepping into mine. And I had plans. It started with the venue. I called a friend from work, Tasha. She had a cousin who ran event security in the city. Big weddings, corporate galas, even the occasional politician's fundraiser. The kind of person who knew everyone on the ground. Caterers, photographers, guest list checkers. I invited Tasha out for lunch and casually mentioned Emma's wedding, dropping the name of the venue printed on the card. Her cousin, it turned out, had already heard of it. Apparently, the bride's mother, my mother, had been calling the planning office nonstop to negotiate family discounts and deals for exposure. I choked on my coffee. Wait, exposure? Tasha nodded. You know, the usual scam. Claiming her daughter's a micro-influencer and saying she'll tag the vendors in a few Instagram posts if they knock 30% off. I wasn't even surprised. That was textbook Emma and Mom, flashing the illusion of status without ever earning any of it. I leaned in. Can you do me a favor? Nothing major. Just let me know who's running the guest list. Tasha raised an eyebrow, but smiled. You're not thinking of crashing your sister's wedding, are you? No, I said calmly. I'm thinking of showing up properly prepared. Over the next 2 weeks, I started collecting information, not maliciously, but meticulously. A passive kind of preparation. I learned the guest count, the seating arrangements, the name of the wedding planner, the DJ, and the florist. I even managed to get a copy of the digital gift registry. It was ambitious. A $1,500 Dyson hairdryer, a $3,200 espresso machine, a $12,000 contribution option labeled, help us upgrade to first class on our honeymoon flight. The nerve. But buried halfway through the list was something that made me sit back in my chair, stunned. A contribution option labeled, the wedding fund, in memory of Dad. Next to it, help us honor the man who made all this possible. And under that, a description. Our late father always dreamed of giving his daughter the wedding of her dreams. He left behind a modest inheritance, but it's been tight. Any contributions will help us fulfill his vision. My stomach dropped. Dad didn't leave Emma a cent. He'd passed suddenly, 10 years ago, and the life insurance payout, $50,000, had been split equally between me and Mom. I remembered every detail because I'd used my half to pay for college. Mom had told me she was investing Emma's portion for when she was older. Emma was 16 at the time. If anything, Emma owed Dad's memory money. But here she was, twisting it, selling our grief for likes. monetizing it with a PayPal button and a Pinterest mood board. That's when the cold clarity came back. This wedding wasn't a celebration. It was a heist. One they were disguising as tradition, hoping people would show up in suits and heels and not notice the con happening in real time. But I noticed. And this time, I was going to make them feel it. I started small. I called an attorney. Not to sue them yet, but to begin the process of reclaiming my credit history. We ran a full report together, flagged anything suspicious, and filed formal disputes on over $70,000 of past charges I had previously let slide. "You sure you want to do this now?" he asked, glancing up. "Could get messy." I nodded. "Exactly." Then I opened a new email account. From there, I registered an anonymous tip submission to a financial ethics blog that specialized in wedding fraud. I included screenshots of the honeymoon fund note, the fake memorial registry, and links to Emma's Instagram stories bragging about snagging free stuff from clueless vendors. I didn't sign my name. I didn't need to. Emma had done all the advertising herself. Next, I met with an old friend from high school, Ryan, who now ran a small but growing YouTube channel about family finance scams and financial red flags in plain sight. He'd once told me if I ever had a story, a real story, he'd do a full expose. I gave him one. "Leave names out for now," I said, "but keep the details." He grinned. "Oh, this is gold. It's like a Hallmark movie and a true crime doc had a baby." I didn't laugh, because for me, it wasn't entertainment. It was chess, and the board was almost set. But the final piece didn't fall into place until I had coffee with Blake, Emma's fiancé. We ran into each other, purely by coincidence, at a cafe near my new office. I almost didn't say anything, but curiosity won. "Blake," I said cautiously. He turned, blinking. "Aiden." We hadn't spoken since the Christmas before last. Back then, he was quiet, nervous, like he was always walking on eggshells. I could tell he was smart, but unsure. Probably overwhelmed by Emma's whirlwind version of love. "Didn't expect to see you here," I said, offering a neutral smile. "Yeah, Emma's at fittings all day," he replied, rubbing the back of his neck. "It's been a lot." I nodded. "Big weddings usually are." He hesitated, then leaned in. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "Did your family ever, I don't know, use you for stuff?" That one sentence lit a fire in my chest. "Constantly," I said, locking eyes with him. He sighed. "I thought it was just me." We sat for an hour. I didn't overshare. I wasn't trying to sabotage his relationship. But I did give him just enough truth. Enough to plant a seed. Enough to make him ask questions. As we left, I offered a handshake. "If you ever want to talk more," I said, "I'm around." No pressure. He shook it, and I knew he felt the shift too. Because for the first time, someone had told him, "You're not crazy. This isn't normal." That coffee was the last move. Now all I had to do was wait. For the wedding. For the fallout. For the match to hit the gasoline they'd been spilling for years. And when it happened, I wouldn't raise my voice. I wouldn't throw a fit. I'd just be ready. Because this time, the story wouldn't end with me footing the bill. It would end with them finally paying the price. The wedding was held at a vineyard estate 2 hours outside the city, a place so photogenic it practically begged to be hashtagged. White chairs lined the hillside. Soft jazz drifted from unseen speakers, and every surface seemed to sparkle with curated elegance. It was the kind of wedding that looked effortless but cost someone a second mortgage, or, in Emma's case, probably several maxed-out credit cards and a small army of manipulated favors. I arrived early, alone, in a tailored charcoal suit. No tie. Calm. Nobody knew I was coming. Technically, I had RSVP'd no, but the thing about a family like mine? They never kept organized lists. Mom assumed I'd show up out of guilt. Emma likely thought I'd cave last minute and bring a check as a peace offering. They had no idea I was already there, 3 steps ahead, the entire board mapped out. The ceremony was set to begin at 3 p.m. I took my place in the shadows, near the tree line that bordered the outer reception area. It was quiet, away from the crowd, with a perfect view of everything. At 2:48 p.m., the DJ's laptop froze mid-sound check. No music. No ambient background noise. Just awkward silence and the sound of distant chatter. A few heads turned. By 2:52 p.m., the venue manager was pulled aside by a woman in a black pantsuit, the fraud investigator I had tipped off anonymously 2 weeks earlier, who'd been waiting for this moment like a wolf in tall grass. She had a clipboard, a stern tone, and a stack of documents. I watched from a distance as she asked to speak to the bride's mother. They escorted my mom from the seating area just as she was bragging about the hand-sewn lace on Emma's veil to a distant cousin. At 2:55 p.m., the photographer, booked at a discounted rate thanks to a promise of exposure, walked away, muttering something under his breath and tossing his camera bag into the back seat of a car. Apparently, someone had leaked a set of Instagram DMs where Emma assured him she had celebrity connections and would get him at least 10K new followers if he waived his usual fee. Someone like me. The first audible gasps from the guests came when the florist approached the altar to remove several centerpieces. Non-payment. They'd been told half upfront, half after. But once a few screenshots surfaced, messages from my mom asking if pretty arrangements could be traded for a tag and a free lunch, they decided exposure wasn't worth it. By 2:58 p.m., the ceremony was officially delayed. Guests started murmuring. The wedding planner, bless her patience, did everything she could to keep the mood light. But the cracks had formed, and everyone could smell the smoke. At 3:05 p.m., Emma stepped out from the bridal suite, flanked by two bridesmaids and her hairstylist. She looked flawless, irritated, and confused. "Why hasn't the music started?" she snapped. Before anyone could answer, the woman in the black pantsuit returned. Calm, unshaken, she handed Emma a printed packet. "Ma'am," she said, "this is a formal notice regarding misuse of a registered memorial fund." The silence was instant. Every pair of eyes turned to her. Emma's voice cracked. "What are you talking about?" The woman held up her clipboard. "You collected over $14,000 in contributions under the claim that your deceased father had left behind an inheritance you were supplementing with public donations. However, no such inheritance exists. Furthermore, it appears you used those funds on personal luxury expenses, including," she flipped a page, "a Louis Vuitton purse, 3 brunch-themed photo shoots, and a spa day for your bridal party." Gasps. Real ones. My mother, red-faced and still clutching a mimosa, tried to speak up. "This is a misunderstanding. It was just a theme, something symbolic." The woman didn't flinch. "You labeled it a memorial fund." Emma's lips parted, but nothing came out. The guests? They started whispering. Loudly. Phones came out. The bride was crying before the ceremony even began, and it wasn't the romantic kind of crying. It was the caught red-handed with receipts kind. And I hadn't even moved yet, because my part was just beginning. At 3:15 p.m., Blake appeared. He looked overwhelmed, red in the face, hair slightly undone, and holding his phone like it had just delivered a death sentence. Which, in a way, it had, because on that phone was a video, sent to him anonymously. A screen recording of Emma and my mother, sitting in my old apartment, laughing about how Aiden won't even notice them using his credit card again. Followed by a clip of Emma bragging on Instagram that her new shoes were on my dumb brother's dime. And finally, a screenshot of the registry page where they claimed the wedding was Dad's final wish. Blake stepped toward the altar, and then, loud enough for every single guest to hear, he said, "I'm not marrying someone who lies about her dead father for cash." He took off his boutonniere, placed it gently on the seat meant for the groom, and walked out. The quiet afterward was deafening. Emma didn't chase him. She didn't speak. She just stood there, frozen in lace and silence, as everything unraveled in front of her. Guests began to leave. The caterer started collecting untouched hors d'oeuvres. The DJ, finally back online, played a single track, The Sound of Silence. A tech guy with a dark sense of humor, apparently. And me? I stayed back, out of view, watched the whole thing with a stillness I didn't know I was capable of. Because this revenge? It wasn't loud. It wasn't messy. It was measured. It was justice, served cold, with a side of poetic timing. I didn't get my money back that day. I didn't demand repayment or scream, "I told you so." But I got something else. Something better. Closure. Real, irreversible, humiliating closure. The illusion was shattered. Their lies exposed, not by my word, but by theirs. They did it to themselves. All I did was hand them the mirror. And now? Now it was finally over. The fallout wasn't loud. There were no screaming matches in parking lots. No late-night apology calls. No public declarations of guilt. Just the slow, inescapable unraveling of everything Emma and my mother had built on deception. The Monday after the wedding that never was, I woke up early. I didn't check social media. I didn't need to. By 9 a.m., my inbox had 3 emails and 2 voicemails from people who'd attended the ceremony. Former friends of the family, distant cousins, and even one of Emma's college roommates. All of them apologizing to me. One email read, "Aiden, I'm so sorry. I had no idea how deep it went. I wish I'd seen it sooner." That made me laugh. Not because it was funny, but because it was the first time anyone had acknowledged what I'd been trying to explain for years. Emma's Instagram was gone. Not deactivated, deleted. Every curated selfie, every quote about healing and self-worth, every fake brand collab wiped clean. Her digital identity had been built on borrowed luxury, and now that the lights were on, the show was over. I found out through a coworker, whose wife worked at a boutique PR firm, that one of Emma's sponsors had pulled a partnership mid-campaign after being tipped off about the wedding fraud. Apparently, the tip included screenshots of donation misuse and the fake memorial fund. The PR firm sent a cease and desist, demanding Emma remove their branding from all her posts. But by then, the account was already scrubbed. According to Blake's best man, who DM'd me quietly the week after, Emma tried to spin it. Said I had hacked her, that the clips were edited, taken out of context, all lies. But Blake had already seen enough. And more importantly, heard enough. The video had included not just the audio of Emma and Mom scheming, but also Blake's own voice, captured unknowingly in the background, when he had once hesitated over wedding costs and Emma had whispered, "Don't worry. Aiden will cave. He always does." That was her mistake. She underestimated this version of Aiden. Blake moved out of the apartment they'd been renting together. According to mutuals, he took the dog but left the couch. Emma's name wasn't on the lease. And since the wedding was called off just days before the marriage certificate was signed, she had no legal claim to anything he'd built. She went back to Mom's. Which brings us to her. Mom called me 3 times the week after the wedding. I didn't answer. I wanted to at first. A small part of me, the one trained over decades to feel responsible, wanted to pick up the phone, say something, offer closure. But then I listened to the voicemails. Each one worse than the last. The first was classic guilt. "Aiden, please. I know you're angry, but you didn't have to ruin your sister's wedding. We could have talked about this privately." The second one had sharper edges. "You embarrassed us. You humiliated your family in front of everyone. Was that your plan all along?" And the third? That one was venom. "You're not part of this family anymore." I saved them all. Didn't respond. Didn't block her either. Just let her voice sit there in digital purgatory, proof of everything I had finally escaped. A week later, I got a letter in the mail. Handwritten. From Mom. It wasn't an apology. It was a list of the people who didn't show up to Emma's recovery brunch, a pathetic attempt to spin the wedding debacle into a girls-only self-care event. It included a thinly veiled request for money to help cover emotional damages. A note at the bottom read, "I know you still care, deep down. You just need to grow up and come home." I folded the letter neatly and fed it to my shredder. She was wrong. I had grown up. That's why I wasn't going back. The weeks turned to months. Emma went silent online. Rumor was, she took a job as a receptionist at a small salon on the edge of town. Not glamorous, but steady. No filters. No sponsorships. No audience. Mom stopped calling. Apparently, after Emma moved back in, things got tense. Without me as the golden goose, bills started piling up. The lifestyle they'd grown used to, wine nights, designer accessories, midweek spa days, faded fast. They blamed each other. Fell into old patterns. Argued about who had pushed Aiden too far. They missed the point completely. They thought I left because of one event. But I left because of every event. Because for years, they took and took and took, and convinced me I was lucky to be useful. I never went back to that version of myself. Instead, I focused on the new life I'd built. I finished my leadership certification at work. Spoke at a small conference. Started mentoring more junior staff. I even began dating again. Real dating, not the rushed, distracted kind that used to happen between emergency family calls and midnight wire transfers. One night, months later, I went on a second date with someone who asked, "Do you have any siblings?" I paused, then said, "Not anymore." It wasn't out of spite. It was out of truth. That chapter was over. The last time I saw either of them was on a random Thursday in September. I was walking out of a coffee shop downtown when I spotted them across the street, Emma and Mom, arguing about parking meters. They hadn't seen me. I stopped, for a second, just long enough to take it in. They looked older, tired, bitter, like two people who had gambled everything and lost. And me? I turned the corner, walked into the sun, and didn't look back. Because in the end, the greatest revenge wasn't their ruin. It was my peace. And they never got to take that from me again. 6 days before Easter, I drove 5 hours back to my hometown with a trunk full of chocolate bunnies, gift baskets, and a small box of surprises I'd picked up for my nieces and nephews. It was tradition. Every Easter, I made the trip home to spend a long weekend with my parents, siblings, and their families. I'm 29, single, no kids, and I guess that made me the free one, the one who always had the time and money to do the extras. My name's Daniel, and while I've always been the dependable middle child, I never realized how much some people mistake kindness for weakness, especially my older brother, Caleb. Caleb is 32, married with 2 kids, and still lives in the same town we grew up in. He's always had a sort of charm that makes people excuse his behavior. But behind that smile is someone who's constantly pushing boundaries, testing how much he can take without consequences. When we were kids, it was small stuff, taking my Halloween candy and promising to pay it back, or blaming me when he broke Dad's tools. But as adults, the stakes changed. I work in cybersecurity and do pretty well for myself. I've never flaunted it, but I guess compared to the rest of the family, I look well off. Last year, I helped pay for Dad's roof repair. The year before, I bailed Caleb out when his car got repossessed. He called it just a short-term thing and swore I'd get it back soon. That was 15 months ago. I never saw a dime. So when I arrived home that Tuesday before Easter, I already had my guard up. My gut had been bothering me for weeks about going back. Still, I showed up, like always, trying to be the good son, the cool uncle, the reliable one. Everything seemed normal at first. Mom greeted me with hugs, and that "my baby boy's home" energy. Dad gave me a half-hearted grunt from the couch, his version of affection. Caleb wasn't there yet, which was honestly a relief. I settled into my old room, dropped off the Easter stuff, and cracked open my laptop to catch up on some work. But by dinner, the shift had started. Caleb showed up with his usual flair, loud voice, flashy stories, and his wife trailing behind him, nodding along like a hype woman. His kids ran wild through the living room, knocking over a vase while Mom acted like it was cute. Then, halfway through dinner, Caleb turned to me and said, "Hey Dan, man, we need to talk later about a little investment thing. Nothing big, just something you'd want to be in on." I smiled politely. "Sure," I said. "Later." But later came faster than I expected. After everyone went to bed, Caleb knocked on my door with a beer in hand, that signature grin already plastered on his face. "Listen," he started, "I've got this opportunity. My buddy's starting a crypto platform, super early stages, and he's only letting a few people in. I already put in 50,000, but if we double it, we get equity. It's gonna explode." I shook my head. "Caleb, I'm not giving you money." His grin faltered for a second, just a flicker, then returned. "Come on, man. I'm not asking for charity. I'll pay you back, with interest." "I'm not interested. And last time, I never got my money back." He gave a dramatic sigh. "Wow. Okay. So this is how it is now." "That's how it's been," I said, not raising my voice. He left without another word, slamming the door like a teenager. The next morning, I woke up to a weird ping on my phone. I had notifications from my bank, login from a new device, then a transfer, then another. My stomach dropped. I rushed to check the transactions. 3 transfers. One for $4,000. One for $3,200. One for $1,800. All sent to accounts I didn't recognize. Panic turned to fury. I stormed out of my room and found Caleb alone in the kitchen, sipping coffee like he hadn't just violated every boundary imaginable. "What did you do?" I demanded. He blinked. "What are you talking about? You transferred money out of my account." He scoffed. "Relax. It's not theft. I just borrowed it. I know your passwords haven't changed in years. I'll pay it back." I couldn't believe the smugness in his voice. The way he said borrowed, like he had a right to it. Like it was no big deal. "You hacked into my account," I said slowly, trying to keep my voice even. "That's not borrowing. That's a crime." Caleb rolled his eyes. "Dan, stop being so dramatic. We're family. It's not like I'd steal from you. You're acting like I'm some stranger." I didn't respond. I just stared at him, taking a deep breath, memorizing the way he leaned back, so confident, so sure I'd let it slide. And that's when I smiled. I smiled because he had no idea what I'd already done. I'd noticed the first unauthorized login just in time. I didn't say anything, not when I first saw it, not when I confirmed the transfers. Instead, I let it happen. I let him dig his own grave. 10 minutes before I confronted him, I called someone I hadn't spoken to in a while, my friend Mia, who works in digital forensics and has a few friends in local law enforcement. She'd walk me through exactly what to do. I screen recorded everything, saved the logs, and forwarded the IP address tied to the transfers. She confirmed it was traced to Mom and Dad's Wi-Fi. Now I stood there, looking at Caleb with a calmness I hadn't felt in a long time. "You're right," I whispered. "It's not theft. It's just a loan. And you're going to love what I did next." He squinted at me. "What's that supposed to?" The sound of tires crunching gravel interrupted him. Then flashing red and blue lights washed across the front windows. 3 police cars pulled into the driveway. Caleb went pale. He looked out the window, then back at me. "Dude," he hissed, "what did you do?" I just stood there, watching his smirk finally melt into panic. The same brother who had spent his whole life taking, manipulating, charming his way out of everything, now cornered in his own childhood kitchen. The first officer knocked, and my dad, half awake, still in his robe, answered the door. Confusion twisted across his face as he glanced between the badges and the flashing lights behind them. "Is Caleb Whitaker here?" one of the officers asked, peering past my dad into the house. My brother had ducked behind the kitchen counter like a child hiding from consequences. I could hear him whispering no, no, no under his breath, pacing like a caged animal. His wife, Claire, appeared from the hallway rubbing her eyes, her confusion quickly turning to dread as she realized something serious was happening. "Daniel," my dad barked, "what is going on?" But I didn't answer him. Instead, I stepped aside and nodded toward the kitchen. "He's in there." The officers moved past us. One stayed with my parents to explain the situation: credit fraud, unauthorized transfers, and a formal complaint backed up with extensive digital evidence. The other 2 went straight to Caleb, who was now frantically trying to act innocent. Wait. This is a mistake. We're brothers. It was a misunderstanding." I leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. "It's not theft," he kept repeating. "I just borrowed the money. It's a family thing." One officer was calm but firm. "Sir, accessing someone's bank account without permission and transferring funds, regardless of relation, is a criminal offense under state and federal law. You're being detained for questioning." Claire started crying. My mom screamed my name. And my dad just stood there, stunned, shaking his head like the world had flipped upside down. As they cuffed Caleb, he twisted his head around to glare at me. "Are you seriously doing this to me? You're going to ruin my life over a few grand?" And that's when I finally snapped. The months of being guilt-tripped, the years of silent disappointment, the constant backhanded comments, and the latest betrayal, it all hit at once. "You ruined your life," I said coldly. "Not me. You broke into my account. You stole from me. And you did it knowing full well I'd probably let it go, like always. But guess what? I'm done playing that part." Caleb looked like he wanted to lunge at me, but the cuffs kept him in place. The officers led him out to the car, and the last thing I heard before the door shut was his voice yelling, "I'm done with you." I could have said something back, but what was the point? The moment the front door closed, the house exploded with noise. My mom was crying and yelling at me at the same time, something about how I should have just come to her and handled it privately. Claire was sitting on the couch, stunned. My dad walked over to me, silent for a moment, then said, "Did you have to go that far?" I turned to him, exhausted. "Did he?" No one said anything after that. I spent the rest of the day at a hotel. I didn't even bother picking up the gift baskets I brought. Easter could rot in that house for all I cared. Over the next few days, the fallout was worse than I expected. My extended family, cousins, uncles, aunts, started texting and calling. Some praised me. Quietly. Most were furious. Loudly. "How could you get your own brother arrested? It's Easter, Dan. Have a heart. You know Caleb has a family to feed." Nobody asked how I was doing. Nobody cared that I had a life, too. That I was tired of being treated like an ATM with no feelings. That I was tired of watching everyone excuse Caleb's behavior just because he was the favorite or because he meant well. But the best part came 2 days later. I got a call from Mia again. She told me something I hadn't expected, Caleb had not only transferred the money, but also tried to open a new credit line in my name, using my information. That moved things from simple unauthorized transfers to full-blown identity theft. I had to make a choice: drop it and let the family bury it, or press charges and go all the way. The next day, I met with the district attorney's office. And while I sat across from them, my hands folded neatly on the table, I thought about all the times I bit my tongue. All the times I watched my brother lie, steal, manipulate. All the times I played the peacekeeper while he got away with everything. They slid the papers across the desk and asked, "Do you want to proceed?" I picked up the pen. I signed the papers without hesitation. It wasn't an act of revenge anymore. It was a boundary, one that had been a long time coming. For years, I'd let things slide in the name of family, tradition, and not rocking the boat. But this wasn't a prank. This wasn't a joke. It was a felony. And the truth is, if I didn't take a stand now, Caleb would keep doing it, not just to me, but maybe to his kids, his wife, or someone else who still believed he had a conscience. The DA's office assured me I had an airtight case. Between the digital footprint, the IP trace to my parents' router, the timestamped video logs of the transactions, and even screen recordings of the login activity, thanks to my quick thinking and Mia's coaching, there was no room for misinterpretation. Caleb had broken the law, and he'd done it with full intent. A court date was set for May. My parents tried to intervene, of course. My mom called me crying every other day, sometimes begging, sometimes guilt-tripping. "You're sending your brother to prison, Daniel," she'd say. "You'll tear this family apart." She even tried to get my dad to call me, thinking he'd have more luck, but his attempts were half-hearted at best. He just sighed and said, "You're both being stubborn." Claire didn't say much. She texted me once. I didn't know he was doing that. "I'm sorry. I understand why you're doing this." I believed her. Part of me even felt bad for her, but not bad enough to back down. Then came the family meeting. Yes, an actual, old-fashioned family meeting. My parents invited me over to talk like adults, which basically meant they'd already decided what I should do and expected me to fall in line. Against my better judgment, I went. When I walked into the living room, it felt like an ambush. Caleb was there smug, as always, sitting in Dad's recliner like it was a throne. Mom was on the couch with tissues in her lap, and Dad was standing by the window like he wanted to pretend he wasn't involved. Claire stood near the back, arms crossed, eyes down. Even Aunt Bev had shown up for backup. "Daniel," my mom started, "we all love you. And I know you're hurt. But prison? Is that really what you want?" Caleb leaned forward. "Look, I messed up, all right? I admit it. But you're gonna ruin my life over what, $8,000? That's nothing to you." I looked at him, and for the first time in my life, I didn't see my brother. I saw a man who had never once been held accountable. A man who thought money in my account somehow belonged to him. A man who smiled while stealing from someone he'd hugged hours before. "It wasn't the money," I said slowly. "It was the betrayal. Again, and again, and again. And the fact that you knew I'd let it go because that's what I always do." "Well, not this time," Aunt Bev cut in. "But your brothers. You don't take family to court." I turned to her. If he'd done this to someone outside the family, he'd already be in jail. Why does being related make it okay? They all went quiet. It was the first time in years I had said something they couldn't dance around. Caleb scoffed. "Whatever. It won't stick. You think you're smart just because you make tech money and live in a big city. But you're nothing without this family." That was his final mistake. I reached into my bag and pulled out the printed transcripts of the fake credit line application with my name, address, and social security number. "I'm nothing without this family?" I said. "You almost destroyed my credit. If I hadn't caught it in time, you could have tanked everything I built. And you're calling me nothing?" He didn't say another word. Neither did anyone else. I left the folder on the table and walked out. Court day arrived like a quiet storm. Caleb had managed to delay it once, claiming he needed time to get a lawyer who understood tech crimes, but eventually there was no escaping it. He pled not guilty, of course, but the evidence was overwhelming. His lawyer tried to paint it as a misunderstanding between brothers, but the prosecution shredded that defense within minutes. My recording showed his face, his voice, the timestamps. They even had screenshots of the email he sent to the fake crypto partner, bragging about how he was leveraging my nerd brother's bank account. The judge didn't buy a word of it. The verdict? Guilty on all counts: financial fraud, identity theft, and unauthorized access to a secure account. He was sentenced to 18 months in a minimum security facility, with a chance for early parole if he completed restitution and counseling. Honestly, it could have been worse, But I wasn't aiming for maximum punishment. I just wanted justice. And boundaries. News of the conviction spread fast. The family group chat went silent for weeks. Easter dinner was canceled due to scheduling issues, which was code for everyone's too mad to sit at the same table. The following year, I hosted my own Easter in my apartment. I invited friends, a few coworkers, even Mia and her girlfriend. We had lamb, deviled eggs, wine, and laughter. It felt like the first real Easter I'd had in years. 3 days after the holiday, I got a card in the mail. No return address. Just a short note inside. Guess you finally won. Congrats, Caleb. I tossed it in the trash. Because this wasn't about winning. It was about finally, walking away from a cycle that was never going to change until I broke it. And I did. I'm not saying it was easy. I still get the occasional call from my mom begging me to visit. But I haven't been back since. I send my nieces and nephews' birthday gifts in the mail. I text Claire on holidays. That's it. Some people think drawing a line with family is cruel. But sometimes, drawing the line is the only way to remind yourself where you end and where they don't get to cross anymore. And honestly, it feels peaceful. Like finally waking up in a house you built for yourself, where no one else has the keys. A few months after Caleb went to prison, things settled into a strange, quiet normal. The family didn't exactly cut me off, but the vibe shifted. Conversations became shorter. Invitations fewer. It was like I'd turned on a light in a room everyone preferred to keep dark. No one wanted to talk about what happened, but they all felt it. Every birthday, holiday, and family update came with this unspoken tension, like I'd broken some sacred code by refusing to enable Caleb one more time. But what really marked the end of it all wasn't his sentencing or the fallout, it was Thanksgiving. I got an invite that year, surprisingly. A group text from my mom, like old times, hope you'll come home. Things are different now. I almost didn't go. I stared at that message for a long time. But something inside me wanted closure, or maybe just confirmation that I hadn't burned a bridge. I just walked off of it. So I drove back. Same old house. Same peeling paint on the porch railing. Same dent in the mailbox Caleb had backed into 5 Easters ago. When I walked through the door, everyone looked up at once. It was like the room had frozen. Then my youngest niece ran up to hug me, breaking the tension with a squeal of Uncle Danny. The adults followed awkwardly, each nod or smile just a bit too tight. Dinner was fine. Quiet. Not the usual chaos. Caleb obviously wasn't there, still serving time. His wife Claire was, though. She sat beside me, thanking me under her breath when no one else could hear. And after dessert, my mom finally broke. She pulled me aside, hands shaking as she handed me a worn envelope. I don't expect forgiveness, she said, but I need you to read this. It was a letter from Caleb, written in messy block print, dated a week earlier. Inside, he admitted everything. Not just the theft, but the pattern, the lies, the manipulation. He didn't excuse it, didn't ask for pity. He just said, you were right to press charges. I didn't think you'd do it, and I guess that was the problem all along. I thought I could always get away with it, especially if I smiled while doing it. There was no grand apology. But for the first time in his life, Caleb took responsibility. That was enough for me. Not to erase what happened, but to close the chapter. I handed the letter back to my mom. I appreciate you showing me, I said. But I'm not coming back here for a while. She looked like she wanted to argue, but she didn't. I said goodbye to the kids, hugged Claire, and left without looking back. And that was it. That was the last time I set foot in that house. From there, life moved forward. I bought a place of my own, a cabin about 2 hours outside the city, quiet, clean, surrounded by trees. I started spending holidays with friends, coworkers, even neighbors. People who respected boundaries. People who didn't see kindness as something to exploit. Caleb got out early, around the start of the next year. He sent me a single text, out. Hope you're well. I never replied. Not out of spite. Just because that part of my life was over. I'd spent years thinking being a good brother meant always saying yes. Always smoothing things over. Always forgiving, no matter how deep the cut. But now I knew the truth. Being a good brother didn't mean enabling a bad one. And sometimes the bravest thing you can do for yourself and your family is to stop being their safety net. Let them fall. Let them see what the ground feels like. And let them figure out how to stand up on their own. My name's Evan. I'm 27 now, but this story really starts the day I turned 18. I didn't even get to finish my birthday cake. It was a Tuesday, cold, wet, and forgettable, just like every other day in our house. I'd gotten home from school, soaked to the bone, hoping my parents had at least acknowledged the day. Instead, I opened the door to find my dad standing in the foyer, arms crossed, eyes like flint. No happy birthday. No dinner. Just the duffel bag I used for football, sitting by the door like a dog waiting to be kicked. "You're 18, he said flatly. "Old enough to figure it out. Pack your things." At first, I thought he was joking. I even smiled, waiting for the punchline. But his jaw stayed tight, and when I turned to my mom for backup, she just stood in the hallway with her arms wrapped around herself like she was cold. She wouldn't meet my eyes, just reached over and quietly turned off the porch light, like that would make it easier. No yelling, no drama, just a silent execution of my place in their lives. "You'll come crawling back when the real world hits," Dad added, like it was already written in some family prophecy. I remember my heart pounding in my ears. I didn't have a plan, no savings, barely a half-full backpack of clothes. But I also didn't have the strength to beg. So I picked up that cheap duffel, looked at the porch one last time, and walked into the rain. My shoes squelched with every step down the sidewalk, but I didn't stop. Not even when I passed the window and saw them closing the curtains behind me. I didn't come crawling back. The first night I spent at the old rec center on the west side of town. They let you crash in the gym if you didn't make trouble. It smelled like sweat and rubber and disinfectant, but it was dry. I curled up on a bench, using my jacket as a pillow, and stared at the rafters. I should have cried. I wanted to. But anger is a distraction. I bounced between couch surfing, temp jobs, and more than a few nights walking until sunrise just to stay warm. For months, I felt like a ghost, someone whose absence was more comfortable than their presence. I picked up shifts at a diner washing dishes. Then I started cleaning offices overnight. I kept my head down and saved every dime, not for revenge, but because I had no other safety net. By the time I was 20, I was renting a shared apartment and working 2 jobs. My hands were cracked and dry, my back ached every morning, but I was finally feeding myself without relying on handouts. I didn't post about it. I didn't brag. But every milestone I hit, my first solo rent payment, my first used car, the promotion to lead custodian, I marked silently like war medals. And my parents never reached out. Not once. Years went by. I learned to live with the ache in my chest, that tight, silent vacuum where their love should have been. But pain makes room for other things, too. Like drive, hunger, a need to prove that I wasn't the failure they so confidently predicted. At 23, I got my HVAC certification. That was the game changer. Suddenly, I wasn't scrubbing toilets for minimum wage. I was installing systems, fixing heat in the dead of winter, and taking pride in work that people actually needed. I built a little business, mostly solo gigs at first. Word spread. I treated people fairly. Showed up on time. Wore clean boots. It sounds small, but reliability is rare, and clients noticed. By 25, I had my own van. By 26, I had an LLC and a waiting list 2 weeks long. I wasn't rich, not by any stretch, but I was stable, solid, proud of what I'd built with no safety net, no family support, just sheer force of will and sleepless nights. I'd hear about my parents sometimes through distant cousins. My dad had knee surgery. My mom ran a small online shop that barely broke even. They'd sold the house and moved into a condo a few towns over. But still, not a word, not a text, not even a Facebook poke. Then, 3 weeks ago, I did something I hadn't done in years. I searched my mom's name on Facebook. Her profile was public. Same soft smile in the photo, like she hadn't watched her only son walk into the night with wet socks and nothing else. I scrolled through photos of crafts she was selling, memes about God closing doors, and a couple of passive-aggressive posts about adult children who forget where they come from. I didn't click follow. I didn't even like a post. But a part of me felt nothing. And that scared me more than anger ever did. Then, this morning, my phone buzzed at 7:14 a.m. It was a number I didn't recognize, a local area code. I let it go to voicemail. Then another one. Then 3 more. I checked my email. 9 new messages, all with variations of the same subject. Can we talk? Urgent. Please read. From your mother. I sat in my office, sipping the same burnt coffee I made every morning, staring at my screen as notification after notification stacked up. 1 from my uncle, 2 from cousins I hadn't seen since high school, and 1 final message from a Gmail I didn't recognize. Evan, it's your father. We need your help. I didn't open it. Instead, I clicked on my business calendar, cleared the afternoon appointments, and sat there, just breathing. Not angry, not triumphant, just still. They were reaching out. After 9 years of silence, 9 years of empty birthdays, unreturned messages, and cold porch lights. And now? Now they needed something. I didn't reply, but I did read one of the voicemails. My mom's voice, soft, wavering, laced with urgency. Evan, honey, we made mistakes. Your dad and I, we didn't know. We weren't ready. But things are bad now. We don't have anyone else. Please, just call us back. I didn't. Because in that moment, I realized something they never taught me. Not when they shoved me into the rain, not when they turned their backs. Silence is its own answer. And this time, I wasn't the one waiting in the cold. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was conflicted. No, the decision was oddly easy. What kept me awake was the quiet satisfaction of knowing they finally knew what it felt like to be desperate and ignored. But curiosity's a sneaky thing. By mid-morning, I cracked open the full email thread. I told myself I just wanted information, not contact. I wasn't going to reply. I just wanted to know how bad it had gotten. And oh boy, it was worse than I'd imagined. The email from my father wasn't long. That wasn't like him. He was a man of control, of drawn-out monologues about respect and expectations. But this was clipped, cold, and laced with a desperation he probably gagged on just typing. Evan, I know we haven't spoken. There's no excuse for how we handled things. But we're in a bad place. I lost my job last year. Medical bills are piling up. Your mom's struggling to keep her shop going. We're being evicted in 30 days. We know you're doing well. Your cousin showed us your business site. We're not asking for a handout, just a loan, or maybe even a place to stay until we figure things out. Please think about it. Dad, I reread the line, "We're not asking for a handout," about 5 times. It made my lip twitch. That's exactly what they were asking for, only wrapped in the same controlling, performative dignity they always clung to. And that bit about "your cousin showed us your business site"? Yeah, that made sense. I had recently launched a new service page and posted a picture of my office with the company van outside. That same cousin, Lisa, had commented on it. "So proud of how far you've come." I guess pride is contagious when someone might pay your rent. What struck me the most, though, was how little they said about me. Not once did they ask how I was doing. If I was happy, healthy, safe. The whole thing read like a letter to a bank, not a son. And somehow, that cut deeper than if they just begged outright. I didn't respond. Not that day, not the next. But the voicemails kept coming. Some sad, some guilt-ridden, a few angry, like they were shifting into old habits, as if silence was just another form of defiance they had to beat out of me. By the end of the week, my inbox had grown a whole subplot. Messages from distant relatives, people who hadn't texted me since I was 17 and getting my wisdom teeth pulled, now suddenly remembered I existed. One email from my aunt read, "Hi, sweetie. I know there's been distance, but family is family. Your parents are in a hard place, and I think you'd feel terrible if something happened and you didn't help. Maybe you could just let them stay for a little while. You've got a big heart. Don't let pride get in the way." I closed the email and stared at the wall for a long time. Pride? That's what they thought this was. They called it pride because it was easier than admitting they'd gambled and lost. They'd bet that I'd fail, that I'd come home with my head hung low, begging for scraps. And now that the roles had flipped, they expected me to forget everything. The night in the rain, the years of silence, the birthdays that came and went without so much as a text. I wasn't being proud. I was being free. Still, a part of me needed closure. I didn't want to talk to them, but I wanted to see them. Not for revenge. Not yet. I just needed to understand how far they'd fallen. What rock bottom looked like for two people who once thought they were too good for their own kid. So I drove. Not to their condo. They'd lost that months ago, apparently, but to the old church where they were supposedly going to a support group on Tuesday nights. One of the emails mentioned it in passing. It was only a 30-minute drive. I parked across the street, stayed in my van, and waited. At 6:47 p.m., they came out. My father was hunched, thinner than I remembered. The man who used to tower over me with belt-tight fists now walked with a slight limp and clutched a worn coat like a lifeline. My mother looked older, her hair mostly gray, face drawn and tired. They didn't speak as they walked, just kept their heads down, silent in a way that was no longer powerful, just defeated. I didn't feel joy. Not really. What I felt was distance. Like I was watching two actors who used to star in a show I no longer cared about. Their downfall wasn't satisfying. It was just inevitable. But I also realized something in that moment. They hadn't changed. Not really. Because if they had, they'd be apologizing without expecting anything in return. They'd be owning what they did, not attaching it to "please help us now." I drove off without them seeing me. The next morning, a final message came through. "Evan, I guess we were wrong to expect anything from you. But I hope one day you understand what it's like to watch your parents suffer while you do nothing. We'll figure it out. Dad." That was it. No warmth. No love. Just one last jab, as if guilt might still be their ticket out of consequence. And this time, I didn't just ignore it. I hit archive. No reply. No call. No explanation. Because they were right about one thing all those years ago. The real world did hit me. And I hit back harder. A week passed. The emails stopped. The calls, too. I guess they finally got the message. Or maybe they just ran out of people to beg. But silence from them didn't mean silence in general. Lisa, my cousin, the same one who used to braid friendship bracelets with me when we were kids and then ghosted me for a decade, she started poking around again. First with a casual message on Facebook. "Hey, how's life? Been thinking about you lately." Then a day later, she sent a longer one. "Okay, so I know this is random, but there's this housing situation with your parents. They're trying to get into a unit over at Bay Ridge Meadows. I think they're waiting on an approval. Anyway, just thought I'd give you a heads up in case. I don't know, you wanted to help behind the scenes or something. Ignore me if this is too much. Just felt weird not saying anything." Bay Ridge Meadows. The name lit up something in the back of my brain. Because I knew Bay Ridge. I'd looked into buying a property there just a couple months ago. It was an older complex with potential, sitting right between two upcoming districts. Great for flipping. But the seller had gone radio silent before we could close the deal. I hadn't thought about it since. Now I was thinking about it a lot. I pulled up the listing, found the old real estate contact, and sent an email. Just to ask. Just to confirm. I told myself it didn't mean anything. That afternoon, I got a call from the seller's rep. "Mr. Cole, you're not going to believe this," he laughed. "That Bay Ridge sale you were interested in? The deal fell through with the last buyer. Owners are desperate now. If you're still serious, you'd basically be walking in with a golden ticket." I almost dropped the phone. I didn't know what to call it. Fate? Coincidence? Karma in a blazer? Whatever it was, I knew exactly what I had to do. I told him I was in. No hesitation. We agreed to terms in 2 days. My lawyer handled the paperwork. I signed the contract from my office with the kind of cold, steady hand my father used to use when disciplining me. But this time, I wasn't just signing a deed. I was signing control. By the following Monday, I was officially the new owner of Bay Ridge Meadows. It was surreal, sitting at my desk, looking over blueprints and maintenance logs for a place my parents were desperately trying to crawl into like rats through a drain pipe. The leasing office didn't even know about my connection to them. They just knew a new owner had stepped in and was reviewing tenant applications with strict standards. I scheduled a meeting with the complex manager, Deirdre. She was a no-nonsense woman in her late 40s, polite but sharp. We went through every applicant on the pending list. And there they were. James and Carolyn Cole. No references listed. A handwritten note attached, practically pleading for consideration. "We've recently fallen on hard times and are looking for a fresh start. We are quiet, respectful, and reliable tenants with a history of long-term residence. We're hoping someone will give us a chance." I stared at the printout for a long time. Then I slid it back across the table. "These two," I said calmly. "Decline them." Deirdre raised an eyebrow. "Any particular reason?" I gave her a polite smile. "They're not a good fit. Trust me." She didn't press further. Just made a note, nodded, and moved on. That should have been it. That should have been the end. But it wasn't. Because 2 days later, I got a voicemail I wasn't expecting. Not from my parents. From the Bay Ridge leasing office's public phone line. And it wasn't directed to me. It was a message accidentally left while someone forgot to hang up. A 3-minute recording of my parents in the front lobby, arguing with the staff. I hit play and listened. My father's voice was louder than I remembered, but it had that same bitter edge. "Are you kidding me? We were told this unit was open." And my mother, her voice strained but tight. "You don't understand. Our son was supposed to help us. We raised him. He wouldn't let us live like this." Then, a beat of silence. And my dad muttered something that made my hand curl into a fist. "He owes us." I hit pause, stared at the phone. Owes us. Owes them what? I hadn't just moved on. I had rebuilt my life from rubble they poured themselves. And now they were marching around reception desks, peddling entitlement like currency? No, that wasn't going to fly. That night, I called a signage company. And then I had a new plaque installed on the front of the leasing office, right next to the manager's window. Nothing flashy, just brushed steel with black embossed lettering. Property of Cole HVAC and Real Estate Services, LLC. Owner, Evan Cole. I didn't do it to gloat. Okay, maybe a little. But mostly, I wanted it to be unmistakable. The next time they walked in, they'd see my name carved into the place they once hoped to crawl into quietly. And they'd know exactly who shut that door. And I wasn't done yet. Because later that week, Deirdre emailed me a follow-up. Apparently, James and Carolyn Cole had returned, confused and insistent, asking to speak directly to the owner. They were told he wasn't available. But Deirdre asked me, "Would you like to set up a meeting with them?" I stared at that email for a long time. I didn't reply right away, because I wasn't sure if I wanted to see them again. Not yet, but maybe soon. And when I did, I wouldn't be walking into their house, begging for warmth. They'd be walking into mine. I waited, not out of fear, not out of guilt. I waited because I wanted them to sit with it, to feel the echo of every empty birthday, every voicemail I never got, every moment they told themselves I was the problem and not the product of them. For 2 weeks, I let the silence stretch, long enough for them to try again and again. Deirdre forwarded every voicemail they left for the owner. Each one was a little different in tone. The first few were polite, hopeful. Then came confusion, then anger, and finally, desperation. My father's voice cracked in the fifth one. "If this is about Evan, just tell him we're sorry. Okay, tell him we know we messed up. But we're out of options. This was our last shot. Just please." The man who once told me I'd come crawling back, now reduced to begging in a voicemail to a woman he didn't know, for a place to sleep. And still I waited, until the last message came. From my mother. "Evan, I know it's you. I saw the name on the plaque. We saw it when we walked in. I couldn't say anything in front of your father, but I recognized it right away. I don't expect forgiveness. I just wanted to know if you're okay. That's all. If you ever want to talk, please." That one got to me, but not in the way she wanted. Because what she didn't say spoke louder than anything she did. Not once did she ask how I made it. Not once did she apologize for turning off the porch light that night and letting the rain swallow me whole. Not once did she admit that they had cut me loose out of convenience, not necessity. Still, it was something, and I'd spent years starving for something. So I replied, not with a voicemail, not with a visit, but with a formal notice, printed, signed, and mailed to their current shelter. A neutral tone, clean format. Notice of application rejection. To James and Carolyn Cole. Your application for residence at Bay Ridge Meadows has been reviewed and denied. Due to concerns regarding financial history, rental reliability, and overall tenant compatibility, we regret to inform you that your request for tenancy cannot be approved. We wish you the best in your housing search and future endeavors. Regards, Evan Cole, property owner, Bay Ridge Meadows. I don't know how long it took for the letter to reach them, but I know exactly when it hit. Because 2 days later, I pulled into the Bay Ridge lot to check on a repair in Unit 17 and saw them standing outside the leasing office. They looked small. My father had his arms folded, pacing with that old familiar tension, like he was searching for someone to blame. My mother sat on a bench just outside the door, staring at the ground. I almost turned around, but I didn't. I parked, stepped out of my van, and walked toward them. My boots crunched on the gravel as I approached, and my father looked up first. He blinked once, twice, then narrowed his eyes like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Evan, I didn't speak. I just stopped a few feet away, close enough that they couldn't ignore me, far enough that I didn't have to offer warmth. My mother stood slowly, mouth open but unsure of what to say. I watched her eyes scan my face, taking in the man she didn't raise, the man who had built himself from a duffel bag and silence. Evan, she whispered, you're the owner? I nodded once. My father stepped forward, disbelief written all over him. You own this place? Yes. A beat of silence. Then he laughed, short, bitter. You've got to be kidding me. I'm not, I said calmly. My mom reached for my arm, tentative. We didn't know. If we had, you wouldn't have changed anything, I said, stepping back. You didn't know because you didn't care to look. You wanted to pretend I disappeared. She winced. That's not fair. You left me on the lawn with a wet backpack and no plan. I cut in. You turned off the porch light like I was some stray you were done feeding. My father's mouth tightened. We were trying to teach you responsibility. You were getting arrogant. Disrespectful. No, I said, voice low. I was tired of being treated like I didn't matter. I got tired of you reminding me that love came with strings. That your approval was transactional. He stepped forward again, shoulders squared. The same stance he used when he used to yell me into corners. I didn't flinch. You really going to hold a grudge this long? He spat. Were your parents? No, I said, my voice steady. You're two people who had a chance to raise a son and chose control instead. And now that the control is gone, you want mercy. My mom's eyes brimmed with tears. Evan, please. We've lost everything. I looked her in the eye, not cruelly, just firmly. So did I. She blinked, confused. What do you mean? I lost my faith in family, I said. I lost birthdays, holidays. I lost any hope that you'd show up when it mattered. You made me believe I was on my own, so I learned how to be. But we're sorry, she started. Too late, I said. Sorry means you try to fix it before you need something. I turned to go, but something in me, something old and unspoken, made me stop. I looked back at them. I won't evict you from anywhere else, I said. I won't harass you. I won't chase you down for an apology I know I'll never get. But you won't get a roof from me. Not after what you did. My father looked ready to argue, but I raised a hand, not to silence him, but to end it. You threw me out into the world, I said quietly, and I built one without you. Then I walked away. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. By the time I got to my van, I felt lighter than I had in years. Not because I got revenge, not because I won, but because I finally stopped carrying the weight of their approval like it was something I still needed. They were just people now. People who made their bed and finally had to lie in it, without me to fluff the pillows. Later that month, Deirdre let me know they'd moved on. Some low-income housing place 2 towns over had accepted them. Barely livable, apparently. Mold, thin walls, leaky faucets. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't gloat. But I did sit in my quiet office, sip a warm cup of coffee, and stare at the framed photo above my desk, not of my parents, but of me. 17 years old. Wet socks. A duffel bag on my shoulder. And a world ahead of me they never thought I'd survive. Turns out, I didn't just survive. I built something better. Without them. And for the first time in my life, that was enough. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. My name's Lucas. I'm 27, and I never thought I'd end up writing something like this. I've always been the kind of guy who tries to avoid unnecessary drama, even when it comes from my family. I keep my head down, I work hard, and I take care of my own things. I bought my car, a used but reliable black sedan, 2 years ago after saving every extra dollar from my job. It wasn't flashy, but it was mine. I made the payments, I covered the insurance, and I kept it spotless. For me, it represented independence. It was the one thing I could point to and say, I did that on my own, no help from anyone. My brother, Aaron, is 22 and couldn't be more different. He's the golden child in my parents' eyes. He was always the one who got bailed out when he flunked classes, who got a brand new gaming laptop when I was still patching up a secondhand desktop, who somehow managed to spin every mistake into he's just young, he'll learn. Meanwhile, I was the one told to be responsible and not cause trouble. I can't remember the last time I got real praise from my parents that wasn't backhanded. Aaron could fail an exam and get pizza night as a cheer up. I got honor roll in college, and my dad said, "Don't let it go to your head." I tolerated it for years. I told myself it wasn't worth the energy to fight over every little thing. But everything started shifting one Saturday morning at 6 sharp. I was still half asleep when I heard the unmistakable sound of my car engine firing up. At first, I thought maybe I'd left the keys out by mistake, or maybe I was imagining things. But then I heard laughter. Male voices. My brother's voice, cocky and loud, drifting up through my window. I dragged myself out of bed and looked out, only to see Aaron and 3 of his buddies in the driveway, piling bags into my car like they were loading up for a road trip. I threw on a hoodie and stumbled outside, heart pounding. "What are you doing?" I asked, walking straight up to the driver's side. Aaron was in the seat, smirking like this was some kind of joke. "Relax, bro," he said, leaning back like he owned the place. "We're taking your car for the weekend. Beach trip. You don't need it, right?" He said it so casually, as if my car was some community bicycle anyone could just grab. His friends snickered from the back seat, and one of them muttered, "Man, you should be grateful. At least your car gets to have some fun." I felt heat rise in my chest. "You're not taking my car," I snapped. "Get out. Now." I reached for the door handle, but he locked it and just grinned. "Don't be selfish, Lucas," he said. "It's not like you're doing anything important today. Besides, we'll bring it back in one piece." That was when my mom appeared at the front door, holding a mug of coffee like this was the most normal thing in the world. "Lucas, stop making a scene," she called out. "He deserves to have some fun. You're always so uptight about that car. It's just for a weekend." I froze. The casual dismissal in her tone hit me harder than my brother's smugness. "He deserves it," I repeated. "I paid for this car. I insure it. I maintain it. He doesn't get to just take it." My mom sighed and shook her head, as if I were the one being unreasonable. "You've always been so rigid. Let your brother live a little." Aaron grinned wider, clearly enjoying how Mom had taken his side. His friends laughed again, their voices grating against my nerves. I looked at my mom, then at Aaron, and felt something shift inside me. For the first time in years, I wasn't just annoyed, I was furious. I could have yanked open the door, dragged him out, screamed until my voice went hoarse. But instead, I turned on my heel, walked back inside, and grabbed my phone. My hands were shaking, but not from fear. From anger. Pure, white-hot anger that had been building for years. I dialed the non-emergency police line, gave them the plate number, and reported my car stolen. When I stepped back outside and saw their smug faces, I didn't even bother hiding the small smile that crept onto my lips. And that's when their laughter stopped. Aaron's smirk vanished the second he realized I wasn't bluffing. His friends started shifting uncomfortably in the back seat, whispering to each other like maybe this wasn't such a fun adventure anymore. My mom, though, didn't even hesitate. She stormed down the steps, coffee mug still in hand, and snatched my phone out of mine. "Lucas, what on earth is wrong with you? You're going to ruin your brother's weekend over a car?" she barked. The way she said "a car" made it sound like I was throwing a tantrum over a toy. I just stared at her, jaw clenched. "It's not just a car," I said through gritted teeth. "It's my car. He didn't ask. He tried to take it." But of course, Mom didn't hear a word. She turned to Aaron, her voice softening instantly, and cooed, "Sweetheart, don't worry. Your brother's just being dramatic again. You'll still go." Then she glared back at me, as if I was the criminal in this situation. "You're not calling the police. I'll tell them it was a misunderstanding." She handed my phone back like she was granting me some mercy. Aaron leaned out the window, smirk returning now that he knew he had backup. "See? Mom gets it. You should try not being so selfish for once, Lucas." I could feel my pulse in my ears. "Selfish?" I repeated. "You're stealing my car, and I'm selfish?" "Don't raise your voice," Mom snapped. "You'll wake the neighbors." That line broke me a little. I had been quiet my entire life to avoid making a scene. But now, watching Aaron sit there with that smug grin while my mom defended him, again, was like watching years of pent-up resentment burst through the surface. I wanted to scream, but instead I did something worse in their eyes. I stood my ground. "If he takes that car off this driveway, I will press charges. You can't shield him from this." Aaron's friends started whispering louder, one of them saying, "Dude, maybe we should just Uber." But Aaron was stubborn, just like Mom. He scoffed and turned the engine off with a dramatic sigh. "Fine, we'll figure something else out. You're such a buzzkill, man." He threw the keys at me, and they bounced off my chest. I thought that was the end of it. I thought, maybe, just maybe, they'd drop it and leave. But I should have known better. The rest of the day, Mom barely spoke to me except to throw little jabs. "You've always been jealous of Aaron," she muttered while washing dishes. "It's sad, really. He just wanted a weekend of fun." Dad came home later that evening, and of course, she filled him in with her version of the story, how I overreacted and threatened my own brother over something as trivial as a car. Dad didn't even ask for my side. He just shook his head at me with disappointment dripping from his voice. "You really need to stop being so controlling, Lucas. Family should come first." That sentence burned. Family should come first. As if I wasn't family. As if all the years of me carrying my own weight, paying my own bills, never asking them for help, didn't count. Meanwhile, Aaron lived rent-free at home, didn't have a job that lasted longer than a few months, and somehow always had a new gadget or trip planned. The days after were even worse. Aaron kept finding little ways to remind me that I was the bad guy. He made jokes at dinner about how I was married to my car. He told relatives over the phone about how I tried to have him arrested for no reason. And the worst part? They laughed. They believed him. I became the punchline. One evening, I overheard Mom and Aaron talking in the kitchen. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but their voices carried. "Don't worry," she said softly. "We'll make sure he doesn't ruin things for you again. If he won't share, we'll figure something out." Aaron laughed, low and smug. "Yeah, he thinks he's in control, but he's not. Watch." I went back to my room, fists clenched. That was the moment I realized this wasn't about a car anymore. It wasn't even about a weekend trip. It was about years of being dismissed, years of favoritism, years of being the scapegoat. They didn't see me as family. They saw me as a tool, an obstacle, or worse, a joke. And while I sat there on my bed, staring at the keys I had guarded so fiercely, I started to wonder just how far they'd go to prove their point. A week later, I learned just how far they were willing to go. It was a Friday night, and I had just come home from work exhausted. I parked my car in the driveway, double-checked that it was locked, and even brought the keys into my room. Paranoia had become second nature after that morning showdown. I thought maybe things had calmed down. Aaron was quieter than usual around me. Mom was giving me the silent treatment instead of arguing, and Dad just looked at me with that familiar disappointment face. I told myself maybe if I just stayed out of their way, it would blow over. But the uneasy feeling never left. The next morning, I woke up to an empty driveway. My first thought was that maybe I had parked on the street without realizing it. But no, the street was empty too. My car was gone. My stomach dropped. I tore through my room looking for the keys, only to find the lanyard missing from my desk. My pulse shot through the roof. I ran into the kitchen, where Mom was humming softly while making breakfast like it was any other day. "Where's Aaron?" I demanded. She didn't even look up. "He's out." "With what?" I snapped. "Because my car isn't here." That got her attention. She turned slowly, spatula in hand, and said in the calmest, most infuriating voice I've ever heard, "Don't overreact, Lucas. He borrowed it. He had plans with his friends." I felt like the floor was ripped out from under me. "You gave him my keys?" "They were just sitting on your desk," she said with a shrug. "Honestly, you shouldn't be so possessive. He promised to bring it back Sunday night." My vision blurred. "You had no right. You went into my room and took them." "Don't yell at me in my own house," she snapped, suddenly defensive. "I'm his mother, and I'm yours too. If you won't support your brother, then I'll step in." It felt like a slap. She didn't just dismiss me this time. She actively enabled him. She broke my trust in the one place I thought I still had control, my own space, my own belongings. I called Aaron immediately, but of course, he didn't answer. Straight to voicemail. I tried again and again, pacing the kitchen while Mom just went back to flipping pancakes like I was some annoying background noise. "He'll be fine," she said. "Stop making everything into a crisis." Dad came downstairs mid-argument, and I thought maybe, just maybe, he'd back me up. But no. He rubbed his eyes, glanced at me, and said, "Lucas, you need to stop treating your brother like a criminal. He's just a kid having fun. Quit being so controlling." That word again. Controlling. I went back to my room, fists clenched, chest heaving, and slammed the door. My sanctuary didn't even feel like mine anymore. I kept replaying it in my head. Mom walking into my room, taking my keys without asking, handing them off to Aaron like my hard work was nothing. Like I was nothing. As the hours ticked by with no word from Aaron, I felt panic mixed with rage. What if he wrecked the car? What if he got pulled over? The insurance was under my name. Everything would come back to me. The weight of that hit me like a brick. Legally, I was responsible for every reckless thing Aaron was about to do. That was the moment something in me cracked. Up until then, I had tried to argue, reason, explain, even plead. But this was betrayal in its purest form. My own family, the people who should have had my back, had gone out of their way to undermine me, to strip me of control over the one thing I had worked so hard for. And as the sun started to set that night, with still no word from Aaron, one thought began to burn hotter and hotter in my mind. If they were going to treat me like I didn't matter, then maybe it was time to show them what happened when I finally stopped playing nice. By Sunday evening, the panic had eaten me alive. Every time a car drove past the house, I rushed to the window thinking maybe, just maybe, it was Aaron bringing my car back in one piece. But the driveway stayed empty. My texts went unanswered. My calls rang and rang before going to voicemail. I even tried messaging some of his friends on social media, only to be left on read. Meanwhile, my parents carried on like nothing was wrong. Mom cheerfully cooked dinner, Dad watched his shows, and neither of them so much as acknowledged that my car, had been missing for nearly 2 days. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, every muscle tight with rage and helplessness. I kept imagining the worst. Aaron joyriding with his friends, drunk behind the wheel, laughing as he tore down the highway. The thought of my car, my insurance, my future being trashed because of his recklessness made my chest ache. I had worked so hard for that car. I had skipped vacations, picked up extra shifts, even lived leaner than I wanted to just so I could afford it. And in a single weekend, all of that felt like it had been stolen from me, not just by Aaron, but by my parents too. Monday morning came, and still no sign of the car. I tried confronting my mom again, but she didn't flinch. You're overreacting. He'll bring it back when he's ready. Stop pacing like a madman. Dad chimed in from the living room. If you spent half as much energy on being a good brother as you do on that car, maybe things wouldn't be so tense in this house. Their words hit me harder than I expected. A good brother? Did they even know what that meant? I had bailed Aaron out of situations before, quietly helping him pay a phone bill once, covering for him when he missed work. I never told anyone because I didn't want to stir drama. But apparently, none of that mattered. In their eyes, I was selfish, a villain. And Aaron? He was the victim. By Tuesday, the car finally appeared in the driveway again. I spotted it from my bedroom window and rushed outside. Relief hit me for a split second, until I got closer. The front bumper was scraped, one of the headlights cracked, and there were muddy footprints all over the back seat. Inside, I found empty fast food wrappers, spilled soda on the upholstery, and the faint smell of cigarettes. My heart sank. It was like watching something sacred get desecrated. Aaron strolled up behind me, sunglasses perched on his head, grinning like he'd just gotten back from the best vacation of his life. Relax, man, he said, clapping me on the shoulder. It's just a couple scratches. No big deal. You should have seen the girls who rode in this thing. Though, your car's officially a chick magnet now. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just stared at the cracked headlight, my throat too tight to say anything. When I finally looked up, Mom was already at the door, smiling at Aaron. Did you have a good time, sweetheart? She asked, her tone warm and doting. Then she glanced at me, her smile vanishing instantly. Lucas, wipe that look off your face. It's just a car. Stop sulking. That was the moment I realized there was nothing I could say that would make them see reason. My words meant nothing. My feelings meant nothing. No matter how much I tried to argue, I would always be the one painted as selfish, dramatic, and ungrateful. And Aaron? He would always be the golden boy who could do no wrong. That night, I shut myself in my room and sat staring at the keys on my desk. My car was back, but it no longer felt like mine. My parents had crossed a line I couldn't forgive. They had gone into my room, taken my keys, and handed over my hard-earned property like it was theirs to give. And Aaron had trashed it without a shred of remorse. I felt lower than I ever had before. Angry, yes, but also hollow. Because deep down, I knew nothing was going to change if I kept living under that roof. No matter how much I worked, saved, or tried to build a life for myself, they would always undermine me. Always. But in that darkness, a quiet thought crept in. Maybe this was the breaking point I needed. Maybe losing the last shred of trust and respect I had for them was exactly what would push me to finally walk away. And maybe, just maybe, it would give me the chance to show them what happened when the selfish one stopped playing by their rules. I didn't have a plan yet. But as I sat there, staring at the cracks in my car's headlight through the window, one thing became clear. I wasn't going to stay their punching bag forever. The morning after I found my car battered and trashed, something shifted inside me. I woke up, looked around my room, and realized I was done waiting for respect that was never going to come. The anger hadn't gone away. It was still burning quietly in my chest, but it had cooled into something sharper, more focused. I wasn't going to scream or argue anymore. I was going to change my life so thoroughly that they wouldn't be able to touch me. That week, I started looking for apartments. It wasn't easy. Rents were high. and I didn't have much saved after buying the car and keeping up with bills, but the idea of continuing to live under their roof, with Mom casually rifling through my belongings and Aaron taking whatever he pleased, made my skin crawl. I found a small one-bedroom across town. Nothing fancy, just a place with thin walls and old carpets. But it was mine. Signing that lease felt like unclipping invisible chains. At the same time, I threw myself into work. My job had always been something I treated like routine. Show up, do what's expected, collect the paycheck. But now, it became my escape, my ticket out. I volunteered for extra projects, stayed late, and even started networking with some higher-ups I'd always been too shy to approach. I wasn't just clocking in anymore, I was building. And it paid off. Within 3 months, my boss pulled me into his office and offered me a promotion with a decent raise. That promotion felt like more than just money. It was validation. Proof that my hard work actually mattered somewhere, even if my family refused to see it. Meanwhile, I invested in fixing my car. Every dent, every scratch Aaron had left, I repaired one by one. I worked with a local mechanic I trusted, and over time, the car looked brand new again. Each repair felt like reclaiming a piece of myself, undoing the damage they had caused. I even upgraded it. New rims, better sound system, tinted windows. It wasn't just transportation anymore. It was a symbol of resilience. I didn't tell my family about the apartment right away. I moved out quietly, carrying boxes late at night after work, refusing to give them the satisfaction of a dramatic exit. When Mom asked why my closet looked emptier, I just said I was sorting things out. The first night I slept in that apartment, surrounded by half-unpacked boxes and silence, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: peace. Aaron, of course, eventually found out. He called me one evening, half laughing, half annoyed. "So you really moved out, huh? Couldn't handle Mom riding your case." I didn't give him the reaction he wanted. "Yeah," I said simply, "and I'm not coming back." There was a pause, then he scoffed. "Whatever, man. You'll be back when you realize how expensive life is." He hung up before I could respond. But I wasn't back. If anything, life got better. Harder, yes. I was juggling bills, groceries, and work all on my own, but also freer. Every challenge I faced was mine to solve, not something overshadowed by their favoritism or manipulation. Months passed, and my success grew. I kept excelling at work, saved aggressively, and even started investing. The more I built for myself, the more distance I created from their toxicity. And strangely, the silence from my family grew louder. They didn't check in. They didn't congratulate me on the promotion. They didn't ask how I was managing. It was as if they expected me to fail and were waiting to pounce when I did. But failure never came. One evening, I stood by my car in the parking lot of my new apartment complex, freshly detailed and gleaming under the streetlights, and I realized something. For the first time in my life, I was proud of myself without needing anyone else's approval. And that's when the opportunity for revenge started to take shape. Not the kind that comes from anger, but the kind that comes from power. I was no longer the quiet, selfish brother living under their roof. I had independence. I had leverage. And I was starting to see exactly how I could use it. It was about 6 months after I'd moved out when the first crack appeared in their perfect little bubble. I was at work, wrapping up for the day, when my phone buzzed with an unexpected call from Dad. He rarely called me directly. Usually Mom was the one who relayed family updates. I almost let it go to voicemail, but curiosity got the better of me. "Lucas," he said, his voice strangely stiff, "we need to talk." Turns out Aaron had gotten into trouble. Again. This time, it wasn't just a failed class or a missed shift. He'd been pulled over in a friend's car, driving without insurance, expired tags, and apparently a trunk full of beer. He wasn't arrested, but there were fines stacked so high even my parents couldn't shrug them off. And who did they think of first? Me. "You've got steady work now," Dad said, almost like it was a compliment. "We thought maybe you could help your brother out, just until he gets back on his feet." I nearly laughed out loud. Help him out? This was the same brother who had stolen my car, trashed it, and never apologized. The same parents who had gone into my room, taken my keys, and told me I was selfish. I kept my tone calm, though. "I can't help," I said flatly. "That's his mess, not mine." There was silence on the line. Then Dad muttered, "I'm disappointed in you." The words stung less than they used to. Because here's the thing. By that point, I wasn't the same powerless kid under their roof. I had savings. I had my promotion. I had my own place, my own car, my own life. Their disappointment didn't control me anymore. And that's when it hit me. Their golden boy was finally failing. And for the first time, I was in a position they couldn't ignore. Over the next few weeks, I started piecing things together. Through mutual acquaintances, I learned Aaron wasn't just struggling with fines, he was jobless again. He'd quit his last gig after only 2 months, claiming the boss was out to get him. He was leaning on mom and dad more heavily than ever, draining their savings with his constant needs. And yet, when relatives asked how he was doing, mom still painted him as the hard-working son going through a rough patch. Meanwhile, whispers about me had started to spread in the family. My promotion, my new apartment, the fact that I was managing just fine on my own, it didn't stay hidden for long. I never bragged, but news trickled out. Suddenly, cousins who used to overlook me started reaching out for advice. Old friends of my parents mentioned how proud they must be of me. And that attention clearly didn't sit well with Aaron or with mom. One night, I got a text from Aaron himself. "You think you're better than me now? Just because you have some desk job and a crappy apartment?" I didn't reply. I didn't need to. His insecurity was loud enough. But that text confirmed something I'd been sensing all along. The balance of power had shifted. For the first time in our lives, Aaron needed me. My parents needed me. And instead of running to them like I always had, I let the silence hang. That silence, I realized, was my leverage. Because when people who've always dismissed you suddenly start reaching out, not out of love, but out of necessity, you get to decide whether to extend your hand or let them fall. And I was already quietly planning which choice I was going to make. The first real test of my resolve came on a gray Saturday afternoon. I was cleaning my apartment when my phone buzzed again, this time with a string of messages from mom. "Lucas, we need your help. Aaron's car is gone. He can't afford to get another one. He has job interviews lined up, but no way to get there. You're his brother. Lend him your car for a week, just until he gets back on track." Reading those words, I felt a sharp, bitter laugh rise in my throat. A week, just until he gets back on track. The exact same line I'd heard before, except this time, my car wasn't sitting in their driveway waiting to be commandeered. This time, I was in control. I waited an hour before replying, keeping my tone polite. "Sorry, I can't. My car is insured only under my name. Letting anyone else drive it would void the policy." A half-truth, but enough to shut the conversation down. Mom didn't give up, though. The next day she called, her voice syrupy sweet in that way she used whenever she was trying to guilt-trip me. "Lucas, you're doing so well now. You've got your own place, a good job, a nice car. Can't you be generous, just this once? Your brother's been through so much." That was when I knew it was time to flip the script. For years, they had twisted generosity into obligation. Now I would twist their entitlement into exposure. I told her calmly, "Mom, Aaron already took my car once without permission and wrecked it. I'm not letting that happen again." There was a long pause on the line. Then, sharply, "You don't need to keep bringing that up. That was in the past." I smiled to myself. Funny, because it's not in the past for my insurance records. It's still on file. Every time I renew, I get asked about that incident. It was a bluff, but I knew the silence on the other end meant it landed. For once, she had no comeback. From that moment, I started playing smarter. Whenever Aaron or my parents reached out, I gave them nothing but polite, professional responses, like I was speaking to coworkers, not family. No emotion, no excuses, just clean boundaries. And each time I refused their requests, I made sure to remind them, subtly, of the choices they had made. "Sorry, can't lend money. I'm still paying off repairs from when Aaron borrowed my car. No, I can't co-sign." I learned the hard way about what happens when my name is attached to Aaron's decisions. I'd love to come for dinner, but last time I did, everyone laughed about me being married to my car. "I think I'll stay home." Each statement was a mirror, forcing them to see the reflection they'd spent years ignoring. And the beauty of it? Word started spreading. Extended family who once thought I was the selfish one began asking questions. Why was Lucas keeping his distance? Why did he seem so cold whenever Aaron's name came up? I never badmouthed them directly. I didn't need to. I just let the truth sit there, plain and undeniable. The more polite and successful I became, the more their narrative cracked. Aaron couldn't spin me as a villain anymore when I had receipts, promotions, and stability on my side. And then came the final stroke, though I didn't even plan it. One of my cousins was getting married, and I was invited. I almost didn't go, but curiosity won out. When I walked in, wearing a tailored suit I'd bought with my bonus, driving my freshly detailed car, I felt every ice shift. Relatives who used to dismiss me came over to congratulate me on my job, asking questions about the city, my apartment, even complimenting the car. Aaron was there too. He slouched in a wrinkled shirt, clearly uncomfortable, forced to sit at a table while people compared him, out loud, to me. I didn't gloat, I didn't brag. I just smiled, answered questions, and let the contrast speak for itself. When Mom tried to interject, "Aaron's been going through a lot," he'll bounce back. One of our uncles raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, it looks like Lucas is doing great. You must be proud." For the first time in my life, I saw Mom speechless. Her golden boy sat sulking, and her narrative crumbled right there in front of everyone. I didn't need to scream. I didn't need to drag them to court. My revenge was simple, living so well, so firmly on my own terms, that their power over me evaporated. And as I left that night, Aaron glaring daggers at me across the room, I realized the sweetest revenge wasn't just in winning. It was in showing them, calmly and unmistakably, that they had lost. The fallout came faster than I expected. In the weeks after that wedding, the silence from my parents was deafening. For years, they'd filled my phone with demands, criticisms, and guilt trips. Now nothing. No calls, no texts, not even the half-hearted family dinner invitations I used to get. I wasn't sure if it was shame, anger, or both, but it didn't matter. Their silence wasn't punishment anymore. It was freedom. Aaron, however, didn't take it quietly. A month later, he showed up unannounced at my apartment. He looked rough, disheveled, thinner, with that same desperate energy I remembered from when he was cornered as a kid. He leaned against the doorframe, eyes darting around the hall like he expected me to let him in. "Lucas, come on, man. You've got money now. You've got a good job, a nice place. Help me out a little." It was almost surreal hearing him beg. For so long, he'd been the one in control, backed by Mom's constant defense. But now, he was just another man who had burned too many bridges and run out of excuses. I kept my voice even. "No, Aaron. You made your choices. You've always made your choices. And now you live with them." His face twisted in frustration. "You're seriously just gonna let me sink?" I looked him straight in the eye. "You let me sink every day in that house. You took what was mine and laughed while Mom and Dad cheered you on. This is me returning the favor, but I'm not laughing. I'm just done." He muttered something under his breath, shoved his hands in his pockets, and walked off. That was the last time he came to my door. As for my parents, the distance only grew. Occasionally, I'd hear from a relative that Mom still tried to defend Aaron, spinning stories about how he was figuring things out. But everyone had seen the truth at that wedding. They saw the contrast, clear as daylight. Their golden boy had tarnished, and the sun they dismissed had risen. It wasn't explosive, it wasn't dramatic. It was quiet, irreversible erosion. Their favoritism had consequences, and now they were living with them. A son they could no longer control, a reputation that no longer matched their narrative, and a golden child who had nothing to show for years of indulgence. I, on the other hand, kept moving forward. My career advanced, I traveled, I built a life entirely my own. And every success carried the sweet, silent satisfaction of knowing it was despite them, not because of them. The final moment of clarity came one evening when I was driving home. I stopped at a red light, glanced at my reflection in the rearview mirror, and realized I wasn't angry anymore. The resentment, the bitterness, it had burned itself out. What was left was something far stronger, peace. And as the light turned green, I pressed the gas, my car humming beneath me, mine and mine alone. For the first time in my life, I wasn't running from their shadows. I was leaving them behind. Forever. My name's Peter, I'm 29, and until recently I thought I had a pretty normal family, maybe a little passive-aggressive, but nothing too wild. I'm the youngest of 3 kids, the one who worked my way through college, started a decent career, and saved up enough to buy my own place. It wasn't a mansion or anything, just a small but nice house that I could actually call mine. To me, it was proof that all those late nights and sacrifices were worth it. To my family, apparently, it was a flashing sign that said, "Peter thinks he's better than us now." The first sign that things were shifting came a few months after I moved in. I'd invite my parents and sister over for dinner every so often, but no one ever accepted. There was always an excuse. Dad was tired. Mom was busy. My sister Emily had plans. At first, I didn't think much of it. Families get busy. I figured eventually they'd want to come see the place and we'd laugh about how long it took. But as time went on, the vibe changed. Calls with my mom became more pointed. You know, she'd say in that clipped tone of hers, we never see you anymore. You don't even ask us how we're doing unless I call you first. Dad started chiming in with sarcastic jokes about how my new life must be very glamorous. Emily, who's 2 years older than me and has never really approved of anything I do, liked to make snide comments about my perfect house on the family group chat. At first, I laughed them off, but it kept escalating. By the time we were sitting down to Sunday dinner at my parents' house, the first one I'd been invited to in months, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. It started with Mom snapping, "You never invite us over. Maybe you're hiding something." She said it like she was accusing me of running an illegal operation in my living room, not just living my life. Dad gave a smug little smirk and added, "Or maybe he just thinks he's too good for this family now." Emily rolled her eyes dramatically, stabbing at her salad like it had personally offended her. "He probably spends all his money on himself anyway," she muttered, not even bothering to lower her voice. I felt my ears heat up as I set my fork down. I hadn't been expecting an ambush. For a second, I debated just brushing it off, changing the subject. That's what I usually did. Let it roll off me, avoid rocking the boat. But something in me had shifted over the last few months. I was tired of being made to feel guilty for finally getting ahead. I looked around the table at them. My mom with her accusatory stare, my dad half smirking like this was all a game, my sister with that smug little tilt to her chin, and I realized they were all waiting for me to defend myself. They wanted me to justify why I had a house, why I wasn't over there every weekend fixing their leaky faucets and listening to their drama. For once, I didn't want to justify anything. "Actually," I said, and my voice came out calmer than I felt, "there's something I've been meaning to tell you." 3 pairs of eyes turned to me. Dad leaned back, arms crossed, like he was settling in for some big revelation he could turn into a punchline later. Emily gave a soft snort under her breath, already skeptical. My mom's brow furrowed, like she wasn't sure if she wanted to hear whatever was about to come out of my mouth. My hand went to my jacket pocket, where I'd been carrying a letter for weeks now. A letter that, if I was honest, I hadn't fully decided what to do with until this moment. The room went very still. Even the sound of the old grandfather clock in the living room felt loud. I let the silence stretch for a beat, my heart thudding in my chest. Whatever was about to happen, I knew it was going to change the tone of this dinner, maybe even the tone of my relationship with my family, forever. The silence stretched for what felt like a full minute, though I'm sure it was only a few seconds. My mom finally broke it with that sharp, skeptical tone she uses when she thinks I'm about to say something stupid. "What is it, Peter? If this is about you being too busy to visit, I think we've heard enough excuses already." I almost laughed, partly from nerves and partly because her assumption was so perfectly on brand. "No, Mom," I said lightly. "I'm not about to announce I've joined a secret society that bans family contact." Although, I let the sentence hang just long enough for Emily to roll her eyes again. "I guess if I had, you'd have just solved the mystery of the year." Dad chuckled under his breath, but not in a friendly way, more like he was enjoying the idea of me being roasted at the table. "So dramatic," he said, spearing another piece of roast beef. "Just say whatever it is and stop making a scene." That was the thing about my family. I was always the one making a scene, even when I wasn't. Growing up, if Emily and I fought, it was somehow my fault because I was supposed to be the peacemaker. If I wanted to stay home and study instead of going to a cousin's birthday party, I was antisocial. If I spoke up about something unfair, I was disrespectful. And now, here I was again, the problem at the dinner table, when all I'd done was exist. I didn't pull out the letter yet. Instead, I tucked my hand back into my lap and gave them my best I'm about to enjoy this smirk. "You know what?" I said, leaning back in my chair. "I think I'll save it for a minute. It's way more fun watching everyone guess." Emily made a sound halfway between a scoff and a laugh. "Let me guess," she said. "You're moving somewhere even farther away, so you'll have an excuse to never show up to anything again." "Close," I said, grinning. "But no. Try again." "New car," Dad said. "Because that would explain why you've been avoiding us. You probably don't want to give anyone a ride. I put a hand over my heart. Wow, Dad. That's exactly it. I've been sitting in my new sports car all weekend just thinking, how can I avoid giving my family free Uber rides? You caught me. Even Mom cracked a reluctant smile at that, but it faded quickly. Peter, this isn't a joke. We're worried about you. You never come around anymore. You never ask about your sister. You don't tell us what's going on with you. That's not normal. I wanted to say, what about all the times I asked you guys to come over and you said no? But I bit it back. Instead, I just said, maybe I was waiting until I had something really interesting to share. You know, build some suspense. Keep the ratings high. That got another eye roll from Emily. You act like your life is a TV show, she said. Newsflash, nobody's watching. I smiled sweetly at her. And yet, here you are, front row seat. Must be a slow news day. Her glare could have melted steel. If I had to rank Emily's favorite activities, one-upping Peter would be in the top 3. Ever since we were kids, it had always been a competition. Her grades versus mine, her friends versus mine, her life versus mine. And if she didn't come out on top, she'd find a way to drag me down to her level. I could feel that same old sibling rivalry creeping into the air now, like smoke filling the room. Dad must have sensed it too, because he leaned forward and said, you know, Peter, your sister's right. It wouldn't hurt you to spend less time on yourself and more time with family. We're not saying you have to give us all your money, but… Hold up, I said, raising a hand. Did anyone here ask me for money? Or are we just skipping ahead to the part where I'm apparently Scrooge McDuck swimming in gold coins while you all suffer? Don't be dramatic, Mom said sharply. We're just saying you could do more. More than what? I asked. More than inviting you over repeatedly and getting turned down? More than working 60-hour weeks so I can actually afford the house I'm supposedly too proud of? More than helping Dad with the lawn last summer, even though I was exhausted? Remind me what the baseline for enough is here, because clearly I missed the memo. That earned me a heavy sigh from Mom, which is her version of dropping the mic. Dad just shook his head like I was being unreasonable, which made me want to laugh again. Emily, of course, couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. You know what this is really about, she said, her voice all sugary sweet. He just doesn't want us to see his house because it's probably nicer than Mom and Dad's, and he doesn't want them to feel bad. That's what this is, right? Big shot Peter doesn't want to rub it in. Ah, yes, I said, clapping my hands together. You cracked the code. My life's mission has been revealed. Step 1, buy a house. Step 2, refuse to let my family cross the threshold so they can live in eternal jealousy. Step 3, profit. Dad rolled his eyes, clearly done with the banter. You think you're funny, he said, but it's sad, really. You've changed since you moved out. You used to be part of this family. Now you're just separate. That one hit harder than I expected. Because in a way, he was right. I had changed. I wasn't the same kid who quietly accepted being the scapegoat just to keep the peace. I wasn't the one who stayed silent when something was unfair. I wasn't even the one who bent over backwards to prove my worth to them anymore. For a moment, I didn't say anything. I just looked at each of them, feeling that familiar mix of frustration and sadness rising in my chest. And under it all, there was something else too, resolve. I finally reached into my pocket and pulled out the letter. It was just a plain white envelope, but as soon as I put it on the table, everyone's eyes locked on it like it was radioactive. Since everyone is so curious about what I've been up to, I said lightly, I guess now's as good a time as any. Emily leaned forward, curiosity written all over her face despite herself. What is that? She asked. You'll see, I said, sliding it toward the center of the table but not opening it yet. But maybe finish dinner first. I'd hate for anyone to choke. Mom's lips pressed into a thin line. Peter, stop playing games. I leaned back in my chair and smiled. Who said I'm playing? The tension was so thick now you could practically taste it. And honestly, for the first time all evening, I felt completely calm. Whatever came next, I knew they wouldn't see it coming. And that's when I realized. This dinner had just turned into something much bigger than another guilt trip. I let the letter sit there, unopened, the silence growing heavier with every passing second. The letter sat between us like a live grenade, and no one dared to touch it. For a few long seconds, the only sound was the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Emily was the first to break. Naturally, she's never been good with suspense. Oh, for crying out loud, she said, reaching for the envelope. I put my hand over it before she could grab it. "Patience, Emmy," I said with a little grin, using the nickname she hates. "I promise it's worth the wait." "Don't call me that," she snapped, yanking her hand back. "And why do you have to make everything so dramatic? Just say what it is." Mom looked like she was seconds away from siding with Emily, but instead she leaned back and said, "Whatever this is, I hope it's good news. Lord knows we could use some." That comment hit me sideways. Use some implied there was some ongoing tragedy I wasn't aware of, and I felt that little prickle of suspicion I always get when I think I'm not being told something. "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked. Mom exchanged a quick glance with Dad, and he sighed. "We didn't want to tell you yet, because you already have enough on your plate," he said. "But, well, your sister's been having a hard time lately. We've been helping her out." Emily straightened up like she'd just been knighted. "I don't know why you make it sound like I'm some charity case," she said, flipping her hair. "It's just a loan." Something in my stomach turned cold. A loan for what? Dad's jaw tightened. Emily had some credit card issues. She got behind, and the interest was killing her. We couldn't just sit back and let her ruin her credit. I stared at them, trying to process this. My parents aren't exactly wealthy. Covering Emily's debt would have been a big deal for them. "How much are we talking?" I asked. Mom waved a hand like it wasn't important. "Don't worry about it. It's handled." "No," I said, sharper than I meant to. "I want to know. How much?" Emily crossed her arms, defensive now. "It was only 15,000. It's not like I asked them to do it. They offered." 15,000. My chest felt tight. That was almost exactly what I'd given my parents last year to help fix their roof when they said they couldn't afford the repairs. I'd worked overtime for months to make that happen. "Wait a second," I said slowly, looking from Mom to Dad. "The money I gave you, the roof money, did that go to Emily?" Neither of them said anything, but the look that passed between them told me everything I needed to know. "Oh my God," I said, sitting back. "You used the money I gave you for Emily's credit cards?" "It was an emergency," Mom said quickly. "And we did fix the roof eventually." "Eventually?" I said, laughing, but it was the kind of laugh that sounds a little unhinged. "You told me it had to be done immediately because it was leaking into the attic." Dad's face hardened. "We made a judgment call, Peter. Your sister was drowning in debt. What kind of parents would we be if we let her destroy her future?" I stared at him, incredulous. "So you saved her future by lying to me and using me as an ATM?" Emily bristled. "You're so dramatic. It's not like you can't afford it. You're always bragging about how well you're doing." "I have literally never bragged," I shot back. "And that's not the point. The point is I trusted you guys. I gave you that money because you said you needed it, and you spent it on her secret shopping sprees." "They weren't shopping sprees," Emily shouted, her face red now. "I had medical bills too, you know." "Really?" I said, narrowing my eyes. "Because last I checked, you posted pictures from Cancun that same month." Emily's mouth snapped shut, and for once she didn't have a comeback. Mom reached across the table, like she thought she could smooth this over with a comforting gesture, but I pulled back. "You should have told me," I said, my voice quieter now, but way sharper. "You should have asked. Instead, you lied. And now you sit here accusing me of hiding things." "That's not fair," Mom said. "We didn't want to burden you." "You already did," I said louder this time. "You took my money under false pretenses. You made me work myself sick for something you didn't even use it for." Dad slammed his hand on the table. "Watch your tone. This is our house, Peter. Don't talk to your mother that way." I pushed my chair back so fast it scraped against the floor. "You know what? Maybe it's better I don't come around. Because every time I do, I find out another little secret no one bothered to tell me." "You're overreacting," Dad said, standing now too. "It's just money." "It's not just money," I shot back. "It's trust. And you broke it." For a moment, no one said anything. My heart was pounding in my ears. Emily stared at her plate like she wished she could disappear. Mom looked like she might cry. Dad just looked furious. Finally, Emily spoke, her voice quiet but cutting. "Maybe if you weren't so obsessed with being the perfect son, you wouldn't take everything so personally." I felt something in me snap. All the resentment, all the little slights, all the times I'd been made the villain for no reason, it all came boiling up. "Perfect son," I said. "If that's what you think, then I guess the bar's been buried 6 feet under for a while." I grabbed the letter from the table and stood up. "You want to know what this is? Fine. It's the closing paperwork for my house refinance. I was going to surprise you by telling you I paid it off early because I thought you'd be proud of me. But now, I slid the envelope back into my pocket. Now I think I'll keep that to myself. Mom's face went pale. Peter, don't be like that. Oh, I'm just getting started, I said, my voice calm again, too calm. And with that, I turned and walked out, leaving the three of them in stunned silence behind me. But as I got into my car, hands shaking on the steering wheel, I realized this wasn't just about one lie or one dinner. This was about every time they'd taken me for granted, every time they'd chosen Emily's comfort over my boundaries. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't just hurt. I was planning. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. When I got home that night, the silence in my house felt heavier than usual. Normally, I loved coming back to my place, the one space that was truly mine. But now, even as I shut the door and dropped my keys on the counter, it felt hollow, like the air had been sucked out. I sank onto the couch, staring at nothing, the letter still in my pocket like a lead weight. I should have felt proud. Paying off my house before 30 was something I never thought I'd achieve, but tonight it just felt meaningless. I'd wanted that moment with my family, not for praise, exactly, but just to share a win. And now all I could picture was Dad's clenched jaw, Mom's disappointed look, and Emily's smug face as she defended herself. For the next few days, I went through the motions at work, but my brain was somewhere else entirely. I caught myself zoning out during meetings, replaying the dinner over and over. Every time I thought about it, another detail stung. Like the way Dad said, "It's just money." As if what I'd given them hadn't cost me late nights, skipped vacations, and stress-induced migraines. Or the way Emily had tried to justify her spending like it was noble suffering. By midweek, Mom started calling. At first, I ignored her. Then I finally picked up, mostly because I couldn't stand the thought of my phone buzzing all night again. "Peter," she said immediately, her tone clipped, "this has gone on long enough. You need to come over and talk to your father." I almost laughed. Funny, I don't remember him wanting to talk when I walked out the other night. "He's hurt," she said. "You embarrassed him." That stopped me cold. I embarrassed him? He's the one who admitted to taking my money and lying about what it was for. "You're being selfish," she snapped. "This family has been through enough without you turning everything into drama. Your sister is under a lot of stress right now, and you storming out like that just made everything worse." I gripped the phone so tight my knuckles turned white. "So we're still pretending she's the victim here?" "She's your sister," Mom said sharply. "And we love you both. We just want everyone to get along." I hung up before I said something I couldn't take back. That night, lying awake in bed, I realized something. They weren't going to apologize. Not Mom, not Dad, definitely not Emily. As far as they were concerned, I was the one in the wrong for daring to be upset. The thought sat heavy in my chest, like a stone pressing me down. The following weekend, I didn't go to family dinner. Instead, I stayed home, ordered takeout, and watched bad TV until my phone started lighting up. Text from Mom, then from Dad, then a single, almost taunting message from Emily. "Still sulking? Grow up." I stared at the screen for a long time. I wanted to type something back, but instead, I put my phone face down and sat there in the quiet, letting that mix of anger and sadness wash over me. The next day, I drove out to a trail I used to hike when I was in college. It was the kind of place where you could get lost for hours, and I needed the space. The fall air was crisp, the leaves crunching under my boots, and for the first time all week, I felt like I could actually breathe. I thought about the years leading up to this. Every time I'd been told to take one for the team. Every time Emily had been bailed out of something she got herself into while I was expected to be responsible. I remembered missing a friend's wedding years ago because Mom guilted me into staying home to help Emily move apartments. I remembered Dad praising Emily's bravery when she quit her job on a whim to find herself, while telling me I was lucky to have a steady paycheck, like it had nothing to do with hard work. Somewhere between mile 2 and 3, I stopped by a quiet overlook and just stood there, staring down at the valley below. It was beautiful, but I barely saw it. My mind was on the letter sitting on my kitchen counter at home. I had worked for years to get to this point, to have stability, to have freedom, and now it felt like none of it mattered. For a few weeks, I pulled back completely. No calls, no visits, no family group chat replies. I focused on work, started going to the gym again, cooked meals at home instead of eating takeout every night. I didn't do it to spite them. I did it because I needed to remember who I was when I wasn't constantly defending myself. And yet, every time I saw that letter, I felt this little spark of something I hadn't felt before. Not just hurt, not just anger, something sharper. I started keeping a notebook, just a cheap spiral-bound one I had lying around, and writing down everything. Every time I remembered some favor that had actually been a manipulation, every time I realized I'd been guilted into doing something I didn't want to do, patterns started to emerge. It wasn't just that they had betrayed me this once. This had been happening for years. And slowly, an idea began to form. At first it was small, just a thought about putting some distance between us, maybe skipping Christmas for once. But the more I wrote, the clearer it became. Distance wasn't enough. This wasn't just about avoiding them. This was about reclaiming something I'd been giving away my entire life without realizing it. One night, I sat at my kitchen table with the refinance letter open in front of me. For the first time, I didn't feel sad looking at it. I felt powerful. If they thought I was just going to keep showing up, keep bailing them out, keep playing the role of the good son, they were in for a surprise. The next move had to be careful, quiet, strategic, because whatever came next wasn't going to be about blowing up at a dinner table. This time, I wanted them to feel it. And for the first time since that night, I felt myself smile. The shift started small, so small I don't think anyone but me would have noticed at first. It was in the way I woke up earlier, not with the heaviness of dread in my chest, but with something closer to focus. It was in the way I stopped letting messages from my family set the tone for my day. It was in the way I started saying no, not loudly, not with drama, just calmly, decisively. At work, my productivity shot up. With no emotional hangovers from family dinners weighing me down, I threw myself into my projects. Within a few months, my manager called me into her office. "Peter," she said, grinning, "we've been looking at your numbers. The board is thrilled. How do you feel about taking on a leadership role?" The promotion came with a raise, which meant the first thing I did was set up automatic transfers to my investment account. The version of me from a year ago would have immediately offered to help mom and dad with some house expense or Emily with her next crisis. This version of me didn't even consider it. I started networking more too, attending industry meetups, grabbing coffee with people I admired, building relationships that had nothing to do with my family and everything to do with who I wanted to be. It was like I'd been living with blinders on, and now suddenly the world was wide open. Outside of work, I took better care of myself. I joined a weekend hiking group and met people who didn't know me as the good son or Emily's little brother. I signed up for a cooking class, partly because I was tired of eating the same 3 dinners and partly because I wanted to try something that was just for me. I even started running again, something I hadn't done since college. The physical changes came slowly, but they came. I lost weight, my posture improved, and one day while shaving, I realized I was smiling at my own reflection. A real smile, not the tight, practiced one I used at family gatherings. My house started to feel different, too. Instead of a quiet place to collapse after work, it became a space I actually enjoyed being in. I bought a secondhand piano and started playing again, filling the rooms with music. I turned the spare bedroom into a study, complete with a proper desk, bookshelves, and a giant corkboard where I organized everything I'd been writing about my family patterns. It might sound petty, but seeing it all laid out, every time they'd guilt me, every time I'd bailed Emily out, every time I'd been told I was too sensitive for speaking up, gave me a sense of clarity I'd never had before. It was like looking at a map of where I'd been and realizing exactly how I'd gotten here. By the time the holidays rolled around, I felt like a completely different person. When Mom called to ask what day I'd be coming for Christmas, I said, "Actually, I won't be making it this year. I'm going on a trip." There was a long pause on the other end. "A trip?" Mom said, like I'd just told her I was joining a space mission. "Yeah," I said, smiling as I packed my bag. "Somewhere warm. I've been working hard, and I need a break." "Well, that's very selfish," she said sharply. "Your sister was counting on you being here." "Emily's a grown adult," I said calmly. "She can celebrate without me." And then, this was the big moment. I hung up before she could launch into a guilt trip. That trip ended up being the best thing I'd done for myself in years. I went to the coast, stayed in a little rental near the water, and spent the week reading, walking the beach, and talking to strangers who knew nothing about me except what I chose to tell them. No drama, no lectures, no obligations. When I got back, there were 24 unread messages on my phone, ranging from Mom's tearful voicemails to Emily's passive-aggressive texts. Hope you're enjoying yourself while Mom's worried sick. I read them all once, put the phone down, and then went to play piano for an hour instead of answering. Work was thriving. My manager hinted that I was being considered for a major project that could fast-track me for another promotion. Financially, I was in the best shape of my life. I'd paid off my house, maxed out my retirement accounts, and had enough in savings to start thinking about buying a rental property. That was when the idea clicked into place. I wasn't just gaining power in my personal life. I was in a position to use it strategically. Because as much as I was enjoying the peace of staying distant, I couldn't ignore that simmering ember of anger that hadn't gone out since that night at the dinner table. This wasn't just about living well. This was about making sure I was never put in that position again. Never lied to, never guilt, never treated like a backup plan. I started being even more deliberate. I talked to a financial advisor about putting some assets into a trust, something that would make it impossible for anyone to claim they had a right to my money down the line. I updated my will. I even started documenting some of the things my parents had said over the years about money, just in case things ever got messy. Meanwhile, I kept up the appearance of being civil. I answered calls once in a while, but I kept the conversations light and short. No personal details, no invitations. When Mom asked if I'd be coming by for Sunday dinner, I told her politely but firmly that I was busy, which was true. Busy building something that, for once, belonged entirely to me. By spring, I felt unstoppable. My life was organized, my finances were solid, and my confidence had grown so much that even Emily's texts barely registered as more than mild annoyances. And yet, when I looked at the corkboard in my study, I could see there was still one thing left to do. I didn't just want distance. I wanted closure. And the best way to get it would require careful timing, the right setting, and, most importantly, the letter that started all of this. It was time to stop playing defense and make my move. The plan was coming together in my head, step by step. And the thought of finally confronting them on my terms made me feel something I hadn't felt in months. Excited. This time, I wasn't walking into a dinner waiting to be blindsided. This time, I'd be the one setting the table. I didn't rush into it. That was the first difference between the old me and the new me. A year ago, I would have let my anger do the steering, marched back into their house, yelled, maybe thrown the letter down on the table just to make them feel guilty. But now, I had patience. I had leverage. And, most importantly, I had options. The first step in my plan wasn't flashy at all. It was information. I started paying closer attention whenever my parents talked. I'd pick up the phone when Mom called and let her vent about bills or gossip about relatives, listening carefully for the things she didn't mean to say. The sigh when she mentioned utilities, the pause when she talked about the cabin they liked to visit up north. Little clues started to build a picture of their financial situation, and from the sound of it, things weren't as stable as they pretended. Then, one Saturday, I ran into my Uncle Mark at the grocery store. Mark is Dad's younger brother and one of the few people in the family who's always been straight with me. He's not one for drama, which is probably why I trust him. We got to chatting, and out of nowhere he said, "You know, your dad's been talking about selling some property. Something about the old lake lot your grandparents left him." I blinked. What? I thought that land was untouchable, like family legacy untouchable. Mark shrugged. "Yeah, well, I guess things change. He said if he sells it, he wants to keep it quiet so you and Emily don't fight about it." That stuck with me for days. The lake lot wasn't just any property. It was where my grandparents used to take us every summer when we were kids. We'd fish off the dock, roast marshmallows by the fire, swim until we were pruny. That place was one of the few genuinely good memories I had of all of us together. And Dad was going to sell it, quietly, behind my back. I didn't say anything to my family right away, but the idea kept rolling around in my head. If they were willing to sell something that meant so much, what else were they willing to do? More importantly, what could I do with that knowledge? That's when the idea of buying the lot myself hit me. Not just to save it, but to make a point that I could protect what mattered without their approval. I called a real estate lawyer and asked about the process. To my surprise, he said it might actually be easier than I thought. If your father owns the property outright, he said, and you make him an offer directly, you could close quickly without going through a public listing. Perfect. While I was at it, I had the lawyer look over the documents I'd been collecting, my house payoff letter, my financial plan, everything. We set up a living trust, just like I'd been thinking, with ironclad language about where my assets would go. The more I worked on it, the more secure I felt. Meanwhile, I kept my distance from family dinners, but stayed just close enough not to arouse suspicion. When Mom called one afternoon to ask if I could help Emily just this once with a car payment, I smiled and said, "Sorry, I can't. My budget's tight right now." It wasn't tight, not even close. But the sound of her surprised silence on the other end was enough to confirm what I'd suspected. They'd come to see my generosity as a given, not a gift. A few weeks later, I heard through the grapevine that Emily had gotten a new credit card and was already racking up charges. The old me might have jumped in to warn her or even offer advice. The new me just wrote it down in my notebook. At work, my influence grew. The major project my boss hinted about, I got it, and I crushed it. By the time the quarterly reviews rolled around, I was sitting in a boardroom presenting to executives, and one of them pulled me aside afterward to say, "You have leadership potential. We should talk about where you want to be in 5 years." That night, I opened a bottle of wine and toasted myself at the kitchen table. Every win felt like another brick in the wall I was building between my new life and the old one. Then, almost like fate, Mom called and asked me to come to a family dinner because, as she put it, there are some things we all need to talk about. I could hear the tension in her voice. This wasn't just another guilt trip, something was brewing. "Sure," I said casually. "When?" "This Sunday," she said. 6 o'clock. Perfect timing. I spent the next few days preparing, not just mentally but physically. I gathered all the documents I might need, the refinance letter, the trust paperwork, even a printout of the preliminary offer I drafted for the lake lot. I didn't know if I'd use them all, but I wanted to be ready. I even bought a new suit. Not flashy, but sharp. I wanted to walk into that house looking like someone they couldn't dismiss as the kid brother. Someone who had his life completely under control. On Sunday afternoon, before heading over, I drove past the lake lot. It was quiet, the water perfectly still, reflecting the setting sun. I sat there for a while, remembering being 10 years old and catching my first fish with Dad cheering beside me. For a moment, I almost felt guilty for what I was planning. Almost. But then I thought about that dinner months ago, about the way they'd lied to me, used me, and made me feel like I was the problem. And I knew this wasn't just revenge. This was balance. By the time I pulled into my parents' driveway that evening, the plan was crystal clear in my mind. Whatever talk they had planned, I was ready. And this time, I wasn't the one walking in unprepared. I was walking in with the power, and I intended to use it. I arrived right on time that Sunday, pulling into my parents' driveway just as the sun dipped low enough to cast long, golden shadows across the lawn. There were already 2 other cars parked out front, Dad's truck and Emily's little silver hatchback, which meant I was the last to arrive. For a second, I sat in my car with the engine off, my fingers resting lightly on the steering wheel. My heart was steady, not pounding like it had been that night months ago. This time, I wasn't the ambushed party. This time, I had the ammunition. I stepped out, straightened my jacket, and grabbed the envelope from the passenger seat. Not just the refinance letter this time, but a tidy little stack of papers I'd been preparing over the past few weeks. The evening air was cool, the kind that wakes you up and sharpens your senses. I felt calm, almost light, as I rang the doorbell. Mom opened the door, her smile tight but polite. "Peter, good, you made it." "Of course," I said smoothly, stepping inside. Wouldn't miss family dinner. The dining room table was already set, the good plates out, the kind they only used on holidays. Emily was scrolling on her phone, looking bored until she saw me, at which point her eyebrows shot up. "Wow, look who actually showed up. Miracles do happen." "Good to see you too, Emmy," I said with an easy grin, deliberately using the nickname again just to watch her glare. We ate mostly in silence at first. It felt oddly formal, like everyone was waiting for someone to speak first. Finally, Dad cleared his throat. "So," he said, "we thought it was time we all sat down and talked about the future." "The future?" I repeated, taking a sip of water. "Sounds serious." Mom folded her hands on the table. "Your father and I aren't getting any younger, Peter. And we've been thinking about, well, what happens when we're gone? The house, the cabin." "The cabin?" I interrupted, my tone light but pointed. Dad shifted uncomfortably. "Yes, we've been considering selling the lake lot. But before we do anything, we wanted to get everyone on the same page. I let the words hang there, watching Emily out of the corner of my eye. She didn't look surprised, which told me she already knew. Interesting. That's thoughtful, I said finally, setting my fork down. I appreciate you looping me in before making a decision. Dad nodded, relieved, clearly thinking this was going to be an easy conversation. Good. We were worried you'd be upset. Oh, I am, I said calmly, sliding the envelope onto the table. But not for the reasons you think. Mom frowned. What's this? Paperwork, I said, leaning back. I've been doing some thinking myself. About the future. Emily rolled her eyes. Here we go. I ignored her and began to lay out the documents one by one, slow and deliberate. First, the letter showing my house had been paid off. This, I said, is what I was going to tell you about months ago, before that lovely dinner where you accused me of hiding things. Mom's eyes widened. Peter, you paid it off? Yes, I said simply. I worked hard, I saved, and I did it early. And I was proud of it. Until I found out the money I gave you for your roof actually went to Emily's debt. Emily bristled. I said I was sorry. You never said you were sorry. I cut in, my voice still calm. You said it wasn't a big deal, that I could afford it. Peter, Dad started, but I held up a hand. I'm not here to rehash that fight. I'm here to make things clear moving forward. I laid out the next document, the trust paperwork. This is a legal trust I've set up. Everything I own, my house, my savings, my investments, is now in here. Which means if anything happens to me, it doesn't automatically go to anyone by default. It goes exactly where I want it to. Mom's lips pressed together. Peter, no one was trying to take anything from you. Weren't you? I asked mildly. Because from where I'm sitting, it feels like my hard work has been treated like a safety net for everyone else's choices. And that ends tonight. Emily scoffed. So what? You're cutting us off. I smiled faintly. I'm setting boundaries. There's a difference. Finally, I pulled out the last set of papers, the offer letter for the lake lot. I slid it across the table toward Dad. Uncle Mark told me you were planning to sell this place quietly. So here's my offer. I'll buy it. Full asking price. No public listing. No haggling. You get your money. I keep the place in the family, and no one can say I didn't step up. For the first time all night, Dad actually looked stunned. He picked up the paper, scanned it, then looked at me. You're serious. Dead serious, I said. But there's one condition. Emily groaned. Of course there is. I looked her dead in the eye. Once this deal closes, no more guilt trips. No more calls about car payments or credit card bills. If you get yourself into a hole, you climb out yourself. And if anyone tries to pressure me into bailing her out again, I walk away completely from all of this. The silence that followed was absolute. I could see Mom's face working as she tried to decide whether to be angry or impressed. Dad's jaw tightened, but he didn't look furious, more thoughtful, like he was realizing just how much leverage I'd taken back. Emily, predictably, was the first to explode. You can't just hold the family hostage like this. Funny, I said with a small smile. I was about to say the same thing to you. Her mouth opened, then closed, and for once, she didn't have a comeback. Dad finally set the paper down. This is a lot to take in, he said. Take your time, I said, standing and gathering the rest of my documents. The offer stands for 30 days. After that, I'll take my money elsewhere. And with that, I put the envelope back under my arm, thanked them politely for dinner, and headed for the door. As I walked to my car, I felt lighter than I had in months. This wasn't the shouting match of before. This was quiet, clean, controlled. For the first time in my life, I'd taken back the power at that table, and I hadn't even raised my voice. But I knew this wasn't the end. The real fallout was still coming, and I couldn't wait to see what happened next. The days after that dinner were strangely quiet, almost too quiet. No late-night phone calls from Mom, no guilt-tripping texts from Emily, not even one of Dad's gruff voicemails. It was as if my entire family had gone into a stunned silence, processing the fact that I had just flipped the script on them. At first, I wondered if maybe they were just cooling off. But then, about a week later, I got a call from Dad. Peter, he said, his voice measured, almost cautious. Your mother and I talked. We're prepared to accept your offer. I didn't let my satisfaction show. Good, I said simply. I'll have my lawyers send over the final paperwork. We can close within 2 weeks. There was a pause on the other end. You really mean what you said about Emily, don't you? Yes, I said, not missing a beat. This isn't about punishing anyone. It's about ending a pattern that's been eating away at all of us for years. I'm done being the fixer. If Emily needs help, she can figure it out herself or not. That's between her and her bank, not me. Dad let out a long breath. All right, he said finally. We'll respect that. That was the first moment I realized just how much had shifted. My father, the man who had spent my entire life framing everything as his way or the highway, was conceding to my terms. The next 2 weeks moved quickly. The paperwork was signed, the payment transferred, and just like that, the lake lot was mine. Standing on that land after the deal closed was surreal. The air smelled like pine and childhood summers, but this time there was no weight on my shoulders. For the first time, I didn't feel like a guest on borrowed family property. I felt like the rightful steward of something worth protecting. When I told Mom the deal was finalized, her voice was softer than I'd ever heard it. Your father and I are glad it's staying with you, she said. Your grandparents would have wanted that. Thanks, Mom, I said, and for once I meant it. But of course, not everyone took it so gracefully. A few days later, Emily showed up at my house, unannounced, something she hadn't done since I first moved in. She stood on my porch with her arms crossed, looking like she'd swallowed a lemon. Can I help you? I asked, leaning casually against the doorframe. She didn't waste time. You made Mom cry, she said. No, I said evenly. I set boundaries. Mom's reaction to those boundaries isn't my responsibility. Emily rolled her eyes. God, listen to yourself. You sound like one of those self-help books. I smiled faintly. Thank you. That's actually kind of a compliment. Her scowl deepened. Do you know how selfish you sound? You have all this money, all this success, and you're just going to sit there and watch me struggle. I'm not going to watch anything, I said calmly. I'm going to live my life. What you do with yours is up to you. That clearly wasn't the answer she wanted. You think this makes you better than me? She snapped. No, I said quietly. It just makes me free. For a moment, she just stood there, glaring, like she was searching for something sharp enough to hurt me. But whatever she wanted to say never came. She turned on her heel, stalked back to her car, and peeled out of the driveway. That was the last time Emily came to my house uninvited. In the months that followed, everything felt different. Not perfect. There were still awkward phone calls, still little moments where old habits tried to creep back in. But the power dynamic had shifted permanently. When Mom called now, she asked how I was doing first. When Dad needed help with something, he asked politely, not like it was a given. And Emily? Well, let's just say I saw a lot fewer photos of expensive weekend trips on her social media once she realized there wouldn't be a bailout waiting for her if she got in over her head. As for me, I kept building. I bought a small canoe for the lake lot and started spending weekends out there, inviting friends over for bonfires and fishing trips. The place became mine in every sense, not just legally, but emotionally. Every time I stood on the dock watching the sun set, I felt that knot in my chest loosen a little more. One evening, months later, Mom and Dad came out to see the lot for the first time since the sale. They were quieter than usual, walking slowly along the shore, taking it all in. Finally, Dad said, "You've taken good care of it." "Thanks," I said. Mom nodded, her eyes shining a little. "We were wrong, you know, about a lot of things." I didn't gloat. I didn't need to. Instead, I just said, "I know." And for the first time in years, we sat by the fire together without any tension, just the sound of the crackling wood and the water lapping against the dock. Driving home that night, I realized something. This wasn't just about revenge anymore. This was about building something stronger, something that couldn't be knocked over by guilt trips or manipulations. I had taken back my trust, my peace, and my future, and in the process, I taught them how to respect me. As I pulled into my driveway and shut off the car, I smiled to myself. Because this time, when I put my keys down on the counter, there was no heaviness, no resentment. Just a quiet, steady certainty that I had finally set myself free. My name's Eric, I'm 27, and if you had told me a year ago that my family would almost rip itself apart over something as simple as a birthday gift, I probably would have laughed. But here I am, sitting down to write this out, because the story has been eating at me. It's one of those moments where you realize how twisted family dynamics can get, and how much a single act of pettiness can pull back the curtain on years of simmering resentment you didn't want to see. For context, my dad and I have always had a close relationship. He wasn't the perfect father, but he was the kind of guy who showed up. Soccer games, late-night study sessions, teaching me how to drive stick. Those memories still matter to me. My brother, on the other hand, has always had this competitive streak with me. He's older by 2 years, and growing up, everything felt like a race I didn't even want to run. If I got a B+, he had to wave around an A. If I saved up for a used car, he went and bragged about leasing something newer. And while I tried to just let it slide most of the time, it always stung because my parents, especially Mom, had a way of brushing off his behavior like, oh, that's just how he is. So when Dad's birthday was coming up, I wanted to do something meaningful. The man isn't big on material things, but he has a soft spot for watches. He'd always pause at displays when we were out together, even if he didn't buy anything. I'd been working extra hours, cutting back on little luxuries, skipping nights out with friends just to save up for this custom piece I found from a local craftsman. The design was simple but elegant, with Dad's initials engraved on the back and the year he got married to Mom tucked into the dial. It wasn't flashy, but it was thoughtful, and I was proud. Like, for once, I could give something that wasn't just store-bought, but something that actually carried meaning. The night of Dad's party was supposed to be perfect. Mom planned a big dinner at our house, invited the extended family, and everyone was dressed up. I showed up early with the box in my jacket pocket, just waiting for the right moment. My plan was simple. After the cake, I'd give him the watch and say a few words about how much he meant to me. Nothing over the top, just something heartfelt. But here's where the first cracks showed. When I got there, my brother, let's call him Daniel, was already holding court in the living room, bragging about this expensive bottle of scotch he splurged on for Dad. He made sure everyone heard the price tag, loud and clear. I didn't think much of it, honestly. Let him have his moment. But then, while Mom was fussing in the kitchen, Daniel leaned over to me and asked, "So what did you get him? You always bring something cheap from the mall, right?" The smirk on his face made me want to snap back, but I just smiled and said, "You'll see." That seemed to set him off in a way I didn't fully understand at the time. The rest of the evening, he kept circling back, dropping little comments about how he was Dad's favorite son, how he always knew what Dad liked, and how it must be hard to keep up. I brushed it off with half smiles, but inside, I was irritated. It wasn't even about competing, it was about doing something personal for Dad, not winning some imaginary contest. And then the moment that changed everything happened. We were about 15 minutes away from Dad arriving. People were chatting, glasses clinking, the air buzzing with that pre-party energy. I had stepped into the hallway to check the box one last time, making sure the watch was secure in its velvet cushion. That's when Daniel appeared out of nowhere. His eyes flicked to the box, and before I could even react, he snatched it from my hands. "Hey, what are you doing?" I asked, reaching for it. But he held it up like a trophy and said, "So this is your big surprise? Cute. But no way you're outshining me tonight." And before I could process what he meant, he dropped the box on the hardwood floor and stomped on it. The sound of glass shattering inside felt like something breaking in my chest. I froze. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. He just looked at me with this smug satisfaction, like he'd finally proven some unspoken point. I didn't yell. I didn't lunge at him. I just stood there, staring at the crushed box on the floor, my hands trembling. People in the next room didn't hear. It all happened so fast and quiet. He leaned closer and whispered, "You should thank me. Now Dad won't think you're trying too hard." Then he walked away like nothing had happened. I picked up the box with shaking hands, my throat tight. The watch was ruined. The dial cracked, the leather band bent. All those hours of work, the sacrifices, the thought I'd poured into it, it was gone in seconds. And for what? So my brother could feel like the bigger man at a family dinner. When Dad arrived, I couldn't bring myself to give him the broken gift. Daniel, of course, strutted forward with his scotch, making a big show of it. Everyone clapped, and Dad smiled, thanking him. I sat in silence, my appetite gone, replaying the moment in the hallway over and over. The worst part came the next morning. My phone rang, and it was Mom. Her voice was hushed, almost panicked. "Eric," she said, "I know what happened last night. Daniel told me. Please, don't tell your father. He'd be devastated. It'll only cause a fight. Just let it go, okay?" I remember gripping the phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. I wanted to scream. Why are you protecting him? Why does he get away with everything? But instead, I just sat there in stunned silence as she pleaded. "It's just a gift, sweetheart. Don't ruin your father's birthday over this." Promise me you won't say anything." That was the moment something inside me shifted. It wasn't just about the watch anymore. It was about years of excuses, years of favoritism, years of me being told to be the bigger person, while Daniel bulldozed through everyone else's feelings. And now, Mom was asking me to cover for him again, at my expense. I hung up the phone without promising anything. And that's when the idea started to form, not just to stand up for myself, but to make sure the truth came out in a way nobody could ignore. The morning after Dad's birthday was one of those moments where you expect to wake up and feel lighter, like maybe things weren't as bad as they seemed the night before. But the first thing I saw when I rolled over and checked my phone was a string of text messages from Mom. All of them variations of the same theme. "Please don't say anything. Don't ruin this. Let it go. It'll only make things worse." I stared at the screen for a long time, thumb hovering over the keyboard. Part of me wanted to reply with every ounce of anger I felt, to unload years of bottled-up frustration, but I couldn't. Instead, I just set the phone down and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor, replaying the sound of that watch cracking in its box. I didn't hear from Dad that morning. He was probably still basking in the glow of his party, showing off Daniel's expensive scotch to his friends, completely oblivious to the way his other son had gutted me the night before. And that silence burned. Because here I was, holding onto the wreckage of something I had worked so hard for, and Dad didn't even know it existed. Later that day, Mom called again. This time, her tone was softer, almost sweet, like she thought she could smooth things over with the right words. "Eric, honey, I know you're upset, but you've always been the responsible one. You don't hold grudges. That's why I need you to just let this slide. Daniel, he didn't mean it." "Didn't mean it?" He stomped on the gift. He looked me in the eye while he did it. He whispered like it was some victory. But Mom's words hung in the air, that phrase I'd heard my whole life. He didn't mean it. It was the same excuse she used when Daniel borrowed my things without asking, when he humiliated me in front of my friends as a teenager, when he got into trouble, and somehow I was the one who had to set a good example. I bit back my frustration and just said, "I'm fine." She seemed relieved, like that was all she needed to hear, and quickly moved on to asking if I could come by the house the next weekend to help clean up after the party. "Your brother is busy with work," she added. Of course, Daniel could smash my gift and still get out of cleaning up his own mess. By the time Saturday rolled around, I found myself standing in my parents' kitchen, scrubbing dishes while Daniel lounged on the couch in the living room, flipping channels. He glanced over at me once and smirked, the same smug expression he wore when he destroyed the watch. Mom, bustling around with a dish towel in hand, didn't say a word about it. She just kept praising Daniel for how generous his gift had been. "That scotch was such a thoughtful touch," she said at least 3 times, loud enough for me to hear. I clenched my jaw so hard it hurt, but I stayed silent. That had become my role. Be quiet. Be the bigger person. Keep the peace. But inside, a storm was brewing. The favoritism became even clearer when Dad walked into the room. He clapped Daniel on the back and said, "That was some gift, son. You really know how to make an impression." Then, almost as an afterthought, he glanced at me and asked, "Eric, did you bring something last night?" "I can't remember." Before I could answer, Mom swooped in. "Oh, Eric was busy, weren't you, honey? He's been saving up for his own things. You know how careful he is with money." Her smile was too polished, too quick, like she'd rehearsed the line. I just stood there, dish towel in hand, and swallowed down the lump in my throat. Dad didn't push further, but I caught the faint disappointment in his eyes, the kind of look that said, "I wish you'd done more." And it killed me. Not because I wanted the praise, but because I had done more. I had done everything. And thanks to Daniel, Dad would never know. The following weeks only made things worse. Every time I visited my parents' house, Daniel was there, holding court like he owned the place. Mom would gush about his latest purchases, new shoes, a new phone, a weekend getaway he treated himself to. Dad would laugh along, glass of scotch in hand, oblivious to the way I sat in silence at the edge of the room. At one point, Dad even joked, "You need to take a page from your brother's book, Eric. Live a little." I forced a smile, but inside, I was boiling. How could I explain that the reason I didn't live a little was because I'd been saving for months to buy a gift that Daniel had stomped into oblivion? How could I tell him that his golden child wasn't generous, but cruel? And the manipulation didn't stop at silence. It grew. Mom started calling me more often, always with the same tone, sweet, coaxing, but firm underneath. Eric, don't bring it up. Your father doesn't need the stress. Or, Daniel's under a lot of pressure right now. Don't make things harder for him. It was like she had decided my only role in the family was to absorb the blows and never strike back. The final straw in this stage came a few weeks later during a family dinner. We were all seated around the table, passing plates of food, when Dad raised his glass and said, "Let's toast to Daniel. He's been so thoughtful lately, always looking out for me." The room erupted in cheers, even Mom wiping away a tear. I sat there with my fork poised above my plate, my stomach turning. Daniel looked at me across the table, his smile wide and triumphant, as if daring me to say something. And for a split second, I almost did. I almost blurted out the truth in front of everyone, shattered the illusion, ripped the mask off. But then I caught Mom's eyes, that pleading look she'd perfected, silently begging me to stay quiet. So I lowered my fork, forced a smile, and raised my glass. But inside, something snapped. That was the moment I knew I couldn't keep playing this role forever. I couldn't keep letting them paint Daniel as the hero while I stood in the shadows, silently swallowing the truth. And here's the thing. Once that realization took root, I started noticing more. Little cracks in the way Daniel spoke, the way Mom rushed to cover for him, the way Dad seemed blind to the patterns right in front of him. And I began to wonder, what would happen if I stopped being silent? If I stopped letting them manipulate me into compliance? That thought scared me, but it also lit something in me. Because for the first time, I realized silence was exactly what they were counting on. And maybe, just maybe, breaking it was the only way to finally shift the balance. I thought things had already hit their low point after the watch incident. I figured nothing Daniel could do would shock me anymore, not after he'd stomped on months of my effort just to feed his ego. But I was wrong. Because the worst part about betrayal isn't always the first strike. It's the follow-up, the moment you realize it wasn't a one-off. It's a pattern. It's who they are. And when it came to my brother, I was about to find out just how far he was willing to go. It started with whispers. That's how most betrayals do, isn't it? At first, they're small enough to ignore, easy to brush aside as paranoia. One night after work, I met up with an old family friend for coffee, someone I hadn't seen in years. We got to catching up, and out of nowhere she said, "I heard about your dad's birthday. That was sweet of you to get him that bottle." I froze, my spoon halfway to stirring sugar into my cup. "What bottle?" "You know, the scotch. Daniel said you went halves on it with him. That was so nice of you. He said you couldn't afford something like that on your own, but you wanted to contribute." I felt my stomach drop. Heat crept up my neck, and I laughed, though it wasn't because anything was funny. "Yeah, something like that," I muttered, and quickly changed the subject. But inside, I was reeling. Not only had Daniel destroyed my actual gift, but he had rewritten the story so that the one thing Dad praised him for wasn't even his alone, it was ours. Except in his version, he was the generous one, and I was the broke little brother just tagging along. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake staring at the ceiling, replaying the conversation, imagining how many people Daniel had spun that story to. I pictured relatives at Sunday brunch nodding sympathetically, saying, "Poor Eric, he means well," while clinking glasses to Daniel's supposed generosity. It wasn't just theft of a gift anymore. It was theft of my reputation. A week later, the betrayal deepened. Dad had invited a few colleagues and old friends over for drinks, and of course I was expected to be there. When I arrived, the house was buzzing with laughter. I walked in just in time to hear Dad bragging about his boys. My heart warmed for a second. Maybe this was a chance. Maybe he would say something kind about me. But then I heard it. "Eric's careful with money, always saving. He's practical, you know. But Daniel, he's got that generous spirit. He makes sure nobody's left out. That's what I admire about him." The men around him chuckled and nodded, raising their glasses. My brother, sitting with one arm slung lazily over the back of the chair, met my eyes across the room with that same smug smile, the kind that said, "You can't touch this." I own the narrative. I wanted to scream, to grab Dad by the shoulders and tell him the truth, that his golden boy had destroyed the one gift that actually had meaning, then turned around and smeared me as the brother who couldn't pull his own weight. But Mom's voice echoed in my head, that pleading whisper from the morning after, "Don't say anything. Don't ruin this." So I bit my tongue. I smiled when people looked my way, and I excused myself early that night, lying about an early shift. But in reality, I drove around aimlessly for hours, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my hands ached, trying to swallow the bitterness that felt like it was rotting me from the inside. The real breaking point came 2 weeks later, when Dad called me out of the blue. His tone was serious, almost disappointed. "Eric," he said, "I need to ask, are you struggling financially?" I blinked at the phone in disbelief. "No, why?" "Your brother mentioned you've been tight on money, that you've been cutting corners. He said you could barely chip in for his gift at my party. You know you can always come to me if you're having trouble, right?" I sat there in silence, my chest tight, my throat dry. He thought I was struggling. He thought I hadn't been able to stand on my own 2 feet. And the worst part? It wasn't just pity in his voice. It was disappointment, like I'd let him down. In that moment, something inside me cracked. I felt years of swallowed frustration surge to the surface. I wanted to shout the truth, to tell him everything. But when I opened my mouth, the words stuck. Because I realized even if I told him, would he believe me? Or would he think I was just jealous of Daniel, lashing out because I couldn't handle my brother's success? I managed to choke out, "I'm fine, Dad. Really, don't worry about me." He sighed, and the conversation ended with a hollow, "All right, son. Just know I'm here." But the damage was done. My brother hadn't just stolen credit. He'd stolen my father's perception of me. He'd painted me as weak, dependent, barely holding on. And Dad believed it. The betrayal didn't stop there. A few days later, Mom called again, her voice sharper this time. "Eric, I need you to do something for me. Daniel's planning a big dinner for your father, and I want you to help cover some of the costs." I almost dropped the phone. "Cover the costs? Why would I?" "Because you're the responsible one," she interrupted. "You've always been better with money. Daniel's just not as disciplined. He needs your help, and it'll mean a lot to your father if you both contribute." I was speechless. Daniel, who had already stolen my gift and smeared my name, was now using me as his personal bank. And Mom was asking me to go along with it, like it was my duty, like I existed solely to make up for his recklessness. I told her I'd think about it, then hung up, my blood boiling. For hours I paced my apartment, replaying the conversation. The audacity of it all. The way they twisted every situation to make me the safety net while Daniel basked in the glory. And the sickest part? They didn't even see it as unfair. To them, it was natural. Expected. The final twist of the knife came that weekend. I showed up at my parents' house for Sunday dinner, already on edge. Halfway through the meal, Dad raised his glass and said, "I just want to thank both my boys, Daniel for planning this beautiful dinner, and Eric for pitching in to make it happen." I froze, my fork clattering against my plate. Everyone turned to me with smiles, nodding approvingly. Daniel smirked, lifting his glass in my direction like he was toasting me. And in that moment, I realized he had done it again. He had turned me into the silent supporting character in his story, the background player whose only role was to prop him up. The room spun around me as laughter and chatter filled the air. I felt trapped, suffocated, humiliated. And yet, I raised my glass, because what else could I do? That night, lying awake in my apartment, I stared at the ceiling and finally admitted it to myself. This wasn't just favoritism anymore. This was betrayal. My brother hadn't just stepped on my gift, he had stepped on me. He had stolen my effort, my reputation, my standing in the family. And my parents had let him. Something hardened in me that night. Because if this was the role they expected me to play, then they had no idea what I was capable of when I finally stopped playing it. I didn't think it was possible to feel smaller than I did at that dinner table. Listening to my father praise Daniel for the dinner I had essentially been forced to bankroll. But in the weeks that followed, I learned that humiliation has layers, and once you've been pushed down one, there's always another waiting underneath. After that night, things began to shift in ways I hadn't expected. My parents started treating me differently, not maliciously, at least not openly, but with a subtle, suffocating pity. Every comment, every look seemed laced with unspoken judgment. Dad would ask about work with this faintly disappointed tone, like he was waiting for me to admit I was struggling. Mom would drop hints about how practical I needed to be with my finances, as if I hadn't been the one holding things together while Daniel spun his stories. And Daniel, he leaned into it. Hard. He started making little digs in front of the family, things he'd never dared to say outright before because they would have sounded ridiculous. But now, with the false reputation he'd painted of me as the struggling brother, People just accepted them. At Sunday lunch, when Dad asked how my job was going, Daniel chimed in with, "Probably tough to save much on that salary, huh?" Everyone chuckled lightly, like it was harmless teasing, but my stomach churned. At first, I tried to laugh it off, force the smile, play the game. But every time I did, I could feel something inside me withering. Because I knew the truth, that I was being turned into the family's punchline, their cautionary tale, their example of what not to be. And it didn't stop with words. One night, I came by the house to drop off some tools Dad had asked to borrow, and when I walked into the living room, I found Daniel showing off his new watch. Not the exact one I had bought for Dad, but close, same brand, same style, just flashier. He caught my eye and smiled, tapping the dial like it was some private joke between us. Nice, right? Real craftsmanship. Cost me a fortune, but worth every penny. I felt my chest tighten, the memory of my shattered gift rushing back like a punch to the gut. He wasn't just rubbing it in anymore. He was taunting me, twisting the knife deeper every chance he got. It was around then that I started withdrawing. I stopped volunteering to come over for dinners. I cut conversations with my parents shorter, making excuses about being busy with work. When Daniel called me, usually with some smug story or backhanded comment, I let it go to voicemail. At first, it felt like a relief, like I was reclaiming some control by stepping back. But soon, the isolation set in. Because the thing about walking away from family is that it leaves a hole. As toxic as those gatherings had become, they were still a part of my routine, still tied to the idea of belonging. And when I pulled back, the silence of my apartment grew louder. Meals eaten alone felt heavier. Nights stretched longer. And slowly, that sense of bitterness curdled into something darker, doubt. What if they were right? What if I was the weaker one, the one who couldn't measure up? What if Dad really was disappointed in me, not because of Daniel's lies, but because of who I actually was? That doubt festered. At work, I found myself distracted, second-guessing every decision. I stopped joining friends for drinks, stopped answering their texts. Even small things, like buying groceries or paying bills, started to feel like proof of my so-called struggle. I'd stand in the checkout line, staring at the receipt, and hear Daniel's voice in my head. Probably tough to save much on that salary, huh? The lowest point came one night in late spring. I had stayed late at the office, half working, half trying to avoid going home to the empty apartment. When I finally left, the streets were quiet, and I found myself wandering aimlessly. I ended up at a park bench, sitting under a streetlight, staring at the cracked pavement. My phone buzzed in my pocket, but I didn't check it. I just sat there, hollow, asking myself the same question over and over. How did it come to this? I had always believed that if I just worked hard, stayed honest, and kept my head down, things would balance out eventually. That Dad would see me for who I really was. That Mom would stop making excuses for Daniel. That my brother would grow up and stop treating life like a competition he had to win at any cost. But sitting there in the cold night air, I realized that none of that was happening. Not on its own. Not if I stayed silent. That thought scared me, because it meant the only way out of this hole was to climb, and climbing meant fighting back. Something I'd avoided my whole life. But before I could act, life had one more way of grinding me down. A few days later, Dad called again. His tone was clipped, serious. "Eric, I need to talk to you about something important. Can you come by the house tonight?" My heart sank. I drove over with a pit in my stomach, rehearsing all the possibilities. Had Daniel told another lie? Was this about money again? When I walked in, Dad was sitting at the dining room table, papers spread out in front of him. Mom stood in the doorway, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. "Sit down," Dad said. I did. He pushed a paper toward me. It was a printout of an email. "Your brother says you asked him for a loan last month," Dad said, his eyes searching mine. "He said you were too embarrassed to tell me directly." "Eric, is that true?" I felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. A loan? I had never asked Daniel for a cent. The audacity of it left me stunned. I shook my head slowly. "No, that's not true." Mom shifted, her voice low but insistent. "Eric, just be honest. If you're struggling, we need to know. You can't keep hiding it." My hands shook as I pushed the paper back. I never asked him for a loan. He's lying. But the way they looked at me, it wasn't belief. It was doubt. My own parents, the people who were supposed to know me better than anyone, sat there questioning my honesty while swallowing Daniel's lies whole. That was the breaking point. Not the shattered watch, not the stolen credit, not even the pitying looks. It was sitting there, staring into my father's eyes, and realizing he didn't trust me. That my word, my truth, weighed less than Daniel's manipulation. I left that night without saying goodbye. I got into my car, slammed the door, and sat in the dark driveway for what felt like hours, gripping the steering wheel and shaking. My heart pounded, my chest ached, my throat burned from holding back the words I wanted to scream. But no matter how loud I wanted to shout the truth, I knew it wouldn't matter. Not to them. Not right now. And that's when the shift happened. Sitting in that car, I realized I had two choices: keep playing the victim or quietly start rewriting the story. Because if Daniel could spin lies so easily, maybe it was time I learned how to control the narrative myself. The thought scared me, but it also lit something deep inside me, a spark I hadn't felt in years. Because maybe the way out of rock bottom wasn't to climb back to where I had been, but to dig deeper, find a way under, and come up stronger on the other side. So I drove home that night, still raw, still aching, but with a seed of something new taking root. Not a plan yet, just the beginning of one. A quiet determination that for once in my life, I wouldn't stay silent. When you hit rock bottom, there's this strange silence that follows. It's not peace, not yet, but more like a numb clarity. That's where I found myself after the night Dad slid that fake, lone email across the table and looked at me like I was lying. For days, I moved through life like a ghost. Work, sleep, meals, all of it blurred together. But under that fog, something had shifted. I realized that waiting for validation from my family was never going to work. No matter how hard I tried, no matter how much I sacrificed, Mom would always cover for Daniel, and Dad would always take Daniel's word over mine. I couldn't change that. But what I could change was where I placed my energy. For once, I stopped living as if I was in Daniel's shadow. The first change was at work. I had been coasting, if I'm honest. Showing up, getting things done, but never pushing myself. My confidence had been eaten away by years of being compared to Daniel, so I never dared to step forward. But after that night, something in me hardened. I started volunteering for projects that scared me. I stayed late, not to avoid going home this time, but because I wanted to sharpen my skills. I forced myself into conversations I'd normally shy away from. Slowly, my manager began noticing. It wasn't overnight. There were still moments of doubt, moments I'd hear Daniel's voice in my head mocking me. But I pushed through, and after a few months, I got offered a small leadership role on a new project. Nothing major, but it was the first time in years I felt like someone believed in me professionally. I remember walking out of that meeting with a strange feeling, like a door had finally cracked open. Around the same time, I began reconnecting with old friends. For months, I had pulled away from them, ashamed of how things at home made me feel small. But one friend in particular, Matt, kept reaching out. Finally, I gave in and met him for dinner. We talked for hours, and I admitted some of what I'd been going through, not all the details, but enough for him to understand. He didn't pity me. He didn't tell me to get over it. He just listened. And when he said, "Eric, you're tougher than you think," something in me loosened. From then on, I made a point of saying yes to invitations I would have turned down before. Drinks after work, weekend hikes, even just casual lunches. And slowly, I realized how much I had missed out on by shrinking myself down for so long. Being around people who saw me as capable, who laughed at my jokes, who valued my presence. It was like a reminder of who I really was, underneath all the family baggage. Financially, too, things started looking up. With the new project at work came a small raise, and instead of letting it vanish into rent and groceries, I made a plan. I set up a separate savings account and started funneling money into it. At first it was small, just enough to feel like I was doing something for myself. But with each paycheck, watching the numbers grow gave me a sense of control I hadn't felt in a long time. And here's the interesting thing. As my life outside the family improved, the contrast became sharper. Every time I went back to my parents' house for a meal, I could see the dysfunction more clearly. Daniel would brag about his latest splurge, a new gadget, a weekend trip, a flashy dinner out, while Mom fawned over him and Dad nodded along. They'd still throw in little jabs about me, still treat me like the practical one who needed to be careful. But instead of sinking under the weight of it, I started feeling detached, almost amused. Because while they were locked in their old patterns, I was changing. The real turning point came when I landed a promotion. It wasn't expected, Not by me, not by anyone. But the project I had led ended up being a success, and my boss pulled me into his office one morning with a smile. "You've got a knack for leadership, Eric. We want to give you a bigger role." I walked out of that office with my heart pounding. A bigger role meant more responsibility, sure, but it also meant more visibility, more opportunities, more money, more growth. For the first time, I wasn't just keeping up. I was pulling ahead, at least in my own lane. And here's the part that stung in the best way. I didn't tell my family right away. For years, every accomplishment I had was either overshadowed by Daniel or dismissed as not as big a deal. So this time, I kept it close. I let myself savor it privately, building on it quietly, brick by brick. Of course, Daniel eventually found out. He always did. And when he did, he tried to downplay it. Middle management? Congrats, I guess. Guess someone's got to do the boring work. But this time it rolled off me. Because I knew the truth. I knew what it meant. And no amount of his mockery could take that from me. As months passed, my world kept expanding. I traveled for work once, something Daniel had never done. I started investing small amounts into things I cared about, building not just a savings account, but actual assets. I upgraded my apartment, not flashy, but comfortable mine. Every step I took away from their control made me feel stronger. But the real power came not just from success, but from clarity. I began seeing my family dynamics with fresh eyes. Mom wasn't just protecting Daniel. She was enabling him, keeping him dependent by covering for him. Dad wasn't just blind. He was choosing the easier narrative, the one where Daniel was the generous son and I was the cautious one. And Daniel? He wasn't strong. He was fragile. Every boast, every lie, every act of sabotage was rooted in fear. Fear that if I ever stepped fully into myself, he'd lose his crown. And that realization planted a seed. If his power came from controlling the story, from manipulating how others saw me, then maybe my path forward was simple: rewrite the story. Not with lies, not with petty fights, but with undeniable truth. With success so visible it couldn't be ignored, with strength so steady it couldn't be denied. It wasn't about revenge, not yet. It was about building a foundation so solid that when the moment came, I'd be ready. So I kept working, kept saving, kept growing. On the surface, I played the same quiet role around my family, nodding along, smiling politely, letting them underestimate me. But inside, I was sharpening myself, preparing, because deep down, I knew this story wasn't finished. Daniel hadn't had his last laugh, and neither had I. The rise felt good, better than I'd expected, honestly. For the first time in years, I was standing on ground that felt solid beneath my feet. My job was no longer just a paycheck, it was a platform. My friendships weren't just distractions, they were lifelines. And my savings weren't just numbers, they were options. But with that stability came something else: perspective. I started noticing patterns I'd missed before. How Daniel's big purchases weren't signs of wealth, but of desperation. How Mom's constant defense of him sounded less like pride and more like panic. And how Dad, despite his stern exterior, was beginning to show cracks of doubt when Daniel talked too big. It all clicked one evening when I came over for dinner. Daniel was holding court at the table, bragging about some business opportunity he was getting into. According to him, he'd found a group of investors willing to back his new idea, something vague about a bar and restaurant with a modern twist. He was spinning his story with so much confidence that everyone leaned in, nodding along. But then Dad asked a simple question: "How much are you putting in yourself?" Daniel faltered, just for a second, but I caught it. He quickly recovered with, "Oh, I'll contribute what I can, but they're mostly interested in my vision." That's when I knew. My brother wasn't successful. He was drowning. All the flash, all the bragging, all the expensive gifts and trips, they weren't signs of prosperity. They were signs of a man living beyond his means, papering over cracks with stories. And that realization planted a dangerous, thrilling thought. What if I could use that? For weeks afterward, I paid attention. I stopped letting his noise wash over me and started listening closely. He was careless when he bragged, and buried in his arrogance were details: late credit card payments, an argument with a landlord, a car lease he was working on refinancing. One night, I overheard him on the phone, pacing Mom and Dad's kitchen, saying something about buying more time. He didn't see me in the hallway, listening as he promised whoever was on the other end that money was coming soon. I didn't need to dig further to know the truth. Daniel wasn't just living paycheck to paycheck. He was in debt. Real debt. Meanwhile, my own life was quietly strengthening. The promotion at work turned into something more permanent, and my role expanded further. I found myself sitting in meetings I never would have been invited to a year ago, learning things about budgeting, finance, and negotiation. It wasn't glamorous, but it gave me tools. Tools Daniel didn't have. One of the most valuable lessons came from a mentor at work, a senior manager named Laura. She wasn't flashy, but she was sharp, the kind of person who could spot weakness in a contract from a mile away. Over lunch one day, she told me, "Control isn't always about money. It's about information. Whoever controls the story controls the outcome." Those words hit me like a lightning bolt. Because wasn't that exactly what Daniel had been doing all along? Twisting narratives, controlling perceptions, making me the struggling brother while he played the generous son? But now I saw it differently. If I could gather the right information, if I could quietly build the truth, maybe I could flip the entire story on its head. So I started paying attention in new ways. I noticed when Mom let slip that Daniel had borrowed money from her again. I listened when Dad sighed about how Daniel had missed another deadline to help him with yard work. I asked subtle questions when Daniel bragged about new purchases, watching his eyes flicker just slightly when I pressed for details. And while I gathered information, I kept building myself up. My savings account turned into a sizable safety net. My investments began to grow. I took on side projects at work that gave me even more credibility. To my family, I was still practical Eric, the careful one. They had no idea that behind the scenes, I was becoming someone they wouldn't recognize. The moment that confirmed I was on the right path came during another family dinner. Dad had been unusually quiet while Daniel rambled on about his business plans. Finally, Dad turned to me and asked, "So, Eric, what about you? What have you been up to?" I shrugged, keeping my tone casual. "Just work. A few new projects, nothing major." But I saw the look in Dad's eyes, a flicker of curiosity, maybe even pride. He didn't say much, but it was enough. For once, Daniel wasn't the only son being noticed. And that tiny shift in attention made my brother bristle. He covered it with a laugh and a clap on my back, but I saw it, the flash of irritation in his eyes. That's when I realized something important. Daniel needed to be the center of attention. He fed on it. Without it, he grew restless, defensive, even desperate. And desperation, I knew, could make people sloppy. So I let him keep talking. I let him brag louder, promise bigger, spend more recklessly. Because every word he spoke, every promise he made, was another thread in the rope he was tying around his own neck. And here's the best part. While he thought I was still the quiet, practical brother in his shadow, I was becoming something else entirely. I was learning, preparing, waiting for the right moment. The setup wasn't complete yet, not by a long shot. But for the first time, I could see the path ahead. And I knew that when the time came, I wouldn't just defend myself. I'd turn the entire story upside down. I'd been patient. Months of biting my tongue, months of playing along, months of listening while Daniel bragged and bluffed and borrowed his way through life. On the surface, nothing had changed. Mom still coddled him. Dad still praised his generosity. And I was still cast as the careful, practical one. But behind the scenes, I was building a web of truths, waiting for the right moment. That moment came sooner than I expected. It started with a phone call late on a Tuesday evening. I had just gotten home from work when my phone buzzed. The number was unfamiliar. When I answered, a man's voice introduced himself as Mark, representing a local supplier. "I was given your number by your brother Daniel. He said you'd be a guarantor for his restaurant project." I nearly dropped the phone. "Excuse me." "He said you'd co-sign some of the orders. We just need confirmation before moving forward." My pulse quickened, but I kept my tone calm. I never agreed to that. There was a pause on the other end. "So you're not backing him?" "No," I said firmly. "And if he uses my name again, call me directly before anything is signed." We hung up, but my hands were shaking. It wasn't just that Daniel was lying again. He was trying to drag me into his sinking ship, tie my name to his debts so that if he went down, I'd go with him. That wasn't just arrogance anymore. That was desperation. And desperation, I knew, was my opening. The next time I saw him was at Sunday dinner. He was in rare form, pacing the living room, talking about how his restaurant was just weeks away from opening, how investors were lining up, how suppliers were bending over backward to work with him. I watched him spin his story, watched Mom beam with pride, watched Dad nod along. And for the first time, I felt no anger, just clarity, because I knew the truth now. I knew his project was a lie, his debts were mounting, and his empire was built on nothing but hot air. And I realized something else. If Daniel's power came from controlling the narrative, then the surest revenge was to let the truth speak louder than his lies. So I set my plan into motion. Step 1 was gathering proof. Over the next few weeks, I quietly reached out to the contacts Daniel had dragged me into, the supplier, the so-called investors, even his landlord. I didn't make accusations. I just asked questions. And the answers painted a clear picture. Daniel was behind on payments, stringing people along with empty promises, and more than one person was ready to cut ties if he didn't deliver soon. Step 2 was timing. I didn't want to confront him in private, where he could spin it or deny it. I wanted the truth to land where it mattered most, in front of the very people he'd been fooling. So I waited for the next big family gathering. It didn't take long. Mom announced she was planning a celebratory dinner to toast Daniel's new venture. Perfect. The night of the dinner, I showed up calm, collected, almost cheerful. Daniel was already there, dressed sharper than usual, grinning ear to ear. As relatives filtered in, he bragged about menus, seating charts, partnerships, painting a picture so vivid you'd think the restaurant was already thriving. Mom hovered proudly at his side, Dad poured drinks, and everyone laughed along. I waited, patient, silent. Finally, when dinner was served and glasses were raised, Mom cleared her throat. I just want to say how proud I am of my boys. Daniel, for his incredible ambition and generosity, and Eric, for always being so dependable. She smiled warmly at me, but I could hear the undertone. Dependable, cautious, careful. The same label I'd carried my whole life. And that's when I struck. I stood up, raising my glass. Actually, Mom, I'd like to make a toast too. To Daniel, for teaching me something valuable. The room quieted. Daniel smirked, nodding like he expected praise. I continued, my voice steady. He's taught me how important it is to tell the truth. Because the truth, unlike stories, doesn't crack under pressure. Daniel's smile faltered. A flicker of unease crossed his face. I set my glass down and pulled a small folder from my jacket. I had debated bringing it, debated how far to go, but in the end, I knew it was necessary. I opened it slowly, letting the papers fan out. See, while Daniel's been telling everyone about his big restaurant venture, I've been doing some homework, talking to suppliers, investors, even his landlord. The room shifted. Chairs creaked, forks clinked. Dad's brow furrowed. Mom stiffened. I held up one page. This supplier says Daniel hasn't paid him in months. This investor says Daniel promised him returns that don't exist. And this, I tapped another paper, is a notice from his landlord about overdue rent. Gasps rippled through the table. Daniel stood abruptly, face red. This is garbage. Lies. You don't know what you're talking about. But I just looked at him calm. Funny. That's exactly what you said when you smashed the gift I bought for Dad. The difference is, this time, I've got proof. The silence was deafening. Dad looked from me to Daniel, his face a storm of confusion and anger. Mom opened her mouth, but no words came. And Daniel, for once, had nothing. No smug smile, no clever spin. Just a mask cracking under the weight of truth. I didn't push further. I didn't need to. I closed the folder, slid it back into my jacket, and sat down. So yes, Mom, I am dependable. Because when I speak, it's the truth. And maybe that's worth more than any story. The rest of the dinner was a blur of tension. Nobody knew what to say. Daniel tried to recover, muttering about misunderstandings, but the damage was done. The room had seen the cracks. The illusion was broken. And as I watched him squirm, I realized something important. Revenge didn't have to be loud. It didn't have to be cruel. Sometimes, the most satisfying revenge was simply letting the truth echo louder than the lies. But this wasn't the end, not yet. The fallout was still to come. And I knew when it hit, it would be seismic. The silence after my toast felt like it stretched forever. Plates of food sat untouched, the clink of silverware replaced by an uncomfortable hum in the air. Daniel stood stiff, his fists balled at his sides, his face crimson. He looked like a man about to explode, but the weight of the evidence I'd laid out pinned him in place. Finally, Dad broke the silence. His voice was low, rough. Daniel, is this true? Daniel sputtered, waving a hand toward me. He's twisting things. He's jealous. He's always been jealous. But Dad didn't look at me. His eyes were locked on my brother, sharp and unrelenting. Answer me. For the first time in my life, I saw Daniel falter. He opened his mouth, then closed it. His usual smirk, the one that had carried him through every bluff and every lie, was gone. He looked small. Mom rushed in like she always did, her voice desperate. Oh, he's just under stress. Everyone makes mistakes. Eric, you didn't need to. No, Margaret. Dad's voice cut through hers like a blade. He leaned back in his chair, his face set. I want to hear it from him. Daniel's jaw tightened. He muttered something I couldn't make out, then finally said louder. Fine. I've had some issues, but I'm handling it. Dad's eyes narrowed. Handling it? By dragging your brother's name into it? By lying to us? The air grew heavy. Relatives who had been quiet until now shifted uncomfortably in their chairs. One of my uncles, never known for subtlety, muttered. Always knew he was full of hot air. Another cousin whispered something that made her husband shake his head. The tide in the room had shifted, and Daniel felt it. His confidence drained with every second of silence. He turned to me, his face twisted with rage. You think you're clever, don't you? You've been waiting to humiliate me. That's what this was about. You couldn't stand that I cut him off, calm and steady. This wasn't about humiliating you, Daniel. This was about truth. You've been lying to everyone for years, and you tried to drag me down with you. That ends tonight. The words hung in the air, and I meant everyone. Dad stood slowly, his hands braced against the table. He looked at me first, then back at Daniel. I've given you the benefit of the doubt for too long. I believed you when I shouldn't have, and I doubted the son who has never lied to me once. His voice cracked, just slightly, but his eyes burned. That changes now. Daniel's face paled. He looked around the room for support, for Mom's rescuing words, for the nods and approval that had always been his armor. But they weren't there. Mom opened her mouth, then closed it, tears in her eyes. She looked torn, but even she couldn't bridge the gap this time. For once, everyone saw him clearly. Not as the golden child, not as the generous brother, but as the liar, the manipulator, the man who had built his image on nothing but smoke. The rest of the night unraveled quickly. Dad demanded to see documents. Relatives whispered about deaths and lies. Mom tried to smooth things over, but her words fell flat, empty. Daniel stormed out halfway through dinner, slamming the door behind him, his bravado finally crumbling. The fallout stretched into the weeks that followed. I didn't need to twist the knife. The truth had done that for me. Calls came in from relatives who wanted to check in, some apologizing for believing Daniel's stories, others simply curious to know what would happen next. At work, I stayed focused, knowing that my foundation was solid. At home, I slept easier, lighter, no longer carrying the weight of silence. Dad called me one evening not long after. His voice was quieter than usual, almost humble. Eric, he said, I owe you an apology. For not listening. For doubting you. For all of it. There was a pause, and then, I'm proud of you. More than I've ever said. I sat there with the phone pressed to my ear, my throat tight. For years, I had waited to hear those words. And while part of me wished they had come sooner, I realized that hearing them now, after everything, made them mean even more. As for Daniel, his restaurant venture collapsed within months. The debts caught up with him, the investors pulled out, and his reputation crumbled. Mom still tried to defend him now and then, but even she couldn't deny the truth. Dad grew distant from him, unwilling to tolerate more lies. And the family, once enthralled by his stories, now looked at him with a mixture of pity and disdain. The crown he had clung to for so long was gone. And me? I didn't gloat. I didn't need to. I kept living my life, growing, building, surrounding myself with people who saw me for who I truly was. But every now and then, when I thought back to that night at the dinner table, the folder in my hands, the silence in the room, the look on Daniel's face as his world collapsed, I couldn't help but smile. Because for once, the truth had been louder than the lies. And that was enough. My name's Chris, I'm 31, and until recently I thought I was pretty good at reading people. I thought I could see red flags before they became fires, thought I could spot ulterior motives behind a smile. Turns out, I was a little too confident in that skill, because I never saw this one coming, not from the woman I was planning to spend the rest of my life with. Let me set the stage. I grew up in a pretty average family. My parents were teachers, hardworking but frugal, and they drilled into me the value of saving, building, and not depending on anyone else to hand you things. I carried that mindset into adulthood. I wasn't rich, but I had worked my way up in my career, saved aggressively, and eventually got into some real estate investing on the side. Nothing flashy, I didn't tell people much about it. But by the time I hit 30, I was comfortable. Not Ferrari in the driveway comfortable, but sleep well at night and never worry about rent comfortable. Then came Emily. We met at a mutual friend's engagement party, and she was the kind of person who lights up a room without even trying. Sharp, witty, beautiful. We clicked fast. Within months, we were inseparable. She worked in marketing, came from a well-off family that loved big gestures, and she had this confidence that made you feel like life with her would always be interesting. Things moved quickly, maybe too quickly, but when you're in it, you don't question the pace. Fast forward a year and a half. We were engaged, talking about a wedding, and we just closed on a house together. It was technically my down payment, about $60,000 I'd pulled from my investments, but I put both our names on the deed. At the time it felt right. She was my future wife, after all. That's what you do when you're building a life with someone. What I didn't realize then was that her family had a very different perspective on what building a life together meant. From the first dinner I had at her parents' house, I could feel the unspoken rules. Her mom would drop little comments like, "Well, Emily has always had the best taste. I'm sure she'll guide you through the house decisions." Or her dad would say things like, "A man's job is to provide, but of course it's the woman who makes it a home." Little remarks, but layered with meaning. They saw me as the provider, and Emily as the inheritor of whatever I built. At first, I brushed it off. Families have quirks, right? But those quirks became patterns. When we hosted a small barbecue at our new place, her dad openly asked me in front of everyone what the house was worth now. I laughed it off, gave a vague answer, but he pressed, "No, seriously, Chris. You've got good timing. Market's high. That's smart money right there. You'll take care of Emily. I can see that." He said it with this approving nod, like I'd just passed a test. Emily just smiled. The comments stacked up over time. Emily's mom once joked that if I didn't keep my career growing, Emily could always move back in with them until I sorted things out. Another time, Emily herself casually mentioned she'd never change her last name after marriage. "It's not about tradition for me," she said. "I just want to keep what's mine mine." I laughed at the time and said, "Fair enough." But in hindsight, it was another clue I ignored. The real moment came at dinner one night. We were out at a nice restaurant, her parents across the table from us, the kind of place with soft lighting and waiters who glide instead of walk. Everyone was sipping wine, the conversation rolling smoothly, when Emily set her glass down and said, almost too casually, "So, I think we should get a prenup." I froze, fork halfway to my mouth. "A prenup?" I repeated, careful to keep my voice neutral. She smiled like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. "Yeah, just something simple. What's mine stays mine, what's yours stays yours." Her mom nodded approvingly, chiming in, "It's just practical these days. Protects everyone." Her dad leaned back in his chair, smirking like the thought had come from him. "Smart girl. A marriage is about love, sure, but money complicates things. Better to keep lines clear." I forced a smile, but inside I felt this slow burn start in my chest. Not because of the prenup itself. I get it. I'm not naive. Some people do that. It was the way she said it, the timing, the audience. It wasn't a private conversation between us, a thoughtful discussion about our future. It was a performance, staged with her parents as the audience. I smiled back and said, "Absolutely. If that's what makes you comfortable." The relief on her face, the smug pride on her parents, it told me everything. They weren't just protecting her. They were ensuring the wealth stayed with her side, no matter what. And that's when the thought hit me. They had no idea about the paperwork I'd signed just 2 weeks earlier. No idea that I'd already taken my name off the house deed and shifted the ownership structure. No idea that technically, Emily wasn't gaining security. She was quietly losing her claim to the very $60,000 I'd sunk into that house. I didn't say that out loud, not yet. But I tucked the knowledge into my back pocket and let them all keep smiling, keep thinking they'd scored a victory. That was the first night I started to really notice the cracks, not just in her family, but in Emily herself. And once you see the cracks, You can't unsee them. Every little remark, every little demand, every entitled assumption after that only made them wider. And it all started building toward one moment, one reveal, that none of them saw coming. After that dinner, something in the air shifted. Maybe it was me noticing things I used to ignore, or maybe once Emily felt like she had locked me into her rules, she stopped hiding her cards. Either way, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had crossed some invisible line where I was no longer her partner. We were slipping into roles her family had quietly assigned. At first, it was little things. We'd go furniture shopping for the new house, and every time I suggested something, Emily would smile politely, then say, "Well, Mom thinks this one looks more timeless. Don't you agree?" And of course, her mom would beam like she'd just been crowned queen of interior design. If I pushed back even slightly, Emily would tilt her head and say, "Chris, you're great at finances, but I don't think design is your strong suit." That one stung. I laughed it off, but inside I thought, not my strong suit. I'm the one who paid for the suit. Then came the talk about expenses. I'd already put down the bulk of the house payment, covered most of the closing costs, and was paying for renovations up front. But when bills came in, suddenly they were our responsibility in a way that tilted heavily toward me. Emily would say things like, "I'll get the groceries this week, but can you cover the new fridge? It's more your thing anyway." Somehow I became responsible for the mortgage, the insurance, the taxes, and anything that had a comma in the price tag. She and her parents framed it as natural. "You're the provider, Chris." It's impressive. Emily's lucky. Her dad especially loved that narrative. Every time he stopped by, which was often, more often than I liked, he'd look around like he owned the place. He'd pat me on the back and say, "Good man. You're setting the foundation for her future." Not, "your future together." Her future. Like I was some kind of stepping stone she was supposed to climb over. And the thing is, Emily didn't correct him. She laughed, nodded, sometimes kissed my cheek, but never once did she say, "Dad, it's our future." That silence spoke volumes. The next big moment came on a Sunday. Emily's parents had invited us over for dinner, again, and this time they wanted to talk wedding logistics. I thought we'd be discussing venues, dates, maybe guest lists. Instead, I found myself sitting at their long oak table while her mother flipped through a binder thicker than most college textbooks. "Here's the thing," she began. "Our family has always hosted weddings a certain way. Tradition matters to us. And since Emily is our only daughter, we want it done properly." "Of course," I said cautiously. She smiled sweetly, but there was steel under it. "That means the wedding should be at the country club. Minimum 200 guests. The invitations should be letterpress with foil, none of this digital stuff. And naturally, we'll have a band, not a DJ. It needs to feel elegant." I blinked. "That sounds nice. But what's the budget for all of this?" Her father cleared his throat and leaned forward. "Well, Chris, you're a successful guy, and you want to marry our Emily. It's the groom's family that traditionally pays for the wedding, but since your parents don't have that kind of money, we know it'll come from you. We'll cover the rehearsal dinner and maybe a little extra here and there." Emily nodded along like this was the most normal arrangement in the world. I couldn't help but laugh, not out loud, but this dry, bitter laugh inside my head. They were planning a party for themselves with my checkbook. I glanced at Emily, waiting for her to defend me, to say, "That's not fair, we'll split it." But all she said was, "It's not as bad as it sounds, Chris. Think of it as an investment. People will see how successful you are." That word, investment, sat in my stomach like a stone. Investment in what? In her image? In their reputation? Certainly not in us. Over the next few weeks, the pressure built. Emily's mom would text me links to florists and photographers, always with price tags in the thousands. Her dad casually mentioned that since I was handling the big things, I might as well upgrade my car before the wedding. To make a strong impression, Emily chimed in later that night. "Yeah, maybe something like a Tesla or a BMW. It would look amazing in the wedding photos." I remember staring at her, stunned. "You want me to buy a car for the wedding photos?" She laughed. "Not just for that. But think about it. You can afford it. You're not exactly struggling." She said it lightly, but I heard the entitlement underneath. She wasn't just suggesting. I could see in her eyes that she thought it was expected. Around this time, my parents started noticing things too. My mom pulled me aside after one particularly awkward dinner. She said quietly, "Chris, sweetheart, are you sure about this? They talk about money like it's nothing, but it feels like they're talking about yours, not theirs. And Emily, she doesn't stand up for you. I brushed it off at the time, telling myself she was just being protective. But deep down, I knew she was right. The tipping point, though, came one Saturday afternoon. Emily had invited her parents over to see the progress on the house renovations. I'd just finished painting one of the bedrooms myself, proud of the work I'd done, when her dad walked in, looked around, and said, "You should have just hired professionals. Emily deserves better than this patchy job." I clenched my jaw so hard I thought my teeth would crack. It wasn't patchy, it was solid work. But more than that, the way he dismissed my effort in front of Emily was humiliating. She didn't defend me. She just shrugged and said, "Maybe he's right, Chris. Let's hire someone to redo it." That was the first time I walked out of my own house to cool off. I went for a long drive, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. The house was supposed to be ours, the life we were building together. But suddenly it felt like I was just a contractor, paying, working, fixing, and none of it was truly mine. And yet, despite the anger, a part of me stayed quiet. Because I had that ace up my sleeve, the knowledge that legally, things weren't what they seemed. Every time her dad made another smug remark, every time Emily dismissed my efforts, I reminded myself, they don't know. They think they're playing me, but I'm the one holding the cards. Still, the disrespect piled up. One night, after another argument about wedding costs, Emily looked at me and said, "Chris, don't be difficult. You know this is what my parents expect. If you can't handle it, maybe you're not ready for marriage." That cut deep. Not ready for marriage? After everything I'd already given? I didn't say it then, but in my mind, a line was drawn. They had mistaken my patience for weakness. And once that line is crossed, there's no going back. The cracks weren't cracks anymore. They were fractures, spreading fast. And soon, something was going to break. Things got worse before they got better, and by worse, I mean a level of betrayal that I don't think I'll ever forget. It wasn't just a single moment. It was a buildup of little things that all led to one night that burned a scar into me. The cracks in my relationship with Emily and her family had turned into a canyon, but I kept trying to patch it up. I told myself, maybe this is normal. Maybe families just get involved too much. I told myself that Emily was under pressure from her parents, and maybe once the wedding planning was over, we'd finally breathe and just live our lives. But deep down, I knew better. The shift started subtly. One Friday, Emily came home and dropped a thick folder on the kitchen counter. I opened it, expecting to see more wedding brochures, but it was something else entirely: financial documents. Loan pre-approvals, new credit applications, investment portfolios. "What's this?" I asked. She smiled casually, like she'd just brought home a bag of groceries. "Oh, my parents and I were talking, and we think it's smart to refinance the house. The rates are pretty good right now." I stared at her. "Refinance? We just bought the place. Why would we add more debt?" Her tone shifted, sharper. "Because it's smarter long term. We can pull out equity now, invest it, and make more. My dad knows people who can help. He says it's the right move." I flipped through the folder, my pulse rising. "Emily, these are in your name only. Were you planning to take money out of the house without even asking me?" She crossed her arms, defensive. "Well, it's our house. But yes, I was going to manage it. You're already stretched thin with work. And besides, my dad says it'll secure my future." Our future. I caught that slip. My future. Not ours. Hers. I told her no. Calmly, firmly. "We're not refinancing without a conversation. And I'm not letting your dad use our house as his investment toy." She rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, "You're being so controlling." That word hit me hard. Controlling? I was trying to protect what we'd built, and she was making secret financial moves behind my back. Still, I let it go for the moment, thinking maybe I was overreacting. But the real betrayal came 2 weeks later. It was a Saturday evening. Emily told me she was meeting her mom to go over flower arrangements, and I decided to stay home, catch up on some work. Around 8 p.m., my phone buzzed. It was a friend of mine, Daniel, who happened to be at the same country club Emily's family always raved about. "Hey man," he said, a little uneasy. I didn't want to stir trouble, but "Are you here at the club tonight?" "No, why?" "Because I just saw Emily. She's here with her parents. And, they were sitting with a banker. They had papers out. Looked serious." My stomach dropped. I thanked him and hung up, then sat there in silence for a full minute. My hands were shaking. Papers. A banker. The timing. I knew exactly what it was. I grabbed my keys and drove to the club, my chest tight the whole way. When I walked in, I scanned the dining area, and there they were. Emily, her mom, her dad, and a man in a suit. The table was covered with documents, pens, and a calculator. I stood there for a second, just watching. Emily leaned forward, signing something, while her mom beamed and her dad shook the banker's hand like they'd just closed $1 million deal. I walked up to the table, my voice calm but firm. "What's going on here?" The color drained from Emily's face. Her dad quickly stepped in, smiling too wide. "Chris, hey, we didn't expect you. We're just finalizing some paperwork. Nothing major." I picked up one of the papers. My heart pounded as I scanned the words. Loan agreement. Against the house. Tens of thousands being pulled out. And Emily's signature right there on the dotted line. "Nothing major?" I said slowly. "This is a loan against our house. Without my knowledge. Without my consent." Emily's mom huffed, like I was the one making a scene. "Don't be dramatic. It's perfectly legal. Emily's name is on the deed. She has the right. This is to protect her in case." "In case what?" I snapped, my voice rising despite myself. "In case the marriage doesn't work? In case you need a cash cushion? This isn't protecting anyone. It's stealing." Emily's dad frowned, his tone turning cold. "Careful, son. We're just making sure Emily's future is secure. You should be grateful we're thinking ahead. You'll benefit too." Emily finally spoke, her voice small but stubborn. I thought it was the smart thing to do. My parents said it would be better for us." "You're overreacting." "Overreacting." The word rang in my ears. My fiancée had just signed away equity from the house I paid for, behind my back, and she thought I was overreacting. I didn't yell. I didn't throw the papers. I just looked at her, really looked at her, and in that moment, I realized I didn't recognize the woman sitting across from me. I set the papers down carefully. "Emily, we're done here. I'm leaving." Her parents immediately started protesting, her mom reaching out like she could smooth it over with a touch. "Chris, don't be rash. This is normal. Couples do this all the time." Her dad added sharply, "You're not walking out of this. You're marrying Emily. You owe her that stability." Oh, that word burned. I turned and walked out, ignoring Emily's voice calling after me. My heart was hammering, my mind racing, but one thing was clear: the trust was gone. That night, sitting alone in my car in the driveway, I thought about every red flag I'd ignored. Every comment, every manipulation, every time Emily chose her parents' approval over my partnership. It all led to this. And the worst part? They didn't even think they had done anything wrong. In their eyes, I was the problem. I was the obstacle standing in the way of what they saw as theirs. That was the night something broke in me. And once something breaks, it can't be fixed the same way again. What they didn't know, what they still didn't know, was that their little scheme wasn't going to play out the way they thought. Because while they were playing games with pens and paper, I'd already moved my pieces weeks ago. But for now, I sat there in silence, staring at the house I had paid for, realizing it wasn't really my home anymore. And that's when I decided I wasn't going to let them take another inch from me. The night I caught Emily signing those papers at the country club replayed in my head like a movie stuck on loop. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her leaning forward, pen in hand, her parents smiling proudly like they had just won something. The more I thought about it, the more surreal it felt, like I'd stumbled into someone else's life, someone too blind to see he'd been cast as the supporting character in a story he thought was his own. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the driveway until the early hours, staring at the dark windows of the house, wondering what it even meant anymore. When the sun started to rise, painting the sky in dull gray light, I finally went inside. Emily was there, waiting in the living room. She looked smaller somehow, like a kid caught sneaking out past curfew. "Chris," she said quietly, "we need to talk." I stood in the doorway, exhausted, my voice flat. "Go ahead." She wrung her hands, her eyes darting toward the floor. "I didn't mean to hurt you. I just thought, my parents, they've always managed money well. They said it was the smart thing. I didn't think you'd react like this." I almost laughed. "You didn't think I'd react to you taking out a loan against our house behind my back." She flinched, but her jaw tightened. "It's not like that. You're making it sound worse than it is. I was protecting us. I was protecting me." There it was again, that slip. Protecting her. Always her. "I can't do this right now," I said, shaking my head. I need space. I walked past her, went upstairs, and closed the bedroom door. I didn't even want to look at her. The following days were some of the hardest I can remember. It wasn't just the betrayal, it was the loneliness that came with it. Emily's parents, of course, wasted no time spinning their version of the story. Word traveled fast through her family, and soon enough I was getting cold stares and clipped comments from her relatives whenever I saw them. At a Sunday brunch with her extended family, an event I stupidly agreed to attend out of habit, I overheard her aunt whispering, "Well, at least Emily had the sense to secure her future. Men these days can't always be trusted." I gritted my teeth, pushing scrambled eggs around my plate. Emily sat beside me, pretending not to hear, sipping her mimosa like nothing was wrong. That silence hurt worse than the words. Even at home, the atmosphere was unbearable. Conversations were clipped, meals were eaten in silence, and the house, once a place I felt proud of, felt like enemy territory. Emily kept trying to justify her actions, always circling back to the same line. "It's not a big deal, Chris. You're blowing this out of proportion." But it was a big deal. Not because of the money, though that stung, but because of what it revealed. She didn't trust me. Or maybe she didn't care enough to include me. And her parents? They saw me as nothing more than a bank account with legs. The stress started bleeding into other parts of my life. At work, I was distracted, staring at my computer screen for hours without making progress. Friends noticed too. Daniel, the one who had tipped me off at the club, pulled me aside one day. "You don't look good, man," he said. "What's going on?" I debated brushing it off, but the words tumbled out before I could stop them. I told him everything. The prenup dinner, the constant pressure from her parents, the refinancing scheme. When I finished, he just shook his head. "Chris, this isn't a partnership. This is a setup. They're not building with you. They're bleeding you dry. You need to think about whether this is really the life you want." His words hit me like a punch. Because deep down, I knew he was right. But the thought of walking away wasn't simple. I had invested so much, not just money, but time, energy, love. And part of me still hoped Emily would wake up, realize what she was doing, and choose me over her parents' influence. But that hope shrank a little more every day. The lowest point came one evening when I overheard Emily on the phone with her mother. She was in the kitchen, her voice low, but not low enough. "Yeah, Mom, I know. No, he's still upset about it. I'm trying to calm him down. Don't worry, I'll handle him. Once the wedding's over, he'll settle into his role. He just needs to stop being so dramatic. Settle into my role. Handle me." Like I was a child throwing a tantrum instead of a partner whose trust had just been shattered. I stood there in the hallway, my chest tightening, feeling like the walls were closing in. That was the moment I realized I wasn't just unwanted. I was being managed, controlled, moved around like a piece on their board. That night, lying awake in bed beside her, I felt something shift inside me. The sadness, the anger, it was still there, heavy as ever. But underneath it, a new thought began to form. A quiet, steady resolve. If they wanted to play games, fine. But I wasn't going to play by their rules. I remembered the look on their faces at dinner the night Emily announced the prenup. The smug relief, the certainty that they had secured her future at my expense. And I remembered the way they had no idea about the paperwork I'd already filed. The legal shift I'd made weeks earlier. They thought they were pulling the strings. But the truth was, they were dancing on a stage I had already set. Of course, I didn't say any of this out loud. Not yet. On the surface, I let myself sink into that role they expected, the quiet, brooding fiancé licking his wounds. I let Emily think she was handling me. I let her parents believe they had the upper hand. But in the back of my mind, the gears were turning. Slowly, carefully, I started to sketch out the beginnings of a plan. A way to not just walk away, but to walk away on my own terms. A way to remind them that I wasn't the naive, grateful provider they thought I was. Still, in those days, it was hard to see past the fog. I woke up each morning with a knot in my stomach. Meals tasted like cardboard. I barely recognized myself in the mirror. Tired eyes, slumped shoulders, a man carrying weight he hadn't asked for. And yet, in that hollow space, something was taking root. Quietly, patiently. They thought they had broken me. But really, they were just giving me the time I needed to sharpen the edges. Because once you hit rock bottom, there's only one direction left to go. And I was starting to feel the ground beneath me harden into a foundation. One I could build something much stronger on, something they would never see coming. Hitting rock bottom did something to me. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff and realizing you can either jump or turn around and climb. For weeks, I had been drowning in anger and disappointment, replaying every betrayal in my head like a broken record. But one morning, I woke up and something felt different. I looked around the house. Our house, though it never really felt like ours anymore. And instead of feeling crushed by it, I felt clear. If Emily and her family saw me as a resource to exploit, then I needed to stop thinking like their victim. I needed to take control of my life again. Not for them, not even to prove a point, but for me. It started small. I threw myself into work, not as a distraction, but as a focus. I work in consulting, long hours, endless calls, complicated projects. Before, I had been too drained to give it my all, weighed down by the mess at home. But now, I started treating work like my personal arena. If my home life was chaos, at least here I could excel, win, and build something on my terms. Within a month, my renewed energy started paying off. My boss noticed the change and pulled me aside. "Chris, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Clients love working with you. You've got a promotion coming if you keep this pace." That moment felt like oxygen after weeks underwater. For the first time in months, I remembered what it felt like to be respected, valued. It reminded me that I wasn't just some pawn in Emily's family's game. I had power, and I could wield it. At the same time, I quietly began strengthening my financial footing. I doubled down on the investments I had been making before all this drama: properties, stocks, a side business I'd started with a friend. Every extra dollar I made, I pushed into those channels. It wasn't about greed. It was about building independence, a safety net that no one could touch. And remember that paperwork I had signed weeks before Emily's little refinancing stunt? That decision now felt like divine timing. While she and her parents thought they were securing her future by pulling me into debt, the reality was that she had less claim to the house than she realized. I didn't flaunt it, didn't tell anyone. I let them keep believing their narrative. But privately, I checked the paperwork again and again, savoring the quiet reassurance that I hadn't been as naive as they thought. Meanwhile, my personal life started to shift too. I leaned on my friends more, something I hadn't done in a long time. Daniel became my sounding board. We'd grab drinks after work, and he'd listen without judgment, occasionally throwing in sharp one-liners that made me laugh when I needed it most. "You're basically living in a soap opera, man," he joked once. "Except you're the only one who doesn't realize you're the main character. Time to act like it." That line stuck with me. The main character, not the sidekick, not the supporting cast. Me. Even my parents noticed the change. One evening, I visited them for dinner, and my mom looked at me with a small smile. "You look lighter, Chris. Stronger." "I feel clearer," I admitted. She nodded knowingly. Sometimes clarity comes after pain. I know it's hard, but maybe this is the best thing that could have happened. Her words echoed in my mind for days. Maybe she was right. Maybe the betrayal wasn't the end of my story, but the catalyst for a better one. Back at home, Emily noticed the shift too. She didn't understand it, but she sensed it. I wasn't arguing anymore. I wasn't sulking either. I was calm, focused. When she and her parents threw out their passive-aggressive comments or pushed their entitled plans, I no longer took the bait. I just smiled, nodded, and quietly kept doing my own thing. That unsettled them. I could see it in the way her mom's eyes narrowed at me during dinners, or the way her dad tried harder to provoke me with remarks like, "Chris, don't you think it's time you upgraded Emily's ring? She deserves more sparkle." I'd just smile and say, "We'll see." Emily, meanwhile, tried harder to win me back. She'd cook dinners, buy small gifts, act affectionate in public. But it didn't feel genuine. It felt strategic, like she was performing damage control. And because I no longer responded the way she expected, her frustration grew. She wanted me flustered, defensive, apologetic. Instead, she got calm, collected, and untouchable. That was when I realized something. Power isn't always about money or titles. Sometimes it's about composure, about refusing to let others dictate your emotions. The turning point came at a family gathering about 2 months after the refinancing incident. We were at Emily's parents' house for a big dinner. Her relatives, cousins, aunts, uncles, all crammed into their polished dining room. Her dad, as usual, took the floor, bragging about the wedding plans, the country club, the smart financial moves Emily had made. At one point, He turned to me and said loudly, "We're so glad Emily has the foresight to protect her future. You must feel relieved knowing she's in such good hands." The room chuckled, some nodding along. It was meant to embarrass me, to remind everyone that Emily was the prize and I was the lucky fool hanging on. But instead of shrinking, I leaned back in my chair, smiling. "Oh, I'm not worried," I said smoothly. "Everything is exactly where it should be." Her dad frowned, clearly unsettled by my composure. Emily shot me a glance, confused, like she couldn't tell if I was bluffing or not. I didn't elaborate. I didn't need to. I just let the silence linger, watching their confidence flicker. For the first time, I felt the shift. They weren't sure anymore. They didn't know what I knew, and that uncertainty was power. From that night on, I carried myself differently. At work, I pushed for more leadership roles and landed them. With friends, I reconnected, rebuilt bonds I had neglected. Financially, I made moves quietly, securing investments that grew faster than I expected. Piece by piece, I was rebuilding my life, not around Emily, not around her family, but around myself. And every step forward made their grasp on me weaker. The best part? They still thought they were in control. They still thought I was the dutiful fiancé, quietly falling in line. But inside, I was no longer broken. I was rising. And the higher I climbed, the clearer it became. When the time came, I'd have the leverage. Not them. Not Emily. Not her parents. Me. And they'd never see it coming. By the time spring rolled around, something in me had fully shifted. The bitterness that had weighed me down was no longer there. In its place was a calm determination, a quiet clarity that made me dangerous in ways Emily and her parents didn't recognize. They thought I had gone passive. They thought I had settled into my role as the man who provided while they orchestrated the details of my life. But they didn't know I was watching, listening, collecting. The first seed of opportunity came unexpectedly, through Emily herself. One afternoon, she came home from planning brunch with her mother and plopped a stack of papers on the kitchen counter. "Here," she said. "Can you look through these contracts? It's for the wedding venue." I flipped through them, scanning line after line of legalese. Hidden among the catering costs and deposit schedules was something that made me pause, a clause about liability coverage. It specified that the venue required proof of financial responsibility, not just from the couple, but from the individual who signed the rental agreement. And guess whose name was on the contract? Not mine. Emily's. She must have seen my raised eyebrow, because she quickly said, "Oh, don't worry, my dad and I already worked it out. I signed because I have better credit, and they wanted the bride's name. It's just standard. Better credit." I nearly laughed out loud at that one. The truth was, Emily had been floating on her parents' money for years. But the detail wasn't about the credit score, it was about the liability. For the first time, I saw a tangible way in which her family's overreach could backfire. They wanted control. They wanted everything in her name. Fine. That meant they also took the risk. I didn't say a word. I just nodded and tucked that little piece of information away in the back of my mind. The second seed came from work. My company had been restructuring, and I'd recently been asked to lead a project that brought me into contact with some sharp financial advisors. Over lunch one day, one of them, a seasoned estate lawyer named Patrick, started talking casually about asset protection, trusts, and prenups. I listened intently, asking questions without revealing too much about my personal situation. "People always think prenups are about protecting one person," Patrick said, swirling his coffee. "But here's the truth, they cut both ways. If you know how to structure your assets properly, you can make it so that a prenup benefits you just as much as it benefits the other party. Sometimes more." I leaned in slightly. "How so?" "Well," he continued, "say you've got assets in a trust or under an LLC. The prenup only covers what's legally tied to you. If you've already moved things out of your personal name, then you've essentially insulated yourself. The other side thinks they're protecting themselves, but really, they've boxed themselves in. It's all about timing and paperwork." I nodded, trying not to smile. Timing and paperwork. Two things I had already set in motion. That conversation lit a spark. Over the next few weeks, I did my homework. I met with financial advisors discreetly, asked quiet questions, and expanded the protective moves I'd already started. A new LLC here, a trust document there. Bit by bit, I shifted my assets out of reach, not just from Emily, but from anyone who thought they had a claim on me. Meanwhile, Emily and her parents kept planning their perfect wedding, oblivious. They were too focused on appearances, the venue, the guest list, the speeches, to notice that the foundation beneath them was shifting. The third and most important seed of all came from pure accident. I was cleaning out a drawer in the study one evening when I found a small notebook Emily had left behind. She was always scribbling lists, wedding tasks, shopping reminders, random thoughts. Out of curiosity, I flipped it open. Most of it was harmless, floral arrangements, playlist ideas, but near the back, I found something that made my chest tighten. A list titled Post-Wedding Plans. Underneath were bullet points. Merge finances, move Chris's accounts into joint. Encourage him to refinance. Dad says this is key. Get on deed for investment properties. Look into will/beneficiary changes. I stared at the words, my pulse hammering. This wasn't just about a wedding. This was about control. They weren't planning a marriage. They were planning a takeover. And in that moment, everything crystallized. I had been thinking about revenge in vague terms, about proving them wrong, about walking away with dignity. But now I saw the scale of what they were plotting, and I realized I couldn't just defend myself. I needed to dismantle their entire game. That's when I started laying the groundwork. The first thing I did was tighten my circle. I stopped discussing personal details with anyone remotely connected to Emily's family. I even pulled back from mutual friends, keeping my life quiet and controlled. From the outside, it looked like I was subdued, maybe even resigned. But behind the scenes, I was more active than ever. The second thing I did was document everything. Every shady conversation, every time Emily or her parents hinted at financial plans, every email or text message, I saved it all. Not because I wanted to sue them or anything dramatic, but because information is power. And if things went south, I wanted to be armed with receipts. The third thing I did was start playing their game, but better. When they suggested extravagant vendors for the wedding, I agreed cheerfully, but always made sure the contracts landed in Emily's lap. When her dad pushed me about upgrades for the house, I nodded along but insisted everything be in her name, since she had the better credit. I framed it as me trusting her, empowering her. In reality, I was letting them dig their own hole deeper. It was subtle, almost invisible, but I could feel the balance shifting. Every day, I grew stronger, more certain. Every day, they grew more complacent, more arrogant. The irony was almost poetic. In their rush to secure Emily's future, they were unknowingly securing my exit. And when the time came, I wasn't just going to walk away clean. I was going to walk away stronger, freer, and with everything I had built intact. For now, though, I stayed quiet, patient, smiling when they bragged, nodding when they made demands, playing the role they expected. Because the best setups are invisible until the moment they snap into place. And soon, very soon, it would be time to stop playing along and show them just how badly they had underestimated me. When you plan something for a long time, it stops being thrilling and becomes clinical. The day I'd picked for the reveal felt oddly ordinary. Late afternoon sun, soft chatter in the courtyard, servers gliding around with trays. There were bouquets everywhere. Ironically, the same kind of arrangements Emily's mother had insisted on, and the band was doing a sound check. Everyone assumed it was just another run-through of the weekend's events. That was exactly how I wanted it. I had spent months making sure this would be clean. The trust documents, the LLC transfers, the discreet conversations with financial and legal advisors. None of it was flashy. It was boxes checked and signatures notarized. I had saved messages, emails, the little notebook with post-wedding plans, and even the audio of Emily on the phone telling her mother how she would handle me. I'd put copies of everything in a folder and placed the originals in a safe where they belonged, with me, locked and untouched. I wanted proof, not rage-fueled theatrics. The trick was timing. People think revenge is a shout. It's not. It's a measured thing. A quiet hour when the whole cast thinks the play is going to end the way they wrote it. That's the moment I stepped out. They did it how they always did. Show first, substance later. The guests began to trickle in. Emily's cousins, her old school friends, neighbors I'd never met, but who knew her parents as pillars of the community. I watched them laugh and adjust cufflinks and clink flutes. Her mom floated around, resplendent in silk, clipboard in hand. Her dad, bless him, was on a roll, telling the same story about his proud daughter for the 15th time. He kept shooting glances at me that were supposed to be appreciative. I let him think he was seeing the old meek fiancé. Just before the official rehearsal speeches started, I stood up. I didn't clear my throat or pace. I didn't try to rile anyone. I set my glass down, walked to the small raised area where toasts were meant to be given, and waited for a lull. 100 tiny conversations wrapped themselves into a hum. Then I said, plain, "Can I have everyone's attention for a minute?" You could have cut the air with a knife. Her father's smile faltered. Her mother's hand tightened around a napkin. Emily looked at me like I'd suddenly turned into someone else. I felt calm. Bitter, sure, but calm. There's a weird, freeing power in calm when everyone else expects a meltdown. I promised myself I wasn't going to make this about drama, I said. But I don't want the people we care about walking away with the wrong story. So I'm going to tell the truth. Short version first. I won't be marrying Emily. The sound that followed wasn't quite a gasp. It was 1,000 little intakes of breath. Someone laughed nervously. A child started to cry in the corner. My chest was steady. I had practiced this line in the mirror, but the mirror didn't catch the odd way the light hit Emily's face when she realized I meant it. I know that sounds sudden, I continued, and I accept that on some level it probably is. But the real surprise isn't that I'm saying it now. It's the reasons why. I nodded at the DJ, a subtle cue we'd planned. The projector at the back whirred and a slideshow began. Nothing fancy, just clear images. The notebook page with post-wedding plans circled in Emily's handwriting. Screenshots of texts where her mother advised her how best to word the refinance conversation. Emails with dates and amounts. The loan agreement, Emily's signature circled in red. Each slide landed in the room like a small, undeniable fact. I let them sink in. I didn't read the messages aloud yet. I let eyes roam. Let the murmur build. People hate to be the first to react. That hesitation is a weapon. This isn't me attacking Emily, I said quietly. This is paperwork and words. You can look at them and decide for yourselves. I felt Emily's eyes on me. Hurt, betrayal, bewilderment, and then something colder, the realization that her script was unraveling. Her parents' faces were an interesting study. First, disbelief, then indignation, then a flash of fear when they saw how tidily everything was laid out. I took a slow breath and told the room what I could without being cruel. I didn't shout accusations. I narrated facts. The notebook, the calls, the loan at the club, the repeated phrasing, protect my future, handle him, move his accounts into joint, the language that, when strung together, painted a picture. People leaned forward. The room went quieter. Her father's jaw worked. Her mother's hand went to her mouth. Then I reached for the part I'd been saving. You remember when Emily announced she wanted a prenup in front of her parents? I asked. Do you recall the smug little smiles and the speeches about practicality? Heads bobbed. They applauded a private decision made public as if it were some moral stand. What they didn't know, and what Emily didn't know, is that I'd already done my homework. At that I clicked to another slide that showed notarized documents, names and dates that, to the untrained eye, were just legal formality. 2 weeks before that dinner, I said, I transferred ownership of the house into an independent trust. I structured some of my assets under an LLC. I did it because I don't like surprises and because I value my work. Those are my choices. They are legal and they are mine. I did not do it to punish anyone. I did it to protect what I built. I watch people process it. It's funny, when you say the phrase transferred to a trust in a room of people who pride themselves on social standing, their faces flatten. They don't understand the mechanics, so their imaginations fill the silence with worst-case scenarios. That's the power of quiet competence. They assume its consequences are bigger than reality. I let them assume. Then I steered the knife in perfectly measured increments. Emily and her parents took certain steps with that house, I said. They tried to treat it like a corporate ATM. They talked about refinancing it, pulling equity, making investments in the name of securing her future. That's your right. Until you start doing that without the consent of the person who put the money in. I'm not here to litigate morality. I'm here to present facts. One by one, I displayed the texts. Messages where Emily fretted about how to phrase things to avoid my consent. A voicemail of her laughing with her mother after the signed loan papers were faxed. The banker's email confirming the application had been submitted. I did not embellish. I didn't need to. The facts were grotesque enough. When I was finished, The room felt like an auditorium after an unexpected announcement. Emily's mother was whispering with her sister. Her father's face had gone a curious shade, part red, part gray. Emily looked like she'd been punched. For the first time since everything began, I saw fear in her eyes, the fear of a plan collapsing. That was when I delivered the part that had been the quietest, most satisfying to prepare. You know what's funny? I said. They thought they were making a fortress around Emily's future. But in building that fortress in her name, they accidentally built a cage. A cage with liabilities, contracts tied to her, responsibilities she'll now face. If you want to talk about protection, let's talk about real protection. I clicked to a slide showing a line from a contract. Party of the first part shall indemnify. I didn't explain the clause thoroughly. I let people imagine legal consequences. And so, I continued, I won't marry someone who thinks the house I paid for is a piggy bank for their family. I won't be a man who's thanked for supporting a life I'm not allowed to share. I won't stand there while the people I love are spoken of as investments. I let that hang. I could see a cousin flip through photos on a phone, trying to reconcile the people in the slideshow with the smiling faces at the table. Then, almost as an afterthought, I said the thing that made some people in the room wince because it was so petty and so precise. And because I don't like leaving things to chance, I've taken steps to make sure nothing of mine gets misused. Not by her parents, not by anyone. So whatever anger you feel, if that's all you want to take away, please know I'm already protected. And I'm not leaving with my dignity dragged through a gossip column. At that, the slideshow cut to a final image. A single photograph of me, calm, standing in front of the courthouse when I'd filed the trust documents, a small white paper visible in my hand with the date and stamp. It wasn't grand. It was evidence. Silence took over in a way that felt like a physical thing. Conversation stalled mid-word. Someone started coughing. Emily's mother stood abruptly, napkin dropping on the floor. Her father's face switched from anger to a frantic flush. And then, the most dangerous thing of all, his voice rose. How dare you? Before I held up a hand. I'm not doing this to humiliate you, I said. You're doing that well enough by yourselves. I'm doing this so that everyone here can see the truth before they decide whose side to be on. You can stand with Emily and her choices. You can stand with me. But you can't stand in both places anymore. The room teetered. It felt like a breath held too long. Emily's mouth opened, closed. Her father clenched both fists by his sides. The band had stopped tuning. Their instruments hung silent. Right then, right as her father's eyes locked on me, and Emily's face crumpled in a way that didn't look like theatrics, I saw the full weight of what I'd done. I had taken all the quiet, measured moves and used them to smoke out a family that had been cozy in its certainty. I had played the long game and shown my hand. I didn't know in that moment which reaction would come first. Tears, apologies, a heated argument, a lawsuit, a social media storm. I only knew that the scene had shifted irrevocably. People were looking at each other, recalibrating. The next sound could be a shout, a sob, or the clink of a glass as someone fled. That's where I stopped speaking. My throat felt dry, but my hands were steady. I watched their faces, hungry, humiliated, furious, stunned, because the rest of it, the fallout, would be messy and loud and involve people I didn't want to drag through the mud if it could be avoided. I also knew the moment when a story reaches its tipping point. You either let it spill all at once or you close the book and let the silence do its work. So I stepped down from the small stage and walked back to my seat. The projector went dark. The courtyard noise felt distant. Emily's mother had a hand pressed to her lips. Her father's jaw was tight. Emily's eyes found mine, wide and uncomprehending. I sat down, looked at her, and said nothing. The rest of the room filled the space with a jittery sort of sound. Whispers, the clatter of a dropped spoon, someone asking a nearby server what had happened. I could feel the gravity of what I'd said in motion, aiming straight at the next scene. The family's reaction, Emily's choice, the unraveling of plans. The silence after my speech stretched on so long it felt like the air itself was holding its breath. No one wanted to be the first to react, but I could feel the tremors running through the room. Shuffling feet, awkward coughs, wine glasses set down a little too hard. Emily was the first to break. Her chair scraped loudly as she stood, her face pale, but her voice trembling with anger. "You blindsided me," she hissed, loud enough for the entire room to hear. "You twisted everything to make me look like some some manipulative villain. I met her eyes, calm as ever. Emily, I didn't twist anything. I showed what you wrote, what you signed, what you said. If it looks manipulative, that's because it was. Her mother jumped in, her voice sharp, desperate to regain control of the narrative. How dare you humiliate our family like this in front of everyone? You could have talked to us privately, like an adult, but instead you put on this spectacle. I tilted my head. Like when Emily announced the prenup at dinner with you watching. Or when you involved me in decisions about the wedding that were already made behind my back. Privacy only mattered when it served you. That stung. Her lips pressed thin, her face flushed. The whispers in the crowd grew louder. Cousins leaned toward each other, murmuring. A few guests even stood awkwardly, half ready to leave, sensing the implosion had already begun. Her father finally snapped. He slammed his hand on the table, making cutlery jump. You think you're clever, boy? You think you've beaten us? This is petty. Immature. You're nothing without Emily. You wouldn't even have this life if she hadn't chosen you. That line nearly made me laugh. Instead, I leaned forward, resting my hands on the podium. Funny, because from where I'm standing, all I see is a family who tried to turn me into their workhorse and discovered I wasn't as dumb as they hoped. You didn't choose me, Mr. Williams. I chose her. And now, I'm choosing to walk away. The words hit harder than I expected. For the first time since I'd known him, her father looked small. His bluster collapsed in on itself, and the anger drained into something else, panic. He knew, deep down, that his daughter's future had been tied to mine in ways he hadn't anticipated. And now those ties were cut. Emily's voice broke then, trembling with something that sounded almost like fear. Chris, please don't do this. Don't throw everything away. We can fix this. I made mistakes, yes, but we can fix it. For a split second, my chest tightened. I wanted to believe her, wanted to remember the woman I fell in love with. But then I saw the notebook again in my mind. The words merge finances and get on deed for investment properties written in her own hand. Not a single bullet point had said anything about love or trust or us. I shook my head slowly. Emily, I already fixed it. Just not in the way you wanted. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed back into her chair, covering her face with her hands. Her mother rushed to her side, whispering frantically. Her father sat stiff, staring at me with eyes full of venom, but no words left. Around the room, people began to make their choices. Some guests got up quietly and slipped out, unwilling to watch the wreckage unfold. A few, mostly Emily's relatives, glared at me as they left, muttering about how heartless I was. But others, people who had seen the controlling nature of her parents over the years, approached me later, shaking my hand quietly, whispering, "Good for you," or "You did the right thing." The fallout didn't stop there. Over the next week, news spread quickly. The canceled wedding, the slideshow, the documents, rumors ran wild. In her social circle, Emily's image cracked. The narrative her parents had crafted of the perfect daughter, destined for the perfect marriage, shattered under the weight of receipts. At work, though, I thrived. The promotion came through. Clients admired my composure, and I poured my energy into building something lasting, something mine. My parents, who had watched me suffer quietly for so long, finally smiled again when they saw me walk through their door without the weight of Emily's family pressing down on me. As for Emily, I heard bits and pieces. The loan she signed, it went through, but without my name tied to it. The liability fell squarely on her shoulders. Her parents scrambled to cover it, draining resources they'd boasted about for years. The country club venue contract? In her name, too. Non-refundable deposits added insult to injury. All the moves they'd made to secure themselves had become anchors. And they had chained those anchors to her, not me. The last time I saw her was months later, by chance, at a cafe downtown. She looked tired, worn down in a way I'd never seen before. She spotted me, froze, then gave a small, strained smile. "Chris," she said softly, "you look good." I nodded politely. "I am." She hesitated, like she wanted to say more, but in the end she just looked away. For the first time, I realized she understood the cost of what had happened. Not just losing me, but losing the future her parents had promised her. I walked away from that cafe with a strange mixture of sadness and relief. Sadness for what could have been, but relief for what I had avoided. Because in the end, revenge wasn't the slideshow or the legal paperwork or the humiliation. The real revenge was walking away with my life, my dignity, and my freedom intact, while they were left drowning in the consequences of their own greed. And as I closed the door behind me that day, I felt lighter than I had in years. The final thought that crossed my mind, clear as a bell, was this. They thought they'd written my role in their story, but I was never their character. I was the author, and I had just written the ending. I'm Tyler, I'm 29, and last night was supposed to be my birthday dinner, the kind where you're surrounded by the people who claim to care about you, eating overpriced food you'd normally never splurge on. Instead, it turned into the kind of night that burns itself into your memory, not because it was special, but because it showed you exactly where you stand with everyone around you. For context, I've been dating Emily for 2.5 years. She's 27, beautiful, smart, the kind of person who can light up a room just by walking into it. At least, that's how I used to describe her when my friends asked. Lately, though, it felt like she was lighting up the room for everyone except me. She'd started hanging out with a new group from her office. People who wore tailored clothes, drove cars with monthly payments higher than my rent, and dropped phrases like equity options and old money like they were inside jokes. Whenever we all went out, I was the quiet one. The guy in construction boots sitting at the edge of their Instagram story. I didn't grow up poor, but I grew up having to think before spending. My dad was a mechanic and my mom worked at a pharmacy. I started working part-time in high school and full-time right after college, doing electrical work for a local contractor. It's honest work, and I make decent money, but not the kind that impresses people like Emily's new friends. She used to love that about me, said it made me real. Somewhere along the way, real became boring. The dinner was her idea. She said she'd planned something classy. I didn't question it because, well, she seemed genuinely excited. She picked the restaurant, a sleek, dimly lit place downtown where even the air felt expensive. I looked up the menu before we went and nearly choked when I saw the prices. But it was my birthday, and she'd said she'd take care of the booking, so I figured maybe she had something planned. When we walked in, I realized it wasn't just the two of us. There were 8 people at the table already, her coworkers and 2 of her close friends. No one from my side. Not my best friend, not even my sister. I thought maybe there was a surprise waiting later, but that was wishful thinking. Tyler, one of her friends, Paige, I think, called out. You clean up nice. It sounded like a compliment, but it came with that polite smirk rich people give when they're amused by something beneath them. Emily smiled at me as we sat down, but she didn't hold my hand or anything. She was busy showing off the bottle of wine she'd ordered ahead of time. This one's from Italy, she said proudly to her friends. You can't even find it here unless you know someone. The waiter poured the wine. Everyone clinked glasses, and I sipped mine quietly, trying to fit in. The conversation floated around promotions, travel, and that insane crypto return last quarter. When Emily's coworker asked what I did, I told him I was an electrical technician. He nodded politely and said, "Oh, cool," before turning back to talk about some merger I'd never heard of. Emily didn't step in or try to include me. She just laughed at their stories. I excused myself to the restroom halfway through dinner just to breathe. I looked at myself in the mirror, button-down shirt, clean shave, decent watch, and thought, you don't belong here, do you? I tried shaking it off. It was my birthday, after all. Maybe I was just overthinking. When I got back, the table was louder. Emily was leaning toward a guy named Ryan, tall, confident, the kind of guy who probably has business cards that don't even list a job title. They were laughing about something, and when she noticed me, she said, "Oh, there he is," in this tone that made me sound like the waiter bringing another round. Dinner went on like that, quiet humiliation disguised as small talk. When the waiter brought out the cake, a fancy layered thing with gold flakes on top, Emily started laughing before the plate even hit the table. "He can't even afford half this place," she said to her friends, like it was some inside joke they all understood. A few of them chuckled awkwardly. One muttered, but she waved them off. Then she lifted her glass, eyes sparkling with something cold, and said, "Consider this my gift. I'm done." She clinked her glass with Ryan's, stood up, and walked out. Just like that. No scene, no yelling, just gone. The waiter looked frozen, holding the cake. The whole table was silent. Paige muttered something like, "Wow," under her breath. I didn't move. I just sat there, watching the candle flicker until it burned itself out. Then I took out my wallet, handed the waiter my card, and paid the $340 bill without a word. When I got outside, I didn't chase her. I didn't text or call. I just walked home in silence, the kind that feels too heavy for one person to carry. This morning, my phone lit up with 17 missed calls and a message from Emily. It said, "Please don't post anything yet. You don't understand." Post what? That's what's been gnawing at me all day. What exactly did she think I'd post? I haven't said a word. Not to her, not to anyone. But now I'm starting to wonder if she did something more than just humiliate me at dinner. Something she's scared will come out. I don't know what she means yet, but I plan to find out. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was still buzzing. Emily had sent more messages overnight, all variations of the same theme. "Please, Tyler, let me explain. You don't know the full story. It's not what it looked like." The irony of that hit me hard, because what I saw at that dinner didn't need any explaining. It was crystal clear. She humiliated me in front of her friends, broke up with me mid-toast, and left me sitting there like a fool. Still, something about that last message, "Please don't post anything yet," had me uneasy. Post what? I hadn't planned to post anything, but now she'd planted the thought. What was she so afraid of me sharing? I opened Instagram out of curiosity. Her latest story was still up, a boomerang of the dinner table, champagne glasses clinking, with the caption, "Ending things the classy way sparkles #new beginnings." My name wasn't tagged anywhere. That was the moment it hit me. She wanted it to look like she'd dumped me in some empowering, girl boss kind of way. Like it was her decision, her clean break. She didn't want me to post because she wanted to control the story. I didn't respond. Instead, I spent the day doing what I always did when I needed to clear my head. I worked. I took a job fixing wiring in an old townhouse. It felt good to focus on something tangible, something that didn't involve fake smiles and carefully staged social posts. But even as I worked, my mind kept circling back to that night. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the dinner wasn't an isolated moment. It was just the loudest version of something that had been happening quietly for months, maybe even years. Emily had changed after she got her new job. At first, I was proud of her. She'd worked her way up in marketing, landed a position at a big firm downtown, and started talking about building a network. I encouraged her. I helped her rehearse presentations, proofread her proposals, even helped her move into a new apartment closer to her office. But after that move, something shifted. She started talking differently. Little things, like calling the people she used to hang out with locals, or saying she couldn't wear certain clothes because they looked too basic. She'd joke about how rough my hands were from work or how my truck smelled like wires. At first, I laughed along. I didn't want to seem insecure. But the jokes never stopped. They got sharper. "Maybe you should wear a watch without scratches when we go out," she'd say before a dinner. Or, "Try not to order the cheapest drink on the menu this time, babe. It makes us look weird." Us. That word had started to feel like a costume she wore only when convenient. She began spending weekends networking. That's what she called it. I'd suggest going hiking or cooking dinner together, and she'd reply, "You know how important this is for me." I understood. Ambition isn't a crime. But she'd come home late, smelling like cologne that wasn't mine, smiling like she had the world figured out. When I asked about it once, she laughed. "Relax, Tyler. Not everyone's trying to sleep with me." Still, there were cracks in her stories. One weekend, she said she was at a company retreat at a resort an hour away. I believed her until I saw a photo her coworker posted. Same outfit, same background, but the caption tagged a private party at someone's house in the city. When I asked about it, she shrugged and said, "You're overanalyzing again." That phrase, "you're overanalyzing," became her shield. I started to feel like an outsider in my own relationship. My friends noticed too. One night, my buddy Chris pulled me aside. "Man, she's treating you like a project, not a partner," he said. "You sure you're not just holding on because you remember how she used to be?" He wasn't wrong. I kept thinking back to when we first met, when she used to bring me coffee at job sites, when she bragged to her friends about how Tyler can fix anything, when she'd sit cross-legged on the couch, watching me sketch electrical layouts and say, "I love how your brain works." Somewhere along the line, she stopped loving how my brain worked and started loving how other people looked at her. The week leading up to my birthday was tense. She seemed distracted every time we talked. When I asked if she wanted to do something low-key, like a barbecue or a trip to the lake, she smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. I've got plans." She mentioned those plans at least 10 times, each time with a little more smugness. I should have taken it as a warning. 2 days before the dinner, she called me at work. "Hey, just a heads up," she said. "I invited some of my friends to your birthday dinner. I think it'll be fun to mix groups." Mix groups? She never even asked if my friends could come. I started to suggest inviting them, but she cut me off. "Oh, it's a small reservation. You'll love everyone there, though." I should have known better, but I told myself maybe she was trying to surprise me. The night of the dinner, when she introduced me to everyone, she didn't even say, "This is my boyfriend." She said, "This is Tyler, the birthday boy." It was subtle, but it stung. She used to introduce me with pride. Now I was just a punchline in an expensive restaurant. What made it worse was how her friends looked at me, polite smiles, half listening when I spoke, eyes darting toward Emily for social cues. When I cracked a light joke about how confusing their corporate jargon was, one of them, Ryan, smirked and said, "Don't worry, man. You're the muscle. We're the spreadsheets." Everyone laughed. Even Emily. That was the first cut. The cake comment was just the knife twisting. After the dinner, when she walked out, something strange happened. Her friend Paige stayed behind. As I was signing the bill, she leaned toward me and said quietly, "She shouldn't have done that. Just so you know, she's not who you think she is." Then she left. That sentence replayed in my head all night. Over the next few days, I tried to move on. I deleted our photos, boxed up her things, and told myself it was over. But she wouldn't stop calling. Each voicemail sounded more desperate than the last. One message said, "Tyler, please, just hear me out. It's not about you, I swear. I didn't mean to embarrass you. I had to do it." Had to. That line stuck out. On the fourth day, I finally answered. She sounded breathless, like she'd been crying. "Thank God you picked up," she said. "What do you want, Emily?" "I just need to explain. I think the restaurant made your point pretty clear." "It wasn't what it looked like," she said quickly. "I didn't mean to hurt you. She hesitated. "Things got complicated at work." "Complicated how?" She went quiet. I could hear her pacing. "You remember Ryan?" Of course I remembered Ryan. The guy she toasted with while dumping me. "Yeah." She sighed. "He's my boss." I blinked. "Your boss? You told me he was just a coworker." "He was, but he got promoted recently. There's been tension between us. People at work started rumors, and I had to do something to make it look like." "Like what?" I snapped. "That you're too good for me? That humiliating me in public would fix your office politics." "Tyler, please." "If I didn't, they would have thought I was." She stopped herself again. "Sleeping with him?" I finished. She didn't answer. That was enough of an answer. I hung up. My hands were shaking, not from sadness, but from something colder, realization. She didn't just betray me. She used me. I was the scapegoat in her little performance to keep her reputation spotless. But the story didn't end there. That same evening, I got a notification on my work phone, a tagged photo. Emily and Ryan, smiling at a corporate event, holding hands. Caption, "Power couple energy." I stared at it for a long time. Not because I was heartbroken, but because of the comments. One of her co-workers wrote, "So glad you finally went public. Guess the rumors were true." She'd lied to me again. The next morning, Paige, the same friend who'd whispered to me at the restaurant, sent me a message on Facebook. "Hey, I don't know if I should tell you this, but you deserve to know what really happened." I clicked on the message, heart pounding. What she sent made my stomach drop. Screenshots, conversations, photos, and one voice memo. Emily's voice, saying things I never thought I'd hear from her. About me, about that night, about why she really wanted to end things the way she did. And that was the moment I realized she hadn't just disrespected me. She'd crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. But I'll get to that part soon. Because what came next, that's when everything really started unraveling. I sat in my apartment for a long time after Paige's message came in. My phone just sat there on the table, screen glowing, her name hovering over that little blue, one new message. I don't know why I hesitated to open it. Maybe because some part of me was still clinging to the idea that this was all just a misunderstanding, that Emily hadn't really meant to humiliate me, that she wasn't the cold, manipulative person she was starting to look like. But the truth doesn't wait forever. I finally opened the chat. The first thing I saw was a wall of screenshots, text messages, group chats, and snippets of conversations from her coworkers. My name popped up in a few of them, Tyler, always followed by a joke or a mocking emoji. Paige wrote, I'm sending this because I can't keep watching her act like the victim. You didn't deserve what happened. The first screenshot was from the week before my birthday dinner. Emily had messaged a group chat titled Friday Crew Nail Polish Sparkles, all the same people who were at the dinner. She'd written, I'm finally ending it with Tyler this weekend. I want to make it clear it's over. No drama, just a clean break. He'll be fine. He's too nice to cause a scene. Underneath, someone asked, You're doing it at dinner? Savage face with tears of joy. Emily replied, Yeah, public setting equals no arguments. Plus, he'll probably still pay the bill lol. My stomach turned. She had planned that. The whole thing. The dinner, the timing, the humiliation. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was choreographed. Another screenshot showed her chatting privately with Ryan, the boss. He'd written, You sure you want to do it like that? Seems harsh. And she replied, Trust me, it'll make everything easier. Once he's out of the picture, we can finally stop pretending. Pretending. That word hit me harder than I expected. Pretending? For how long? Then came the voice memo. Paige's message said, Listen to this one. It's from after the dinner. She didn't know I was still around. I hesitated, then pressed play. Emily's voice filled the room. Calm, cold, and unmistakably hers. He didn't even say anything. Just sat there. You should have seen their faces when I walked out. Priceless. It's better this way. I can't be seen with someone like that if I want people to take me seriously at work. And besides, you know how corporate is. Image matters. Someone else laughed faintly in the background. Then she added, He'll move on. He's used to settling. That last sentence was the kind of thing that doesn't just sting, it leaves a mark. I replayed it 3 times, not because I needed to hear it again, but because I didn't believe I had heard it right the first time. I sat there for hours, scrolling through the screenshots. It became clear that my relationship had been over long before that dinner. She'd been seeing Ryan for months. There were photos of them together, coffee shops, rooftops, his office after hours. All hidden carefully enough that no one outside their circle would know. She hadn't broken up with me to protect her reputation. She had done it to launch her new one, the perfect power couple image she and Ryan were trying to sell to the world. And I was just collateral damage. What broke me wasn't just the betrayal itself, it was how ordinary she made it sound. Like discarding me was just another step in her career plan. That night, I didn't sleep. I went through every conversation we'd ever had in my head, every little moment that had felt off. The nights she said she was working late, the sudden distance, the way she'd flinch when I mentioned visiting her office. It all added up now, but it got worse. The next morning, I got a call from my mom. I hadn't told her about the breakup yet. I didn't want to deal with the sympathy, but her tone was different. Tyler, honey, she said carefully, I just saw something online. Are you okay? I opened my phone, dreading what she might be talking about. There it was, a post on LinkedIn, of all places. A professional announcement from Emily. The headline read, Excited to start a new chapter, both personally and professionally, with Ryan as we continue building something great together. The post had a photo attached, her in a sleek black dress, Ryan's arm around her, both smiling like they'd just won an award. The caption ended with, Sometimes you have to let go of what's comfortable to reach for what's meant for you. And the comments. God, the comments. Her co-workers congratulating them, people writing, so inspiring, and love wins. But buried in the replies, I saw something that made my blood run cold. One of her friends had commented, Wait, wasn't this the guy you were dating during that transformation year? Eyes. And Emily had replied with a laughing emoji and said, Long story. Let's just say some people are better suited for smaller dreams. I don't remember what I did right after that. I think I just sat there staring at the screen, numb. Every time I thought I'd reached the bottom, she found a new way to dig deeper. I didn't respond publicly, but the world is small and news travels fast. By lunchtime, even people from my job had seen it. One of the guys on my crew walked up to me quietly and said, Hey man, you okay? That's messed up. I shrugged it off, but inside I felt something shift. I wasn't sad anymore. I was done being sad. The humiliation had burned itself out and left something sharper behind. But the universe wasn't finished twisting the knife yet. That evening, I got a message from an unknown number. It said, Hey Tyler, I know this is weird, but can we talk? I think you should see something. I replied, Who is this? The response came almost immediately. This is Claire. I used to work with Emily and Ryan. She sent a screenshot, an email thread between Emily and HR. It was about a conflict of interest and managing optics. I didn't understand at first, but Claire filled in the blanks. Apparently, Emily and Ryan's relationship wasn't supposed to happen. Company policy forbade managers from dating subordinates. But instead of admitting to it, Emily had spun a story that painted me as a jealous, obsessive ex who couldn't handle her success. According to Claire, Emily had told HR that I'd been showing up at her workplace and sending angry messages. None of that was true. I'd never even been near her office. The betrayal wasn't just emotional anymore. It was strategic. She'd used me as a scapegoat again, this time to cover up her own misconduct. Claire told me that HR was doing a quiet inquiry into her relationship with Ryan and that Emily was nervous I might go public with something, which explained that strange text, "Please don't post anything yet." She wasn't worried about me. She was worried about her career. The worst part? I had evidence now, all of it. The screenshots, the voice memo, even messages confirming that she'd manipulated HR, enough to ruin her carefully curated image. But I didn't do anything that night. I just sat there, phone in hand, heart pounding with that strange mix of anger and heartbreak that makes it hard to breathe. It's one thing to be dumped. It's another to be betrayed. But to be turned into the villain in someone else's story, that's the kind of thing that changes you. The next few days were quiet. Too quiet. I ignored her calls. She left voicemails that swung between guilt and panic. "Tyler, please don't tell anyone. You could really mess things up for me," she said in one. In another, she cried, "I didn't mean for it to go this far. I just needed people to stop asking questions." Every time I listened, I felt less sympathy. Then, a week later, I got an email at work. The subject line read, "Regarding your recent behavior." My stomach dropped. I opened it and froze. It was from her company's HR department. They said they'd received a formal complaint about harassment and defamation, and that I was being advised to refrain from any further attempts to contact or disparage Ms. H or her colleagues. She'd filed a complaint against me. It was the final twist of the knife. I hadn't even spoken to her since that one phone call. She was trying to silence me before I could defend myself. Before the truth came out, that's when something inside me clicked. It wasn't rage, not really. It was focus. A calm, deliberate kind of anger. Because if she wanted to turn me into the villain in her story, then maybe it was time she learned what happens when the villain finally decides to write his own version. And that's where everything started to change, slowly, quietly, and completely in my control. The following week was the kind of blur that doesn't feel like time passing, more like time pressing down on you. Everything I did felt mechanical. Wake up, go to work, come home, stare at my phone, repeat. I stopped talking to most people. Even Chris, my best friend, backed off after a few unanswered texts. I didn't blame him. I wouldn't have known what to say either. How do you explain that your ex not only humiliated you in public, but also managed to turn your silence into ammunition? The HR email haunted me. I read it over and over, every line written in that cold, professional tone that makes you feel guilty even when you haven't done anything wrong. It has come to our attention that you may be engaging in behavior that could be construed as harassment or defamation against one of our employees. I hadn't contacted Emily. Not once. I hadn't posted, messaged, or even liked a single thing about her since that night. But somehow, she'd twisted reality into her own protection. And the worst part was, she was good at it. She'd always known how to play people, how to smile just right, how to sound reasonable, even while lying straight through her teeth. I started worrying that her story might spread beyond her company. What if it reached mine? What if one of her co-workers had friends in the same industry? I worked for a contractor that handled large-scale projects. Word travels fast in construction. The last thing I needed was some rumor that I was harassing a corporate exec. Every day after work, I'd check my email expecting to see something worse. A complaint to my boss. A letter from a lawyer. Something. Nothing came, just silence. Which was almost worse. At night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that restaurant. The candle flickering, her smirk as she raised the glass, the sound of laughter fading behind her as she walked out. It replayed like a cruel highlight reel. I stopped eating properly. Coffee replaced meals. I lost track of days. My apartment started to look like my head felt, cluttered, neglected, dim. It was a Friday night when I hit what I think was my lowest point. I was sitting on my couch, half drunk on cheap whiskey, scrolling through social media like I was trying to find proof that the world hadn't completely turned against me. That's when I saw it, Emily's new post. A professionally shot photo of her and Ryan at some charity gala. She was in a glittering dress, he in a tux. The caption read, "When you find someone who matches your ambition, everything falls into place. Dizzy #power couple #grateful." The comments were full of praise. "You two are goals. So inspiring. Meant to be." I didn't comment. I didn't even screenshot it. I just stared. Not at her, but at me, the reflection in my TV screen. The guy who'd been sitting in the dark for weeks, letting someone else write his story. And for the first time since that dinner, I realized I didn't want pity anymore. I didn't even want revenge, not yet. I just wanted clarity. That weekend, I packed a small bag and drove out to my parents' place. They live about an hour away, in a quiet town where the loudest thing at night is the wind against the trees. I hadn't seen them since before the breakup, mostly because I didn't want to explain anything. When I walked in, my mom's eyes went wide. "Tyler," she said softly, putting a hand to her chest, "you look exhausted." I shrugged. Been a long few weeks. She didn't ask for details, just hugged me like she was afraid I might break. My dad, who's never been one for emotional displays, just nodded from the couch. "You look like hell, son," he said. "Want a beer?" That night, we sat outside on the porch in the cool air. I told them everything. Every humiliating detail. The dinner, the posts, the HR email, even the voice memo Paige had sent. My mom cried quietly halfway through. My dad just stared out into the dark, jaw tight. When I finished, there was a long silence. Then my dad finally said, "You know what your mistake was, kid?" I looked up, ready for some lecture about being too trusting. But he surprised me. "You kept thinking she was playing the same game you were," he said. "You were trying to love her. She was trying to win." That stuck with me. He took a sip of his beer. People like that, they build their lives like PR campaigns. Every move they make, every word, it's all for show. And when someone doesn't fit that story anymore, they rewrite the script. My mom wiped her eyes. "You don't have to fight her, sweetheart. Just walk away. Let her world fall apart on its own." I wanted to believe that was enough, walking away. But I also knew Emily. Her world didn't fall apart on its own. It was built on other people's backs. And I'd been the last one she stood on. Still, I stayed for the weekend. Helped Dad fix the garage door, cooked breakfast with Mom, slept better than I had in weeks. There was something healing about being around people who didn't care about status or appearances. When I got home on Sunday night, I felt a little steadier. I decided to start cleaning my apartment. Not just the dishes and the laundry, but the digital clutter too, deleting old photos, blocking numbers, unsubscribing from anything that made my chest tighten. That's when I found something strange. In my email spam folder, buried between junk promotions, there was a message titled, "Important, Confidential HR Follow-up." It was from a generic corporate address, but the footer said it belonged to Emily's company. Curious, I opened it. The message said, "This communication is to notify the involved party, Tyler H., that the internal investigation into Ms. H.'s conduct has concluded. Due to confidentiality, we cannot disclose details, but no further action is required on your part." I blinked. Investigation? What investigation? It didn't make sense, unless someone had actually reported her. Maybe Claire. Maybe Paige. I forwarded the email to myself and sat there for a few minutes, heart racing. It was vague, but it meant something had shifted. That night, I started thinking, not just about what she'd done, but why she'd panicked so much after the dinner. She wasn't scared I'd post a rant. She was scared I'd post proof. And I had plenty of that now. Still, I didn't move right away. For the next few weeks, I focused on rebuilding myself piece by piece. I picked up extra jobs, went back to the gym, reconnected with Chris and a few old friends. I stopped checking her social media. But the universe has a cruel sense of timing. About a month later, while grabbing coffee before a job, I heard someone say her name. I turned and saw two people sitting by the window, both dressed in office clothes. One of them was scrolling through a phone, whispering, "Did you see what happened to Emily's guy?" The other raised an eyebrow. "Ryan." "Yeah, he's on leave. HR found out everything. The emails, the trips, the expense reports. She's apparently been crying in her car every lunch break." I didn't mean to listen, but I couldn't move. They kept talking, casually, like it was office gossip. Apparently, Ryan had been caught expensing business trips that were actually getaways with Emily. And once HR started digging, they found out she'd falsified some reports too, trying to make it look like their relationship started after his promotion, not before. It was unraveling. I paid for my coffee and walked out into the cold morning air. For the first time since that night, I smiled. Not because I wanted her to suffer, but because maybe karma didn't need my help after all. Still, I couldn't shake one thought. She's probably blaming me again. That evening, I checked my messages for the first time in weeks. There they were, 4 new voicemails. All from her. The latest one was from that morning. Her voice cracked through the speaker. "Tyler, please, if you know anything about what's happening, just stop. They're turning on me. I didn't mean to hurt you, I swear. I panicked. Please call me." I sat there listening. Not angry this time. Not even hurt. Just done. There's a strange kind of peace that comes after you've lost everything you thought mattered. You stop trying to fix things. You start seeing clearly. That night, I poured myself a glass of water, sat at my desk, and opened a blank document. Not for revenge, not yet, but for something that would make everything make sense. I started writing down dates, messages, screenshots, a timeline of everything that had happened, from the first lie to the last voicemail. I didn't know exactly what I'd do with it yet. All I knew was that if she wanted to make me the villain, I'd make sure she finally understood who she was up against. Quietly, patiently, because walking away doesn't always mean giving up. Sometimes, it's just stepping back far enough to aim properly. The next few months changed everything. It didn't happen suddenly. There was no dramatic music or cinematic montage. It was small choices adding up, quiet mornings turning into productive days, and the strange, steady feeling of finally being free from someone who made me feel like I had to apologize just for existing. Work became my escape at first. I started taking every project I could, even the messy ones other guys didn't want. My boss, Rick, noticed. "You've been on fire lately," he said one afternoon as we were rewiring an office complex downtown. "You thinking of going out on your own or something?" At first, I laughed it off, but the idea stuck. I'd been saving for years, quietly, steadily, the way you do when you grow up watching your parents stretch every paycheck. I'd planned to use that money for a down payment on a house someday. But now, I had something else in mind. 2 months later, I filed for my business license, Harrison Electrical and Systems. It felt strange seeing my name on paperwork that didn't belong to anyone else's company. It was mine. Starting small, I began with local contracts, fixing wiring in older homes, installing security systems for small businesses. But word spread fast, and soon I was getting calls from commercial clients too. Rick even referred me a few jobs himself, saying, "You're too good to stay under someone else's name forever." Within half a year, I'd hired 2 full-time guys and leased a small workspace near the industrial park. The first time I saw my new logo on the van, clean blue lettering, bold against the white paint, I felt something I hadn't in a long time. Pride. There's something healing about building something tangible after being broken down by someone who only cared about appearances. Emily's world had been built on image. Mine was built on work. Real, honest work. The first time I saw one of my vans parked outside a downtown building, I just stood there for a minute. Watching the reflection in the glass, I realized I didn't look like the same guy who'd sat silent in that restaurant months ago. My clothes were cleaner, my posture straighter. I had that quiet confidence that comes from knowing you earned everything yourself. Around that time, I ran into Chris again. He'd been cautious at first, didn't want to bring up Emily, but when he saw how I was doing, he grinned. "Damn, man. You really flipped the script, huh?" I shrugged, smiling. "Guess you could say that." He laughed. "She ever reach out again?" I hesitated. "Once or twice. Haven't responded." "Good," he said. "Let her watch from the sidelines." And that's exactly what started to happen. Because one night, completely by accident, I found out that Emily's new company had signed a contract with one of my new clients, a real estate development firm I'd been wiring properties for. At first, I didn't think much of it. Different departments, big company. Our paths probably wouldn't cross. But then, one morning, I got an email from their project manager. "Hi Tyler, just confirming tomorrow's meeting with our marketing liaison. She'll be joining to discuss the office renovation timelines." I didn't pay attention to the name. I just marked it on my calendar and went back to work. The next day, I showed up early, coffee in one hand, portfolio in the other, ready to pitch the new electrical layout. The conference room was mostly empty when I arrived, except for one woman standing near the window, looking out over the city. She turned around when she heard the door open. Emily. For a second, neither of us said anything. She looked almost the same, polished, poised, but there was something different about her now. The confidence she used to wear like armor looked cracked. Her eyes flicked to the company logo on my shirt, and I watched realization sink in. Tyler, she said quietly. Emily. I set my folder down on the table like it was any other meeting. Didn't expect to see you here. She blinked. You work with Hamilton Developments now. I own the contract, I said. Harrison Electrical. I'm handling the entire system's renovation. Her lips parted slightly, like she didn't know what to say. For once, she looked unsure of herself. Before she could respond, the project manager walked in. Oh good. You two have met, she said cheerfully, oblivious to the tension. Emily will be handling the marketing rollout for this site. Tyler, you're in charge of the technical side. Looks like we'll be working closely together. Emily forced a polite smile. Of course, she said softly. That'll be nice. The meeting went on like nothing had happened, but underneath the surface, the dynamic had completely shifted. She tried to sound professional, but her voice wavered whenever she had to address me. I kept my tone calm, steady, completely detached. When it ended, she lingered by the door. Tyler, she said, lowering her voice. Can we talk for a minute? Please. I looked at her, really looked at her. The woman who once made me feel small now seemed fragile. Desperate, even. I don't think that's necessary, I said evenly. Everything that needs to be said was already said. Her jaw tightened, but she nodded. Right, she murmured. Of course. I walked out before she could say anything else. That night, though, I couldn't help but think about how far things had come. Just a few months ago, I'd been sitting alone, humiliated. Now, I was the one walking away, not out of spite, but out of strength. The next few weeks only added to that feeling. My company started growing faster than I could have imagined. We landed a big municipal contract, streetlight installations across several neighborhoods, and suddenly, I wasn't just getting by. I was thriving. One evening, I checked my business account and saw a number I'd never seen before, 5 digits after expenses. I stared at it for a long time, smiling. Not because of the money itself, but because I knew exactly what it represented. Every insult, every time I'd been underestimated, every moment she'd made me feel small, turned into something solid. And yet, even as life was improving, a part of me couldn't help but notice the irony. The more I succeeded, the more Emily seemed to fade. I hadn't looked at her social media in months, but curiosity got the better of me one night. Her profile, once full of glamour shots and event photos, was quieter now. The comments were fewer. The tone different, more defensive. Her latest post read, "Sometimes life teaches you humility the hard way. Grateful for growth." There were no photos of Ryan. No fancy events. Just her, sitting at a cafe, eyes tired, smile forced. I scrolled down and noticed that her old power couple posts had vanished. Deleted. Paige messaged me around that time too. She said Emily and Ryan had both been demoted after the HR investigation. Conflict of interest, unethical behavior. The usual corporate phrases for when someone's image collapses. Part of me felt vindicated. Another part just felt done. Because the truth is, by the time you reach the point where you don't need revenge anymore, you've already won. Still, fate has a sense of humor. A few weeks later, I was invited to a networking dinner by one of my new clients. It was at the same restaurant, that restaurant. The one where Emily had ended things. When I walked in this time, the waiter greeted me by name. "Mr. Harrison, welcome back. Table for 3. I smiled. Yeah, table for 3. The evening went smoothly. Good food, good conversation, business cards exchanged. And as the waiter brought the check, I realized something. The total, $340. The exact same amount I'd paid that night months ago. This time, though, I didn't feel small when I handed over my card. I felt in control. And as I walked out into the night, the city lights reflecting off the windows, I couldn't help but think, maybe this was what real revenge looked like. Not shouting, not exposing someone online, but standing taller while they vanished into the noise. But as it turned out, Emily wasn't done disappearing quietly, because a few days later, she sent me an email. Subject line, "Please, I need your help." I stared at it for a long time before opening it. And what I found inside was something I never saw coming. I didn't open Emily's email right away. I just sat there staring at it, the subject line glowing on my screen. Please, I need your help. The irony wasn't lost on me. The same woman who'd once looked at me like I was beneath her was now asking for help. I hovered over the message for a minute before curiosity got the better of me. It started off desperate. Tyler, I know I have no right to ask you for anything, but please hear me out. I'm in trouble. Ryan's been fired, and the company's investigating me again because someone's accusing me of falsifying documents. I didn't do it, at least not how they think. I just need advice. You're the only one who knows how this started. Please, can we talk? I'll meet you anywhere. I leaned back in my chair, rereading it slowly. She didn't want help. She wanted damage control. She thought I could somehow bail her out or give her something to use in her defense. And that's when it hit me. I had all the proof she was terrified of, the screenshots, the voice memos, even the HR letter confirming an internal investigation. She had tried to ruin me publicly, but what she didn't realize was that she'd left a trail of her own lies behind. So, I decided it was time to finally take control, calmly, quietly, and in a way that wouldn't make me look like the villain she painted me to be. I replied with one short line. Sure, Emily. Let's talk. We agreed to meet at a small coffee shop on a Tuesday afternoon. I showed up early, sitting in the corner booth, the same way I used to wait for her years ago. Except this time, I wasn't nervous. I was focused. She arrived 5 minutes late, wearing a blazer that looked too expensive for her current situation. Her hair was tied up, and she had that polished look again, but her hands were shaking when she set her purse down. Tyler, she said softly. Thank you for meeting me. I nodded, not smiling. You said you needed help. She sighed, staring into her cup. Everything's falling apart. After they found out about Ryan, they've been watching everything I do. Someone's trying to make it look like I forged his approval on expense reports. I swear I didn't. I just reused some old templates. They're threatening to press charges. Her voice cracked on the last word. I didn't interrupt. I let her talk, let her twist in her own panic. Finally, she looked at me and said, You still have those screenshots, don't you? The ones Paige sent you. I raised an eyebrow. Why? Because if I can prove the company knew about me and Ryan before they claim they did, it'll show I wasn't lying. I could clear my name. I almost laughed. She wasn't sorry for what she'd done. She was just scared of the consequences. I might still have them, I said slowly, but I'm not sure they'd help you. Tyler, please. She leaned forward, desperation bleeding through her voice. You have no idea what this is doing to me. I'm about to lose everything. I looked her straight in the eyes and said, You already did. Her face fell. You're really not going to help me? I took a deep breath and pulled out a small folder from my bag, the one I'd brought for this exact moment. I slid it across the table. That's for you. She hesitated before opening it. Inside were printed copies of the screenshots, the voice memo transcript, and a note on top in my handwriting. It said, Here's what I have. You can use it however you want, but you should know it's also going to HR's ethics department tomorrow morning. Her head snapped up. You can't. I already did, I said evenly. I sent them the full timeline this morning, along with a statement explaining how you lied to cover your relationship and tried to file a false complaint against me. You wanted to control the narrative. Now it's out of your hands. Her lip trembled. You're ruining me. I shook my head. No, Emily. You ruined yourself. I just stopped protecting you. She stared at me, speechless. For a moment, she looked like she wanted to scream, but instead, she closed the folder, stood up, and whispered, You'll regret this. I watched her walk out of the cafe, the door chime ringing softly behind her. The next day, I got a call from Paige. She sounded stunned. Tyler, whatever you did, it worked. HR reopened the case. Emily's been suspended pending a legal review. Ryan's gone completely off the grid. I didn't say much. Just a quiet. Thanks for letting me know. A week later, my phone buzzed again. This time, with an email from someone in corporate compliance. They thanked me for providing documentation relevant to an internal ethics review and confirmed that my prior name had been cleared of all false allegations. It was official, my record was clean, but that wasn't the real win. A few months later, I got an unexpected call from the same real estate firm that had hired me before. Tyler, the project manager said, We're expanding. We're cutting ties with our old marketing agency, the one Emily worked with. We'd like to bring your company in for long-term contracts. Your professionalism stood out. I couldn't help but smile. I'd be happy to. That one contract doubled my revenue. Within 6 months, I was hiring more people, upgrading equipment, and finally taking weekends off without guilt. Sometimes, late at night, I'd think back to that dinner, that one moment where she tried to destroy me publicly for her own image. And now, years later, my company's logo hung in the same buildings her name had been quietly erased from. I never posted anything about what happened. No revenge thread, no viral expose. I didn't need to. People talk, and eventually, her story got out anyway. The last I heard, Emily had left the city. Some said she was freelancing. Others said she was trying to rebrand herself. Me? I didn't look back. Because the best revenge isn't proving someone wrong. It's living in a way that makes them irrelevant. And for the first time in a long time, I was finally free. But there was one last twist I didn't see coming. One final message that landed in my inbox months later, just when I thought it was all over. It wasn't from Emily this time. It was from someone else. Someone who knew what she'd done and wanted to make me an offer. The message came from a corporate investigator named Laura Chun, a senior compliance officer from Emily's old firm. Her tone was formal but polite. Mr. Harrison, we wanted to personally thank you for your cooperation during our internal review earlier this year. Your documentation was essential in confirming several breaches of conduct. As a courtesy, we thought you should know the final outcome. I read the rest slowly. Emily had been formally terminated for misconduct, falsification of records, and misuse of company resources. Ryan had resigned during the process, but not before being blacklisted from several major firms for violating executive ethics policies. The investigation had even reached investors, and a few big accounts had pulled out. In short, the empire she'd built on lies had collapsed completely. At the end of the message, there was one last line that almost made me laugh out loud. Ms. H. requested that we pass along a personal statement of apology to you. Please confirm if you'd like to receive it. I sat back in my chair for a long time. There was a version of me, the old me, who would have said yes, just to hear her squirm. But that version of me didn't exist anymore. I typed one line back. No need. I already heard everything I needed to. And that was the end of it. Over the next year, my business kept growing. I moved into a proper office space, hired 5 new technicians, and even partnered with a few developers across the city. Clients trusted me, not because I talked big, but because I delivered. Every wire I ran, every project I finished, felt like another brick laid in a foundation she could never touch again. Sometimes, though, I'd catch her name floating through conversations. You remember Emily H? What happened to her? And every time, the story got sadder. After losing her job, she tried starting a PR consultancy, but couldn't keep clients. Eventually, she moved back in with her parents in a small town 2 hours away. I didn't gloat. I didn't need to. There's a kind of justice that doesn't need witnesses, just silence and time. One evening, nearly a year to the day after that infamous dinner, I found myself back at the same restaurant again. This time, not for business. My crew had surprised me with a company anniversary dinner, our way of celebrating the milestone of 1 year in business. As I sat at the same table where she'd once humiliated me, I realized something had come full circle. Back then, I was the quiet one, the outsider pretending to fit in. Now, the waiter greeted me by name, and the owner himself came over to shake my hand. My guys laughed, told stories, raised glasses. The room that had once felt cold now felt warm, alive. At the end of the night, the waiter brought out a small cake with a single candle. On the house, he said. For luck. I smiled, looked at the candlelight flickering on the frosting, and thought about everything that had happened. The fall, the rebuilding, the rise. I made a wish. Not for revenge, not for success, but for peace. Then I blew out the candle. As the smoke curled upward and disappeared, I finally felt it. Closure. Some people spend their whole lives chasing payback, thinking it'll make them whole. But the truth is, the best revenge isn't about making them fall. It's about rising so high, they can't even see where you went. And as I walked out into the night, the city lights reflected off the glass doors behind me. And for the first time, I didn't look back. I'm Jake, 29, and I used to think betrayal came with warning signs, tense arguments, awkward silences, or that weird gut feeling you get when someone's being fake. Turns out, Sometimes it comes wrapped in laughter, shared memories, and texts that say, "You'll kill it out there, big bro." That's what my little sister Maddie sent me the day I landed my first real corporate job. I'd been hustling for years, part-time gigs, internships, side hustles, whatever it took. And finally, I was offered a mid-level strategy role at a rising tech firm. It wasn't flashy to the outside world, but for me, it was a breakthrough. 6 figures, remote options, stock options, a company card. I felt like I could finally breathe. Maddie was the first person I called. She was 3 years younger than me, 26, working part-time at a boutique and dreaming of being an influencer. We weren't exactly close, but she was family. And family celebrates wins, right? She screamed in excitement over the phone, told me we'd go out for drinks, texted me ideas for how I should spend my first paycheck, take mom to dinner, finally buy a real couch, get those boots I told you about, size 7.5, black suede. I laughed, thinking she was just being cheeky. What I didn't know was that underneath all that cheer was something else entirely. 3 months into the job, I was thriving. My manager liked me, my work was solid, and I'd just pitched a process improvement that saved the team nearly $30,000 in annual costs. People were noticing. I started getting invited to more meetings, added to email chains with VPs. That's when things started to shift, quietly at first. One morning, I logged in and noticed I'd been removed from a calendar invite. No big deal, I thought. Then a couple more meetings disappeared. A project I was leading was suddenly being reassigned. My boss, Matt, seemed cold. He was usually casual, even funny, but now he just said, "We'll circle back," or "Let's keep things aligned," and then ghosted. By Friday, HR had scheduled a meeting. Just me and them. I knew. I didn't want to, but I knew. They said it was about ethics concerns related to outside business activity. I didn't even understand what that meant. I told them I had nothing going on, no side jobs, no weird conflicts of interest. I offered to show them everything, my emails, bank statements, whatever. They thanked me politely and said the decision had already been made. Effective immediately, my contract was terminated. Just like that. I walked out with my backpack, stunned. I didn't call anyone. I didn't text Maddie. I just sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel like it owed me answers. That weekend, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying conversations. What had I said? What had I missed? I remembered an email I'd sent to Maddie about a small freelance project I turned down because I didn't want to jeopardize my job. I had mentioned the client's name, some e-commerce startup, and said I wasn't allowed to work with competitors of my firm. It was meant as a brag. I have NDAs now. Look at me, being professional. On Monday, I called the e-commerce client. Just a hunch. I asked if anyone had reached out claiming to be from my company. After some hesitation, the founder told me, "Yeah, someone left a voicemail saying you were working for us under the table. Claimed you were giving us internal data. It spooked us." I pressed him. Did he remember the voice? It was a woman. Young. Tried to sound formal, but was clearly reading a script. That night, I scrolled through Maddie's Instagram. Nothing seemed off, except a story she posted a week before I was fired. It was a blurry photo of her laptop with a Starbucks cup and the caption, "Doing something bold today." I nearly dropped my phone. It didn't click until I remembered a conversation from earlier that month. She'd been venting about money, rent, credit card debt, something about a business coach she paid too much for. She joked about how I was raking it in now and said, "Man, if I could just cash in a sibling voucher." It hit me like a slap. I didn't confront her. Not yet. Part of me didn't want to believe it. But I filed a request with my former employer for access to the anonymous tip through legal channels. The HR rep stonewalled me, but I had a friend in IT who owed me a favor. A week later, I got a text from him with a blurred screenshot. It showed the call log to the company's ethics hotline. The number? Matched Maddie's burner line. She used it for online shopping and prank calling her exes. She never thought anyone would connect the dots. I sat in silence for a long time. I didn't cry. I didn't rage. I just felt hollow, betrayed in a way that doesn't come with words. This wasn't a stranger or a toxic ex. This was my sister. Someone I'd treated to birthday dinners, helped move apartments, loaned money to without asking for it back. She'd tanked my livelihood because she thought I owed her something. I ghosted her. Not dramatically. I just disappeared, blocked her number, muted her on socials. She reached out once, a week later. "Hey, weird question, but are you mad at me or something?" I didn't answer. I spent the next few months rebuilding. Took freelance gigs. Reached out to mentors. Eventually, through a contact at a networking event, I got offered a position at a consulting firm. Bigger pay. More prestige. Remote. I didn't even have to apply. They asked for me. That's when Maddie reappeared, like clockwork. Suddenly, I was getting family group texts again. Mom sent a photo of a new purse Maddie wanted for Christmas. Dad sent a thumbs-up gif when I shared a generic LinkedIn update. And Maddie? She called. No voicemail. Just the missed call notification. Then the text started. Hey stranger, congrats on the new gig. Heard you're killing it. Totally random, but if you're doing holiday cards this year, I'd love one, haha. I'll sue if you're feeling generous. I might be late on rent this month, love you. I didn't reply. Instead, I bought a stack of holiday cards. Real classy ones. White and gold foil, the kind that feel heavy when you hold them. I handwrote each note in my best cursive. Santa came early. Check your mailbox. Inside each one was a photocopy of a printed report, the ethics hotline call transcript, with the originating number and timestamp. I highlighted the phone number. At the bottom, I wrote, hope this clears up what really happened. Merry Christmas. Then I mailed them. One to Maddie, one to Mom, one to Dad, one to my aunt, who never misses a family group chat. And then I waited. I didn't have to wait long. The next morning, my phone buzzed 12 times in a row. Maddie, then Mom, then Maddie again, then Mom's cell too. A wave of panic-ridden messages hit my inbox. At first, I didn't read the messages. I just watched them pour in, each buzz like a little tremor in my chest. I wasn't angry anymore, just detached. Curious. Like watching a house burn from the safety of a hill you climbed yourself. Eventually, I opened them. Maddie's first message was just one word. Why? Then, you don't understand what I was going through. I needed help. I was desperate. I thought you'd be fine. You were already doing great, Jake. You would have landed on your feet. Please don't tell Mom. Please. Okay, fine, tell her. She already thinks I'm trash. You don't have to ruin my life to prove a point. My mom's texts were slower to arrive, but hit harder. Jake, what is this about? Is this real? Please tell me you're overreacting. There has to be a misunderstanding. Your sister's sobbing. She says you're trying to turn the family against her. We all make mistakes, sweetheart. Don't throw away your bond over a bad decision. I stared at that last one for a long time. We all make mistakes. Like that was supposed to neutralize what she'd done. Like burning down someone's career and life trajectory was just a hoopsie, like spilling wine on a rug. That weekend, the family group chat I had muted for almost a year came alive like a wasp's nest. My aunt, the family gossip distributor, posted, I'm not taking sides, but this is the kind of thing that breaks families. Can we all please talk like adults before this gets uglier? Followed by, also, Jake, if this is true, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Then my dad chimed in with the laziest take possible. What's done is done. Everyone needs to calm down. Can't we move forward? That was the final straw. I screenshotted all the messages, all the denial, all the guilt tripping, all the pleas. Then I sent a single message to the group. I didn't ruin anything. I just mailed the truth. What you do with it is on you. And I left the group. No dramatic exit. No paragraphs. Just gone. I didn't hear from anyone for about 2 weeks. Blissful, quiet weeks. I worked. I got back into running. I finally booked that solo trip to Spain I'd always said I didn't have time for. I even started seeing someone, Michelle, a UX designer I met through a mutual friend. She had this calming presence that made it easier to open up, even when the subject got messy. She was the first person I told everything to. About the firing, the call, the cards, the fallout. She didn't flinch, just nodded and said, you handled that with a lot more class than most people would. But peace doesn't last long when you've exposed the rot. On the first Saturday of the new year, Maddie showed up at my apartment. I didn't even know how she got the address. I'd moved since everything went down. But there she was, standing outside the building lobby in a beige coat, mascara smudged, and clutching a gift bag like it was some kind of peace offering. She didn't buzz. She just waited, pacing like she knew I'd come down eventually. And maybe a part of me needed to. So I went. The second I stepped outside, she rushed forward. Jake, please. I just want to talk. 2 minutes. I swear. I didn't say anything. Just stood there, arms crossed. She started rambling. I was panicking. I was behind on rent, and my credit cards were maxed, And that girl I follow on TikTok said sometimes you have to take risks if you want to change your life. I didn't think they'd actually fire you. I don't know what I thought, that it would cause a shakeup or something, get you to ask for a raise or a new offer. Not this. I stayed silent. She kept going. And then when you got that amazing new job, I thought maybe you'd finally help me. You had so much, and I had nothing. It felt fair. Fair. I finally said. Fair as me working my way up for years. Fair as me taking awful jobs, skipping vacations, living off instant noodles so I could land one decent role. You calling my boss to tank it? That's not fair. That's sabotage. Tears welled up in her eyes. I know. I ruined everything. But you're good now. You're better than ever. You won. That sentence broke something in me. This wasn't a game, Maddie. There was no winning. You didn't lose. You burned a bridge I spent years building. You took something from me you can't ever give back. And worst of all, you acted like you were the victim. Her bottom lip trembled. So what now? You're just going to cut me off forever. I looked her dead in the eye. I already did. Then I turned around and walked back inside. No yelling. No door slams. Just a quiet end. But that wasn't really the end. Because 2 days later, a message popped into my inbox. Not from Maddie. Not from my mom. Not even from my old company. It was from a reporter. And what they wanted to talk about was that call. I sat frozen for a moment, staring at the email on my screen. Subject line, urgent, media inquiry regarding anonymous ethics tip. At first, I thought it had to be spam. Or worse, someone playing a sick joke. But the sender's name checked out, Claire Novak, a journalist for a mid-sized business and tech outlet. Verified on LinkedIn. Professional-looking signature. She wasn't fishing for gossip. She was working a story. The message was short, but every line felt like a tripwire. Hi, Jake. Apologies for the direct outreach. I understand this might be unexpected. I've been investigating a pattern of anonymous ethics tips targeting mid-level employees at several startups over the last year. In some cases, the tips have led to abrupt firings or reputational damage. A source familiar with your situation mentioned you may have experienced something similar at my former company. If you're willing to talk, even off the record, I believe your insight could be incredibly valuable. Sincerely, Claire Novak. I reread it 3 times. I wasn't sure what rattled me more, the fact that someone else had been through something similar, or the idea that this might be bigger than just Maddie being jealous and reckless. I wasn't naive. I didn't think Maddie was part of some coordinated sabotage ring or anything. But what if she'd gotten the idea from somewhere? What if some influencer or online business coach was actually teaching this as a tactic? I didn't respond right away. I sat with it, thought about the fallout, the risk, the fact that if my name got dragged into a published piece, the entire family would see it. My old coworkers, my boss at the new job, even Michelle, who only knew the story from my quiet retelling over Thai takeout one night. But there was something else gnawing at me too. Something quieter than anger, but heavier. A need for closure that my Christmas card stunt hadn't quite satisfied. I called Claire later that evening. We spoke for over an hour. She was professional, sharp, and surprisingly empathetic. She didn't just want the juicy details. She wanted the human story. How it felt to be blindsided. The isolation. The self-doubt. The weeks of replaying what happened, wondering if I'd done something wrong. I could tell this wasn't just an assignment for her. She cared. She told me about 2 other cases she'd uncovered. One guy in San Francisco, another woman in Austin. Both had received anonymous tips about unreported side income or conflicts of interest. Both had been fired. And in both cases, the tips traced back to personal contacts. Exes, siblings, former roommates, people who felt entitled to their success or bitter about being left behind. I agreed to go on the record, but only if she kept my current employer's name out of it. She said she'd honor that. A week later, the article went live. Siblings, sabotage, and the rise of revenge tips in startup culture. My name was in the second paragraph. My story was the hook. The part about the Christmas cards even made it in, and the quote she pulled from me? Family is supposed to be where you're safest. But sometimes, it's where ambition goes to rot. The article exploded. I didn't think it would. I figured it'd be a niche piece, maybe passed around HR circles and reposted on LinkedIn a couple times. But apparently, it hit a nerve. It climbed the trending charts on Medium. Tech Twitter grabbed onto it. Reddit lit up with threads dissecting every angle, entitled relatives, company ethics hotlines, what startups owe their employees, and what siblings owe each other. And then the messages started again. But this time, they weren't from my family. Strangers. Dozens of them. Some just saying, "I read your story. Thank you." Others pouring their hearts out. Stories of betrayal, of stolen promotions, of silent sabotage from people they once trusted implicitly. A few were even CEOs or HR leads, asking if I'd consult on internal training about how to verify anonymous claims. I was floored. Something that had nearly destroyed me was now fueling something bigger. And then, just when things were starting to feel steady again, my new job secure, Michelle moving in, the article fading from the spotlight, I got the text. It was a blurry photo. Maddie, sitting on a cheap couch, surrounded by boxes. Captioned, "I guess this is rock bottom. You happy now?" Followed by, "They kicked me out. Mom said it's not her problem. No one else is picking up. But I knew you would." And then, "Please. I have nowhere else to go." I stared at the screen, thumb hovering over the keyboard. But I didn't type anything. Not yet. Because in that moment, I didn't know what I felt. Not anger. Not triumph. Not even pity. Just silence. Like standing in the middle of a storm you already escaped from, watching it swallow everything behind you. And that's when I heard the buzzer at my apartment gate. Maddie was outside. Again. This time, no makeup. No gift bag. Just a small duffel and eyes that looked like they'd stopped hoping for a yes. She didn't speak. Just waited. I stood by the window for a full minute, maybe more, just watching her. Maddie didn't knock again. She wasn't crying. She wasn't yelling. She just stood there, arms wrapped around herself like the cold had finally caught up with her. A single duffel bag sat at her feet, frayed and overstuffed. The sight didn't bring me satisfaction. It didn't feel like revenge. It felt like a mirror I hadn't asked to look into. She looked so small. I turned away. I didn't open the door. Not yet. Instead, I made tea. Jasmine. Calming. I sipped it by the window like I was trying to buy time, trying to figure out if the part of me that used to want to protect her was still in there somewhere. It was. But it wasn't loud anymore. It didn't scream, "Help her," the way it used to. It just whispered, "You can't unknow what she did." Eventually, I went down. Not because I wanted to, but because some things just don't let you sleep if you don't at least see them through. When I opened the building door, she flinched like she hadn't expected me to actually show. Her eyes darted up to meet mine, full of panic and hope and something like guilt. "Hi," she said softly. I didn't answer. She shifted awkwardly. I didn't know where else to go. "Not my problem," I said, voice flat. She blinked. "Jake, you sabotaged my life for rent money." I said I was sorry. "No," I cut her off. "You said you were desperate. You said you didn't think they'd actually fire me. You said a lot of things. But you never said you were sorry for lying. You never said you were sorry for turning my success into your scapegoat. And you didn't come here to apologize." "Yes, I did," she snapped. "Why else would I be standing out here freezing like a fool?" I looked her up and down. "Because you ran out of options. Not because you regret what you did. If things had gone the way you wanted, if I had gotten fired, floundered for a bit, then came back around and handed you money like a good big brother, this never would have been a problem for you. You'd still be bragging on TikTok about your intuition." She bit her lip. "It wasn't like that. It was exactly like that." Her expression cracked. "Okay," she said, her voice suddenly sharp. "Raw? You want me to say it? I'll say it. I was jealous. I've always been jealous. You were the golden kid. The one who never needed help. The one who got the scholarships, the internships, the job. Everyone acted like you were some quiet genius. And I was just noise. You'd come home for holidays and Mom would beam when you walked through the door. Dad would brag about your salary to strangers. Meanwhile, I was maxing out credit cards to keep my lights on. You think I wanted all that attention?" I said, anger finally rising. "You think I didn't feel like a mule carrying everyone's expectations around like dead weight? I was drowning too, Maddie. I just didn't announce it on Instagram." She didn't respond. "And here's the part you don't get," I continued. "I would have helped you. I have helped you. I gave you money. I co-signed your first apartment. I let you crash on my couch when your last roommate ghosted. You think you're the only one who's been scared and broke? We all have. But I never threw you under a bus to make myself feel better." She was crying now. Silent tears, the kind that don't beg for sympathy, just leak out because the dam's been broken too long. "I don't want your money," she said. You don't get to want anything from me. She sniffled. I'm not asking to stay. Just, I didn't know where else to go. I don't have friends who'll pick up anymore. Mom said I made my bed. Dad won't even reply. I just wanted to see you. To tell you I'm sorry. I believed her, but not in the way she hoped. She was sorry, but mostly because the fallout caught up to her. Regret, for her, was a consequence, not a conscience. Still, I looked at her, broken in a way that felt strangely familiar. The same way I'd looked in the mirror the night I lost my job. The night I sat in a parking garage thinking I did everything right. Why am I the one who gets punished? That version of me had no one to call, either. So I made a choice. I'll put you up in a hotel. 3 nights. After that, you figure it out. She looked stunned. You do that? I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for the kid I used to be. The one who didn't have anyone when he needed someone. She nodded quickly, clutching her bag tighter like it might vanish if she moved too fast. I'll pay you back, I swear. You won't, I said. And I don't expect you to. But don't ever show up at my door again. This, whatever this is, it ends here. I booked her a room 3 blocks away. I didn't drive her. I didn't walk her there. I just handed her the reservation info and turned away. I didn't watch her leave. That night, I sat on the couch next to Michelle and told her everything. Every word. Every beat. She didn't say much, just rested her head on my shoulder and whispered, "You're a good man, but you're not a doormat. Don't forget that." And I haven't. The article kept circulating. Claire emailed me a few weeks later to say the piece had sparked internal policy changes at 2 major tech firms. One company even introduced a new protocol. No anonymous tips acted on without verification and follow-up interviews. I never imagined my name would become shorthand for ethics reform. But there it was. Jake Sandler. The guy whose sister tried to sink him and accidentally changed how startups handle sabotage. I still get the occasional message from strangers. Some just say thanks. Others ask what they should do with their own family betrayal. I don't always know what to say, but I always tell them this. Forgiveness is a door. You decide if it opens, when, and to whom. But it should never be unlocked by guilt. Only growth. As for Maddie, last I heard, she moved to Arizona. Some wellness influencer she used to follow started a retreat business, and Maddie signed on as an assistant. She posted a story a month later about finding peace, with the caption, "Letting go of the past isn't easy, but it's the only way forward." I didn't respond. I didn't like the post. I just watched it fade, like the rest of her stories, into digital dust. I don't hate her. I don't think I ever truly did. But I don't miss her either. Some bridges don't need to burn. Some just need to be closed, quietly, with a lock only you hold the key to. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.